you switched on? Sir, are you happy? Right. Order, order. The clerk will now proceed to read the title of the private bill set down for today.
Highgate Cemetery Bill Lords, second reading.
Now.
The question is, the bill will now be read a second time. As many of the opinions say aye.
Aye.
The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Right. Thank you. We now come to questions to the Minister for Women and Equalities. I call Chris Elmore. Minister.
With permission, Mr Speaker, I would like to answer questions 1, 2, 3 and 4 together. We've targeted economic support at those who need it most, including unprecedented levels of support in sectors which are big employers of women, such as retail, hospitality and leisure, with the public sector also being a large employer of women. For private firms, the suspension of business rates until June will save employers almost £10 billion, helping to protect these jobs. As we look to helping to protect these jobs. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Chris.
Speaker, thank the Minister for her answer. Analysis by the Women's Budget Group has highlighted that young women aged 18 to 25 are the largest group to be furloughed by age and gender. So could the Minister set out what discussions she's having with the Chancellor to ensure that these women are supported so we do not have a lost generation of young women even further adversely affected by the pandemic?
Minister.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his observation. The economic impact of the pandemic by gender is not clear-cut. Furlough, take-up and redundancy impacts are affecting men and women differently. We know that women are slightly more likely to have taken up the furlough scheme, but the latest employment figures continue to show a higher redundancy rate for men. So the economic package of support that we're doing is to address everyone. And if he looks at the support for jobs package, the summer economic update, which the Chancellor announced, as well as announcements in the budget around the Kickstart scheme and so on, all of these things are addressing the issues around employment for young people and especially those young women.
Let's go to the Chair of the Select Committee, Caroline.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Evidence shows that mothers have been harder hit by the pandemic than fathers in terms of redundancies and their employment opportunities. Would my honourable friend support the words of the Secretary of State for International Trade yesterday when she was advocating flexible working in order to overcome some of these problems? And would she, like me, support seeing job sharing as part of a forthcoming employment bill?
Minister.
I thank my right honourable friend for her answer. I'd like to say that I always support the Secretary of State for International Trade. She is, it is a pleasure to work with her, and we definitely want to see more flexible working and more job sharing. I cannot say for certain what will be part of the employment bill, but we will speak to colleagues in the Department for Work and Pensions and across government.
Right, let's go to SNP spokesperson Kirstin Oswald. Kirstin.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The December 29 Queen's speech promised an employment bill that would extend redundancy protections to prevent pregnancy and maternity discrimination. But despite ministerial assurances of action during my Westminster Hall debate on this issue last month, the employment bill and this promise are nowhere to be seen. If the UK government is not going to deliver on its promise to prevent pregnancy and maternity discrimination, will it devolve employment law to Scotland so the Scottish Parliament can deliver this much needed reform?
Minister.
I thank the honourable lady for her question. This is a very serious issue. We are having a roundtable with BASE to look at pregnancy discrimination, and I would reiterate that COVID-19, the new employment bill, do not change the fact that the law on pregnancy, that there is a law on pregnancy and maternity discrimination. There is no place for it under any circumstances. Employers should be regularly reviewing their risk assessments for all pregnant workers and implementing any controls needed.
Shadow Minister Charlotte Mills.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The economic impact of COVID has hit women disproportionately hard. According to the Women's Budget Group, 52% of people furloughed have been women, despite making up only 47% of the workforce. The government has promised to strengthen pregnancy and maternity protections when parliamentary time allows. But does the Minister not agree that this is an urgent priority, given the end of furlough approaching and grave concern about unequal job losses in the autumn?
Minister.
I would say to the Honourable Lady, and refer to my answer to the earlier question, this is not what the evidence tells us. I have seen the Women's Budget Group report, and what we are seeing is that men are more likely to be made redundant and women are more likely to be furloughed. The furlough is part of the economic package of support we've put in place. It isn't right to say that women are more economically impacted when they're still having their jobs, but we do recognise that when the furlough scheme ends, we may see some changes. We are working to protect everybody in this crisis, both men and women. And we have made a statement about the employment bill, which is that the government is committed to bringing it forward to protect and enhance workers' rights. But given the profound impact the pandemic is having on the economy and on the labour market, now is not the right time to introduce the employment bill. In the interim, the government has taken the unprecedented but necessary steps I mentioned before to support business and protect jobs.
Number 5, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I will take questions 5 and 6 together. The government takes its public sector equality duty extremely seriously. In 2021, the Cabinet Office commissioned a nationally representative survey on the ownership of photo identification. The findings from this research and our ongoing engagement with the Electoral Commission and other stakeholders, including a wide range of charities and civil society organisations, will continue to inform our plans to ensure that voter identification is rolled out in a way that is inclusive for all voters.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I could probably write an essay on identity documents, having been responsible for this in government a decade ago. But I'm particularly concerned about constituents of mine who are Commonwealth citizens, who are often seeking to achieve status in the UK, but whose identity documents are with the Home Office. They don't have those identity documents to prove that they can vote. What's her solution for those individuals?
I say to the Honourable Lady that legislation will also make clear that local authorities must provide a voter card free of charge where an elector does not have one of the approved forms of photographic identification.
Let's come to Shadow Minister Marsha Dakota.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Research by the RNIB shows that 1 in 10 blind voters and less than half of partially sighted voters could vote independently and in secret at the last general election. This is unacceptable. So given these barriers, is the Minister not concerned that the introduction of voter ID will only make it even more difficult for people living with sight loss to vote independently and in secret?
Minister.
I thank the Honourable Lady for her question. We did look into the issue of voter ID and its impact on disabled voters, and our research, which draws on the most comprehensive information available, indicates that 97% of disabled electors still report as having at least one form of photographic identification. So we do not believe that this is something that will affect them. And as I mentioned in the earlier question, we will have legislation which will make clear that local authorities must provide a voter card free of charge so that people will still be able to vote. But we must remember why we are doing this. No one should lose their right to vote because someone else has assumed their identity. Personation is very difficult to prove and prosecute, but it's not a victimless crime. And it is absolutely right that we resolve this matter.
Christine Jarvie.
Number 7, please.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, prices in the UK are set by competition, not the government. But it is unlawful to offer goods or services to both women and men at a range of different prices. The Equality Act 2010 provides that a retailer must not discriminate against a customer either by failing to provide goods or services or by providing them on different terms on the basis of someone's sex.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's more than 2 years since I first raised this issue in this place, and very little has changed. Women still pay, on average, 20% more for basic goods and services. We've heard already today that women have been hardest hit in this pandemic. We know there is a gender pay gap. So if, like me, you come from a single-parent family with 3 daughters, that family is facing a much bigger challenge at the moment in the circumstances. The Minister has said that it is unlawful. Can the Government please take steps to ensure that the Act is enforced when it comes to gender-targeted pricing?
I think it's probably worth me letting the Honourable Lady know that I do understand what she's saying, but I disagree with the premise and the argument which she is making. It's important to recognise that in a legal sense there is no discrimination involved in gender pricing, as there is nothing to stop a woman buying a product marketed towards men or vice versa. The government wants a society in which women and men are free to make the choices that suit them regardless of rigid stereotypes. And I'm afraid I do think that her bill, which she wanted to enact, is something that would actually have the unintended consequence of reinforcing stereotypes.
Stuart Anderson.
Number 8, Mr. Speaker.
Minister Ford.
Mr. Speaker, the government is committed to ensuring more women can take up the opportunities in science and technology. And currently only 1 in 5 of the technology workforce are women, but projects like the Skills Bootcamp aim to turn this around. Of the 2,799 attendees on our first bootcamps, 47% were women. In the West Midlands, for example, the women in data and women in software courses were oversubscribed by about 4 times. So we're investing another £43 million to provide another 16,000 places.
Mr. Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Science, technology and biomedicine has been at the forefront of our response to the COVID-19 crisis, and it will help us in our road to recovery. What steps is my right honourable friend doing to ensure we get more people into these careers, including stem cell research for women?
Minister. Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman is absolutely right. Bioscience is a really important area, and never more so than during this pandemic. It's our chemists, our biochemists, our biologists who are leading our way out of COVID. And the work that we do through our science learning partnerships aims to increase the take-up of triple science at GCSE. So that's chemistry, physics and biology. And that will make sure that more of our young people can become the scientists of the future.
Substantive question to Minister Chaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Investing in the women's custodial estate will improve conditions for female prisoners through modern, gender-specific and trauma-informed design. It will further ensure capacity is in place to give effect to sentences imposed by the independent courts.
Right, let's go to Janet Davey. Janet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When mothers are imprisoned for minor offences, the separation and loss for the child is detrimental to their well-being. The charity Women in Prison tells us the most effective way to tackle the causes of crime and to prevent women from reoffending is to invest in women's centres, and the government's own female offender strategy pledges to reduce the number of women in prison. So why is the government proposing to invest £150 million on new female prison places, and what representation has the Minister made to recommit to reducing the number of women in prison?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's very important that we continue to invest in women's centres in the community, and that's exactly what we're doing. But for those women who are sentenced into custody, for the very reason she makes about keeping those relationships with the family, part of the money that she refers to will go to provide accommodation so that individuals can have those family visits to meet prisoners in custody to keep those relationships going. Prisons need to be a place of security, but they must be a place of humanity, rehabilitation and hope, and that's what we're investing in.
Nicola Richards.
For 11, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this government believes in levelling up for people of all ages, and we're investing more in the education of students from lower income families so that they can unlock opportunities. Our weighted national funding formula and the pupil premium fund academic interventions as well as important pastoral initiatives, and is further supplemented during this difficult time by the national tutoring programme and the holiday activities and food programme, which will also help these students.
Nicola Richards.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Young people in my constituency deserve the very best opportunities outside of education. That's why I've been campaigning for an on-site youth centre in West Bromwich, which has proved so successful in Wolverhampton. Will my right honourable friends support my campaign for a state-of-the-art youth centre, backed by local business, so we can truly level up opportunities for young people in West Bromwich East?
Minister.
can I massively congratulate the honourable member for her true passion and interest in the young people of West Bromwich. The Government recognises the impact of youth services on improving life chances and well-being of young people. The Government has also already funded onside with £6 million last year to support young people during the pandemic, and another £30 million of the Youth Investment Fund has been committed as capital investment for 21-22, and that will provide investment in new resources as well as refurbished safe spaces. So further details of the timetable and allocations will be announced very soon, and can I recommend that the Honourable Lady keeps a sharp lookout on that announcement.
I have a substantive question to Minister Gow.
Over the last year, there have been 2,500 more disability-confident employers, a much more flexible system, and greater extended support through access to work going forward.
Let's go to Marion Fellows. Marion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. According to the Business Disability Forum, 11% of employers furloughed a disabled employee at the beginning of the pandemic after failing to provide reasonable adjustments. Disabled people have already been disproportionately impacted by the pandemic, but it's clear that disabled workers are continuing to be forced out of employment through a lack of access to reasonable adjustments. Therefore, will the Government introduce mandatory timescales for employer implementation of reasonable adjustments and end the access to work payment cap to prevent the disability employment gap widening further?
Well, as I outlined earlier, Mr. Speaker, there are greater numbers of disability employment employers, and access to work has been adapted during COVID to help the disabled with greater online assistance, extended timeframes, flexibility, mental health support and much, much more, which will I get the Disability Minister to write in specific detail to the Honourable Lady about.
Substantive question to Secretary Truss.
We have set out in the Queen's speech our intention to ban conversion therapy, which is an abhorrent practice. We'll consult in September and legislate as soon as possible, and we're also putting in place support for victims.
Let's go to Deanna Davison. Deanna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and hopefully you can hear me today. I was really delighted to see the ban on conversion therapy appear in the Queen's speech. But as we know, conversion therapy isn't just an issue in the UK, it's an issue right around the globe. So does my right honourable friend agree with me that these practices should not just be outlawed in the UK, but that we should work with our global partners to support LGBT safety worldwide?
My honourable friend is absolutely right. That's why we're proud that we're instituting the UK's first ever international LGBT conference under the theme of Safe to be Me, which is about protecting people from persecution worldwide. It's going to be led by Lord Herbert. The conference will take place in June next year, and I look forward to welcoming my honourable friend to appear at the conference.
Let's go to Dame Diana Johnson. Dame Diana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am pleased that the consultation will be starting soon. I wondered, does the Secretary of State intend for the CAS review to be part of the consultation? And will the consultation address issues of sexual orientation and gender identity?
The review will address, the consultation will address issues of gender identity and sexual orientation. The CAS review is taking place separately. That's a matter for the Department of Health. But of course, we want to make sure that the under-18s are protected from making irreversible decisions about their own future.
Number 15, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, we have a huge opportunity as we recover from COVID-19 for women across the world to build back better. That's why I've convened a group of leaders in the G7 Gender Equality Advisory Council under the leadership of Sarah Sands to push for better education for women and girls, economic empowerment and ending violence against women across the world.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my right honourable friend for her response, and that's great news. Can she tell me if the Gender Equality Advisory Council will be working to improve women and girls' participation in STEM education and industries?
Well, I'm pleased to say that the GIAC is packed with inspirational STEM leaders such as Professor Sarah Gilbert, who spearheaded the Oxford vaccine, and the CERN Director General Dr. Fabioli Giannato. These are leading figures, and a key aim of the GIAC is to make sure that more girls and women are involved in those industries of the future, like technology and science, so they can get those well-paid jobs, but also help drive forward progress across the world.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the G7 summit in August 2019, the government made 3 commitments for domestic progress on gender equality: delivery of the Domestic Abuse Bill, reform of parental leave and action on workplace sexual harassment. But last year, just 3.5% of fathers took shared parental leave, and the TUC found that 1 in 2 women experienced sexual harassment at work. And we are still waiting for the government to respond to consultations on both of these issues. So what does the Minister think it says about her record that only 1 of those commitments have so far been completed? And when will she bring forward reforms to these schemes?
Secretary.
Well, as she points out, we have brought forward and have enacted a leading domestic abuse bill, and my honourable friend, the Minister for Safeguarding, is on the front bench, and she's done a fantastic job on that. We will shortly be bringing forward the response on sexual harassment, and moreover, I want to make sure that at this year's G7, leaders across the world are held to account on their record in protecting women and girls.
Stuart Anderson.
Mr. Speaker.
The UK is using our presidency of the G7 this year to champion women's and girls' rights at home and around the world, with an independent Gender Equality Advisory Council to bring fresh ideas and new voices to the heart of G7 discussions. The Council met for the 2nd time last week, and I look forward to hearing their recommendations to G7 leaders in June. It's important that women and girls are at the heart of our plans to build back better.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the recent Queen's speech, there were many opportunities to level up across the country, including my great constituency of Wolverhampton South West. What is my right honourable friend doing to see that we can unleash the potential of some of our more deprived areas to build back better after COVID?
Well, we are determined to tackle the scourge of geographical inequality. That's why we have taken on responsibility for the Social Mobility Commission. They are going to focus on the 3 E's: employment, education and enterprise. And we're currently recruiting a chair to spearhead this agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Secretary of State tell me how she will ensure that the voices of survivors of so-called conversion therapy and the people who support them will be heard in the consultation in bringing about a bill to outlaw all conversion practices? Because conversion therapies have no place in all settings and all LGBT+ statuses, regardless of whether someone is consenting or coerced.
Well, my friend, the Minister for Equality, has already met survivors of conversion therapy, and we're determined that they should be closely involved in the consultation we're holding on the forthcoming legislation. I completely agree with her. This is an abhorrent practice that we need to stop in the United Kingdom.
Jacob Young.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Redcar and Cleveland and across the country, the pandemic has left many people without the certainty of work, but in particular those disabled and differently abled people who already feel disadvantaged in the jobs market. We've announced an ambitious plan for jobs, but can the Minister point to specific interventions he is making to help more disabled people into work in Redcar and Cleveland and the wider Tees Valley?
Well, Mr. Speaker, there's been an 800% increase in disability-confident employers in the Durham Tees Valley area, and I know that the newly re-elected Conservative Tees Valley Mayor Ben Houchin and our new Hartlepool MP are utterly committed to ensure more disabled people get into work and use access to work to assist that.
Let's go to Angela Crawley. Angela.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the UK, 2 weeks parental leave and pay is in place after stillbirth. However, there is no such support for anyone who has experienced a miscarriage before 24 weeks of pregnancy. Will the Minister support my calls to the UK Government and allow families to grieve for their profound loss by legislating for paid leave for everyone that experiences miscarriage?
I'm grateful for the Honourable Lady for raising this point, and we have looked at and seeking to change the rules around neonatal leave, clearly, and any grieving situation is incredibly difficult. But we will work with, as we work towards the employment bill, to make sure that we can come up with a rounded view for anybody that is grieving.
Let's go to Crispin Blunt. Crispin.
Mr. Speaker, my right honourable friend yesterday at the Select Committee said she ended the role of her LGBT advisory panel because of a basic disagreement over the right of trans people to self-ID. Argentina, our co-chair of the Equal Rights Coalition, whose conference we host next June, legally accommodated self-ID for trans people since 2012 without a problem, as are now more members of the coalition following Argentina's example without a problem. How is she going to find a new panel that has both authority and agrees with her in the continuing refusal to accept the right of trans people to self-ID? And can she explain how Britain can host a conference entitled Safe to be Me without supporting the right to be me?
I thank the honourable gentleman for that question. The former LGBT advisory panel's tenure ended on the 31st of March 2021. I am grateful to its members for their important insights, and they've provided on important policy areas such as ending conversion therapy and the impact of COVID on LGBT people. The PM has appointed Lord Herbert as Special Envoy for LGBT rights. This role will have an international and domestic focus, and I am confident that we will be able to work with our international partners on this issue. We believe the current provisions within the Act allow for those who wish to legally change their gender to do so. It is safe to be them, and they do have the right to be themselves, and we've therefore decided, as we've said before to the honourable gentleman, that the Gender Recognition Act will not be changed.
Let's go to Jeff Smith. Jeff.
Mr. Speaker, my constituent Julia was breastfeeding her child in a park when a stranger started taking long lens photos of her, and she and I were shocked that there was nothing that could be done about this unwelcome intrusion. Does the Minister think this is an acceptable situation? And if not, would she support action to prevent this kind of voyeurism?
I thank the honourable member for raising this very, very important topic. Of course, this is totally unacceptable behaviour, and I hope he will welcome the government's forthcoming Violence Against Women and Girls strategy that we will be publishing later this year, drawing in the views of more than 180,000 members of the public to help shape our policies for the coming decade. This is unacceptable, and we will deal with it.
Order. That ends the questions. We're now going to go to questions to the Prime Minister, with which I will first call the Prime Minister to answer the engagement question, and then I will then call Dan Poulter to ask his supplementary virtually. Prime Minister Boris Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, the thoughts of the House will be with the family and friends of the Hillsborough 96 and the hundreds more who are injured following the decision by the court this morning. I know that the CPS has said they will meet with the families again to answer any questions they may have. Mr. Speaker, I know colleagues from across the House will want to join me in paying tribute to our former colleague Mike Weatherly, who sadly died last week. He was a dedicated parliamentarian and a fantastic servant to the people of Hove. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others in addition to my duties in this House. I shall have further such meetings later today.
Let's go to Dr. Dan Poulter. Dan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I draw the House's attention to my declaration of members' interest as a practising NHS doctor who's been working on the front line of the NHS during the pandemic. Now, my right honourable friend will be aware that the 2012 Health and Social Care Act resulted in local authority commissioning of addiction services, and 10 years later, almost all addiction services are now run by non-NHS providers. The result is that the numbers in alcohol treatment have fallen, many alcohol detoxes take place in an unplanned manner, and both opiate and alcohol deaths are at record levels. Would my right honourable friend agree with me that for the sake of patients, we must bring commissioning and provision of addiction services back to the NHS, and will he meet with me and experts in this field to discuss how we can get this right?
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my honourable friend for everything that he's done throughout this pandemic in the NHS, but also for raising this vital issue. And of course, I'm proud that we're seeing the biggest increase under this government in treatment for substance abuse for 15 years. But the specific points he raises, we will make sure that we address with Dame Carol Black, who is undertaking a review on drugs and treatment, and we will make sure that his point is fed in.
Let's go to the Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I join the Prime Minister in his comments about Hillsborough and Mike Weatherby? Mr. Speaker, this morning the Prime Minister's former closest adviser said, when the public needed us most, the government failed. Does the Prime Minister agree with that?
Mr. Speaker, the handling of this pandemic has been one of the most difficult things this country has had to do for a very long time. And none of the decisions have been easy. To go into a lockdown is a traumatic thing for a country. To deal with a pandemic on this scale has been appallingly difficult, and we've at every stage tried to minimise loss of life, to save lives, to protect the NHS, and we have followed the best scientific advice that we can, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, can I remind the Prime Minister that 1 year ago, almost to the day, he described his former adviser as, in his words, in every respect, acting responsibly, legally and with integrity. This morning, that same adviser has said that senior ministers fell, his words, disastrously short of the standards that the public has a right to expect of its government, and that lives were lost as a result. Does the Prime Minister accept that central allegation and that his inaction led to needless deaths?
No, Mr. Speaker, and of course all those matters will be reviewed in the course of the public inquiry that I have announced. I notice that he is fixated, as ever, on the rear-view mirror, Mr. Speaker, whilst we on this side of the House are getting on with our job of rolling out the vaccines, making sure that we protect the people of this country. And that, I think, has been the decisive development on which I think people are rightly focusing. And I can tell the House that in spite of the continuing concern that we have about the Indian variant, we are increasing our vaccination programme at such a rate that we can now ask everybody over 30 to come forward, Mr. Speaker, and get vaccinated.
Mr. Speaker, it's no good the Prime Minister attacking me. It's his former chief adviser who's looking back and telling the world how useless the Prime Minister was in taking key decisions. His former adviser. One of the most serious points made this morning is that the Prime Minister failed to recognise the severity of this virus until it was too late, dismissing it as, quote from this morning, another scare story, like the swine flu. Does the Prime Minister recognise that account of his own behaviour? And if so, will he apologise for being so complacent about the threat that this virus posed?
Mr. Speaker, I don't think anybody could credibly accuse this government of being complacent about the threat that this virus posed at any point. We have worked flat out, Mr. Speaker, to minimise loss of life, to protect the NHS, while they have flip-flopped, Mr. Speaker, from one position to another, backing curfew one day, opposing it the next, backing lockdowns one day, opposing it the next, calling for tougher border controls one day, then saying that quarantine is a blunt instrument the next. Mr. Speaker, we have got on with the job of protecting the people of this country from one of the worst pandemics in living memory, if not the worst in living memory. We have turned the corner, and it is no thanks, Mr. Speaker, to the loyal opposition opposite.
Mr. Speaker, I can see that the evidence of his former adviser is really getting to the Prime Minister this morning in that response. Another incredibly serious statement from the Prime Minister's former adviser this morning concerns the conduct of the Health Secretary, including an allegation that the Health Secretary misled other ministers and officials on a number of occasions. Now, I don't expect the Prime Minister to respond to that, but can he confirm from this morning's evidence, can the Prime Minister, can he confirm, did the Cabinet Secretary advise him, the Prime Minister, that he, the Cabinet Secretary, had, quote, lost faith in the Health Secretary's honesty?
The answer to that is no, Mr. Speaker, and I'm afraid I haven't had the benefit of seeing the evidence that he's bringing to the House. But I must say that I think what the people of this country want us all to do, is to get on with the delicate business now of trying to reopen our economy and restore people's freedoms, get back to our way of life by rolling out the vaccine. I would have thought that that was a much more profitable line of inquiry for the right honourable gentleman today. And that's why I think the people of this country want us to focus on.
Speaker, the Prime Minister can't have it both ways. Either his former adviser is telling the truth, in which case the Prime Minister should answer the allegations, or the Prime Minister has to suggest that his former adviser is not telling the truth, which raises serious questions about the Prime Minister's judgment in appointing him in the first place. There's a pattern of behaviour here. There was clearly a lack of planning, poor decision-making and a lack of transparency, and a Prime Minister who was absent from the key decisions, including 5 early Cobra meetings, and who was, to quote his former adviser, 1,000% too obsessed with the media. But another central allegation briefed overnight is that the Prime Minister delayed the circuit break over the autumn half-term because, quote, COVID was only killing 80-year-olds. Can I remind the Prime Minister that over 83,000 people over 80 lost their lives to this virus, and that his decision to delay for 40 days from the sage guidance on the 21st of September until the 31st of October will be seen as one of the single biggest failings of the last year? Now having been told of the evidence, does the Prime Minister accept that he used the words COVID was only killing 80-year-olds, or words to those effect?
Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we saw what happened during the pandemic, and particularly he talks about the September lockdown and my approach to it, and the very, very difficult decision that the country faced. And of course, this will be a matter for the inquiry to go into, but we have an objective test, Mr. Speaker, in the sense that there was a circuit breaker of the kind he describes in Wales. It did not work, and I'm afraid, Mr. Speaker, I'm absolutely confident that we took the decisions in the best interests of the British people. When it comes to hindsight, Mr. Speaker, I could just remind the right honourable gentleman that he actually, he denied this at the time, and then had to correct it, but he voted to stay in the European Medicines Agency, Mr. Speaker, which would have made it impossible for us to do the vaccine rollout at the pace that we have.
Mr. Speaker, it's not me giving evidence this morning, it's his former adviser. And I note the Prime Minister is careful not to refute these allegations. Mr. Speaker, what we're seeing today is the latest chapter of a story of confusion, chaos and deadly misjudgments from this government. From a Prime Minister governing by press release, not a plan. In the last 24 hours, we've seen the same mistakes made again, with the ridiculous way 1.7 million people in Bolton, Burnley, Bedford, Blackburn, Kirklees, Hounslow, Leicester and North Tyneside have been treated. In the light of the drip of these very serious allegations and the failure of the Prime Minister to provide even basic answers and continuing mistakes affecting millions of people, does the Prime Minister now recognise he must bring forward the timing of the public inquiry into COVID, and that it should start this summer and as soon as possible?
No, Mr. Speaker, as I've said before, I'm not going to consecrate valuable official time on that now, whilst we're still battling a pandemic. And I thought, actually, that was what the House had agreed on. And, Mr. Speaker, he continues to play these pointless political games whilst we get on with delivering on the people's priorities. 40 new hospitals, 8,771 more police on our streets. Now we're getting on with sorting out the railways, Mr. Speaker. We're giving the young people the opportunity of home ownership in a way they've never had before, with 95% more mortgages. And we've delivered 60 million vaccinations across this country. More, and he loves these European comparisons, Mr. Speaker, more than any other European country, including 22 million second doses. And that, with great respect to the right honourable gentleman, I believe that is the priority of the British people. That's really what they're focused on, whilst he voted to stay in the European Medicines Agency. They vacillate, Mr. Speaker. We vaccinate. They deliberate. We deliver.
Tom Tugundal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, remembers with great fondness his trip of July last year to the Discovery School in Kings Hill, but he probably remembers best his meeting with Tony Hudgell, an amazing and inspirational young boy who had at that point already raised £1.5 million for charity and been awarded by my right honourable friend the Points of Light award that he so generously hands out to those who have achieved so much. Will he join Tony and Tony's parents, Paula and Mark, and me, and many others around the country in campaigning for Tony's Law, New Clause 56 to the Policing, Crime and Sentencing Bill? This is a very minor change to a very important bill that would bring child abuse sentencing in line with that of adult abuse. I know he has put his heart into this space, and I'm sure we can all look forward to his support.
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend, and of course I remember Tony very well. I remember his incredible campaign and the amount of money he raised, and I thank him for it. And all I can say is that it is very, very important that cases like that, injustices such as that suffered by Tony, do receive the full force of the law, and it is people who commit serious offences against children can receive exactly the same penalties as those who commit serious offences against adults. But we will keep this under review, Mr. Speaker. And if there is a gap in the law, and I will study his amendment very closely, if there is a gap in the law, we will make sure that we remedy it.
Leader of the SNP, Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I associate myself with the remarks of Prime Minister for those seeking justice for Hillsborough? To quote the song, "You'll never walk alone." Mr. Speaker, 128,000 people have died of coronavirus in the United Kingdom. This morning, the Prime Minister's most senior former adviser, Dominic Cummings, apologised on behalf of the UK Government. He said, "When the public needed us most, we failed. We know that the Prime Minister made a series of catastrophic errors throughout the crisis. He went on holiday when he should have been leading efforts to tackle the pandemic. He was too slow to go into lockdown. He failed to secure our borders. He sent millions of people back to their offices prematurely. There is no doubt that these mistakes cost many thousands of lives. When even a disgraced figure like Dominic Cummings is willing to own up and apologise, isn't it time that the Prime Minister does the same?
Mr. Speaker, I take full responsibility for everything that has happened. I've said, as I've said before, and he will recall, both in this House and elsewhere, I am truly sorry for the suffering that the people of this country have experienced. But I maintain my point that the government acted throughout with the intention to save life and protect the NHS, and in accordance with the best scientific advice. That's exactly what we did.
Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The evidence we've heard this morning is extraordinary, but sadly not surprising. It paints a familiar pattern of behaviour. A negligent Prime Minister, more concerned with his own self-interest than the interests of the United Kingdom. When people were dying, the United Kingdom government was considering chickenpox parties and joking about injecting the Prime Minister with COVID live on TV. We had a circus act when we needed serious government. Isn't it the case that what the country needed leadership most, the Prime Minister was missing in action? Thousands have paid the ultimate price for his failure. When will the Prime Minister finally accept responsibility for the failures of his government?
Mr. Speaker, as I've said repeatedly in this House, I take full responsibility for everything that the government did and will continue to do so. And one of the reasons we've set up an independent public inquiry is I believe the people of this country do deserve to have daylight shone on all the issues he raised. I must say I don't recognise the events that he describes, but I do think that we acted throughout with the intention of saving life, of protecting the NHS, and of taking the country through the worst pandemic for 100 years. And I think I think it's also true that we're in a much more fortunate position now, thanks to the efforts of the British people and the fastest vaccine rollout in Europe, and I'm grateful for that as well.
Mr Speaker, I spent Monday morning at the Fitz Country House in Cockermouth with an alpaca called Boris. Cumbria sees significant numbers of tourists in any normal year, but Cumbria is not just lakes. We have some real gems in my constituency of Workington outside the National Park. We have a real opportunity for the UK this year, for the UK hospitality industry this year, as people choose to holiday here. Would my right honourable friend consider a short break in my constituency where I might facilitate an introduction to Boris?
Well, I'm so grateful to my honourable friend. I would love to come and meet the alpaca called Boris. But more importantly, we want to support the tourism in his constituency, which is why we've so far provided over 25 billion of support, including 1.5 billion to support projects such as the Carnegie Theatre Trust. And since this week is English Tourism Week, Mr Speaker, I encourage everyone to make the most of the tourism on their doorstep.
Go to Stephen Farry. Stephen.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The EU settlement scheme closes on the 30th of June. While the Home Office has finally published guidance on late applications, the government is failing to provide clarity on what will happen to those who miss the deadline and then fall under the remit of illegal working legislation. So can the Prime Minister assure the House that EU citizens or non-EU family members who miss the deadline will not face potential criminal liability if they continue to go into work?
Mr Speaker, I'm sure that the law will be extremely merciful to anybody who finds themselves in a difficult position, but I would just remind the honourable gentleman that so far 5.4 million EU nationals have applied successfully for the EU settlement scheme, which is about, as far as I can remember, about 2 million more EU nationals than we thought were in the country in the first place.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Would the Prime Minister join with me in praising Wrexham and Denbighshire councils for the dynamic proposals that they are putting forward in their joint bid for the Levelling Up Fund in Clwyd South, including regeneration of the Trevor Basin, improvements for Chirk and Llangollen, and investment in Corwin Station and the surrounding area?
Can I tell my honourable friend what a joy it is to hear him campaigning for Chirk and Corwin and Llangollen after I tramped around those beautiful places entirely fruitlessly many years ago in search of the Conservative vote. Thank you for what you've done. Thank you for continuing to champion those wonderful and beautiful spots.
Gerald Jones.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. When any member of this House is suspended for 10 days or more because of a Standards Committee report, constituents can then recall that member. When the independent expert panel suspend a member, this can't happen. The Prime Minister a moment ago was talking about closing loopholes in legislation. So will the Prime Minister introduce emergency legislation to close this particular loophole? And does he agree that it would be completely dishonourable for any member to exploit that loophole and should instead do the decent thing and resign?
Mr Speaker, I will take that point very sincerely. I will study what the implications of what he says. I think if he's referring to any a Conservative member who's recently had the whip taken away, then he can take it that member has already had condign punishment.
Catherine Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Last Thursday, about 1 o'clock in the morning, 3 young people popped up to Mackie D's, as you do. They noticed a Leyland shop massively on fire, and did they drive past? No. They rang the fire brigade, they stopped, they recruited a passerby, they climbed over fences and walls to raise the alarm for the residents living in the flats above them. Now, during the pandemic, community spirit's been really important to all of us keeping going. So does the Prime Minister share my admiration for Kim, Zach, Shania and Robin? And will he join me in thanking them for showing British community spirit and true Lancashire grit?
Yeah. Yes, Mr Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for singling out this act of this intrepid act of quick thinking and selflessness, and I pay tribute to Kim, Zach, Shania and Robin, and I hope that they got their Mackie D's.
There are over 4.3 million children, Mr Speaker, and rising, growing up in poverty, including some 18,000 in Harrow. So will he agree to put right the error of a previous Prime Minister and commit to publish a strategy to tackle child poverty and ensure that no child is left behind?
Mr. Speaker, it's vital that we tackle child poverty, and that's why we are uniting and levelling up across the country with the biggest programme of investment for a generation, if not more. But we're also seeing fewer households now with children in poverty than 10 years ago. But I perfectly accept that there is more to be done.
Anthony Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I very much welcome the fact that government is investing heavily in upgrading the rail networks across the country, including opening lines that have previously been closed. But as a Conservative government, we've got a particular responsibility to the taxpayer to ensure value for money. East West Rail in my constituency's business case is largely based on commuting, but the pandemic means we're in the middle of a workplace revolution. If people work from home on average 2 days a week in future, that means a 40% reduction in commuting. Will my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, commit to doing a review of the business case of East West Rail to ensure it remains value for money and to take into account the long-term impact of the pandemic?
Mr. Speaker, I think my honourable friend is a great campaigner for Cambridgeshire and the rights of people of Cambridgeshire. However, my strong feeling is it would be a mistake now to go slow on investment in infrastructure purely on the basis that we think people will start working from home. In my long experience of this is that people need to travel, they will travel, the commuter bustle will come back, Mr. Speaker, and it needs to come back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A global minimum rate for corporate tax would help tackle tax avoidance by large multinational corporations and online giants. It would stop them undercutting British businesses who pay their fair share, and it would make a transformational difference to high streets and town centres at the heart of communities across the UK. Why is the Prime Minister the only G7 leader not to support this proposal? Why is he on the side of tax avoiders instead of British businesses and communities?
Mr. Speaker, it was only a few months ago that the Labour Party, the Labour front bench, opposed the corporation tax increases that we put in. They're now opposed to the government's ability to cut corporation tax. Which side are they on? They've got to make their minds up.
Let's go to Sir Robert Neal. Robert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like me, the Prime Minister represents a constituency in London's commuter land, so he'll be well aware of the small businesses, sole traders, many of them, who operate the coffee stores and newsagents and so on our railway stations. Their incomes have been absolutely decimated during the pandemic, but they're finding, like my constituent Sanjay Sharma at Chislehurst Station, that when they seek to get a reduced level of rent to reflect their reduced turnover, the train operating companies claim that the funding agreement put in place with the Department of Transport doesn't give them the discretion to do so. The department appears to say differently, and they've been going around in circles for months trying to get an answer. Will the Prime Minister use the authority of his office, please, to bang heads together and get a solution for them? Because if they go broke and we have empty units, that's no income for anybody.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my right honourable friend. We've introduced policy to provide rent relief for station businesses in March of last year. All train operators, including South Eastern in his constituency, are able to offer business support to their stations. I understand the point he makes about the discrepancy of views. Can I undertake him to arrange a meeting with him and the relevant minister to take it forward?
Let's go to Rachel Maskell. Rachel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have asked the Prime Minister a series of questions about charities. In November, he promised support. By March, he turned his back. But this month, he broke that promise, giving them nothing this winter. His words and deeds are as unfaithful as his principles and beliefs. There's neither the commitment to honour his word, the capacity to care, nor the compassion to act. Does the Prime Minister really believe that charity is all about supporting him and his lifestyle, or recognise charities now 10 billion in debt and struggling to survive need government support to help people in real need?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think charities perform an amazing and invaluable role in our society and in our lives, and we need them. And that's why we've supported charity shops throughout the lockdown with grants and with restart grants. and the roadmap means that those shops are now able to open again. But in addition, we had a £750 million targeted package of support for charities, helping more than 14,000 organisations across the country, including funding for hospices, homelessness charities and shelters for victims of domestic abuse and many others, Mr. Speaker.
Peter Office.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The fishing industry in East Anglia has had a hard time of it in recent years. However, with Brexit done, albeit in a way that left many disappointed, there is now an opportunity to turn the corner. The REEF, that's the Renaissance of East Anglian Fisheries Strategy, sets out an exciting and ambitious programme for the future. Is the Prime Minister able to say how the government will work with fishing communities, such as that in Lowestoft, to revive the industry in East Anglia?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for what he's doing to champion the fisheries industry in East Anglia. I like his REEF plan. I think it's got lots of interesting ideas which we will take forward as part of our £100 million package to support the fishing industry and get ready to take advantage of those opportunities which are coming very, very swiftly down the track towards us.
Ben Lay.
Diolch, Mr. Speaker. NHS and social care staff in Wales are due to receive a £500 bonus in recognition of their hard work during the pandemic. But staff on universal credit stand to lose out due to the way in which the reward is recognised in regulations as earned income. So instead of receiving a thank you bonus at the end of the month, many NHS and social care staff will be punished with a deduction of up to 63% to the universal credit. Will the Prime Minister look to amend Regulation 55 of the Universal Credit Regulations to create an exemption to ensure that all NHS and social care staff in Wales benefit fully from this well-deserved bonus?
Prime Minister.
I'm grateful to him for raising that point, and of course I want to repeat my gratitude to the nurses of this country, the NHS and social care staff who've done incredible work throughout this pandemic. He makes a particular point about the UC, the tapering in universal credit, and I will make sure that he has a meeting with the relevant minister who will set out the detail on the issue he's raised.
Let's go to Jonathan Lloyd. Jonathan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of my constituent Seema Misra and other wrongly convicted sub-postmasters, I'm grateful that the vital inquiry of Sir William Williams into this scandal has now been given more teeth. However, there is widespread concern shared by Post Office CEO Nick Reed that the compensation received by the sub-postmasters who were party to the civil litigation at the High Court was simply not fair. Can I urge the Prime Minister to ensure that these civil litigant sub-postmasters will be included in the anticipated government compensation scheme?
Prime Minister.
I thank you for raising this issue. I might say a tragic case of injustice, and I've met some of the post office, the postmasters and sub-postmasters who've been affected by this miscarriage of justice. As he knows, the government wasn't party to the initial litigation nor the settlement that was agreed, but we are determined to ensure that postmasters, sub-postmasters are fairly compensated for what happened.
Angus Brendan MacNeill.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Brexit and Scottish independence are indeed very different, but referendums are much the same. Now, in 2016, without interference, the European Union respected the UK in the Brexit referendum process. Unfortunately, the last Scottish referendum did not see Scotland get the same respect. London politicians promised Scotland a place in the European Union. Clearly, they won that referendum very clearly on broken promises. In the autumn, when the Scots Government has dealt with the health effects of the pandemic, the economic part are going to require independence, as Norway and Ireland prove. So, Prime Minister, will Scotland be shown the same respect in the UK as the UK got in the EU? And this time, can our democracy not be interfered with and our referendum certainly not blocked?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we respected the referendum result of 2014, which was a very substantial majority in favour of remaining in the UK, keeping our wonderful country together, not breaking it up. That was what the people of Scotland rightly voted for, and they did so in the belief that it was a once-in-a-generation event.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker. For almost 500 years, the Royal Navy has protected our country from foes and the freedom of our friends around the world. The pride of our Navy, HMS Queen Elizabeth, sailed this week with her strike group. Within her, she carries the British values of freedom, justice and democracy. So can my right honourable friend tell me, as she makes her way from the Mediterranean to the South China Sea, what are his plans for the future of her white ensign?
Prime Minister.
It was fantastic to be aboard HMS Queen Elizabeth, which is a vessel longer than the Palace of Westminster itself, Mr. Speaker, and forms a more eloquent statement in many ways than many of the speeches or indeed interventions that we've heard this afternoon about Britain's role in the world and our determination to expand shipbuilding and expand our naval presence, which not only is good for the UK and good for the world, but good for jobs and growth around the country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. COVID has now triggered the first global rise in extreme poverty this century. But at the G7, the Prime Minister could act. He can ask leaders to reallocate the IMF's $1 trillion worth of special drawing rights and restock the World Bank's £83 billion worth of IDA fund. This is a multi-billion-pound package of support for the world's poorest. So will the Prime Minister today commit to leading this argument at the G7 so a pandemic of disease doesn't now become a pandemic of poverty?
Prime Minister.
I thank him for it's great to see him in his place, I say, Mr. Speaker. And actually, I've already had always great to see him in his place. I've had conversations on that very matter already with Christina Georgieva.
Boris.
One of the many awful things about the past year has been the inability to visit family and friends in hospital. It's caused immense anguish for many of my constituents. We're seeing some progress locally, and I hope with the brilliant rollout of the vaccine we will see more. But can the Prime Minister inform the House when we will see normal visiting hours resumed for all hospitals nationwide?
Minister.
I know she speaks for many, many millions of people who have wanted to visit loved ones, Mr. Speaker, and I know the anguish that they have felt. We need to balance those feelings, which are wholly legitimate and right, with the need to manage the risk of infection, as I know she understands very well, and will be updating the guidance as soon as it's possible to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tala, 13, Rula, just 5 years old, her big sister Yara, aged 9. 3 Palestinian children killed in an Israeli airstrike. The Israeli military murdered 63 other children and 245 Palestinians in its recent assault on Gaza. The call for Palestinian freedom has never been louder, but this Conservative government is complicit in its denial. It has approved more than £400 million in arms to Israel since 2015. So can the Prime Minister look me in the eye and tell me that British-made weapons or components weren't used in the war crimes that killed these 3 children and hundreds of other Palestinians?
Prime Minister, we shouldn't use props, just to remind members.
Mr. Speaker, I think that the whole House understands that nobody wants to see any more of the conflict, of the appalling conflict that we've seen in Israel and Gaza. And everybody wants to, I think we're all glad that there's now a ceasefire and a de-escalation. And as for the position of the British government, I think that it's probably common ground across most members of this House that what we want to see is a two-state solution. Mr. Speaker, that is what the UK government has campaigned for many, many years, and that continues to be our position.
I am now suspending the House for 3 minutes to enable necessary arrangements to be made for the next business. Order. Order. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Environment Bill, as amended, to be further considered.
We begin with the Government New Clause 21, with which it will be convenient to consider all new clauses and amendments selected in this group as listed on the selection paper. I call Minister Rebecca Powe to move New Clause 21. Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr Speaker, and what a pleasure it is to be back to continue with this vital piece of legislation that will set us on a sustainable trajectory for the future. And I know that so many colleagues have been looking forward to today, as indeed have I, with great anticipation. And whilst the journey of this bill may have seemed a little lengthy, Mr Speaker, I would like to assure the House that we have not been resting on our laurels, and during this time a huge amount of really constructive, dedicated work has been going on, and I will just outline what some of that has been. A draft environmental principles policy statement, which will guide government in applying environmental principles, was published for consultation on the 10th of March this year. And on the 24th of March, we launched consultations on the deposit return scheme and the extended producer responsibility schemes for packaging. And these are really two key initiatives in the resource and waste measures of the bill. And we're working at pace to ensure that the OEP, the Office for Environmental Protection, will be operationally ready to stand up as soon as this bill receives royal assent. We've also announced that new measures to reduce the harm from storm overflows on our precious aquatic environment will be added in the other place. And at this point, I would absolutely like to pay tribute to my right honourable friend, the member for Ludlow, for his really dedicated work on this issue. It's been a tremendous joint effort, I believe. But today, I will very quickly accept an intervention.
You also pay tribute to Surfers Against Sewers, who have done a marvellous job in lobbying and achieving a great outcome.
Thank you for that. And actually, I'm really pleased you made that intervention, because of course I would like to pay tribute to Surfers Against Sewage, who have played a key role in all this for such a long time. And coming from the South West as I do, I very much know about the good work that they do. Anyway, today, Mr Speaker, we are debating the nature part of the bill, and this provides a framework of measures to support nature's recovery in line with the ambitions set out in our 25-year environment plan. I can see an intervention coming up, and I will give way briefly.
I'm extremely grateful to the Minister for giving way. She will know that England significantly lags behind the other countries in the UK in terms of tree planting to help tackle climate change. She will also be aware that there is no ring-fenced component to the Nature for Climate Fund for innovative, green-minded local authorities such as my own in Harrow to put in bids so that we too can play our part in increasing tree coverage.
I thank him for that intervention, and as he will know, or I hope he does know, we launched our tree action plan just last week, and that sets forward all of the raft of measures we will use to enable us to plant our commitments and our targets on tree planting, which is 30,000 hectares by the end of this Parliament. There are measures in that action plan, and also we've allocated £500 million from the Nature for Climate Fund. So I would say that it's a huge commitment to tree planting in this country. I'm going to continue. The bill also contains a coherent package of new duties, tools and support to drive improvement for nature. So that's a 10% biodiversity net gain requirement on new development, a strengthened duty on all public authorities to conserve and enhance biodiversity, and they'll be able to do a lot of that tree planting my honourable member has referred to, local nature recovery strategies which will form the building blocks for a much wider national nature recovery network, species conservation strategies and protected site strategies to improve conservation outcomes for habitats and species, targeted measures to protect existing trees and plant new ones, so back to trees again there, and due diligence requirements to prohibit larger UK companies from including forest risk commodities in their supply chains. And I will always give way to my honourable friend from Northern
Mr Speaker, the Minister is always very kind, and I appreciate her very much, and thank you for giving way. Can I say, Minister, there's an amendment forward, Amendment 41, which will give enforcement to planning councils and local bodies to ensure that any illegal tree felling that takes place will not be allowed to happen. Is it the intention of the Minister and Government to support that amendment if it becomes forward? Because I believe the Minister and I both agree. We both love trees and we wish to see plenty of them. So will that happen? Thank you.
I thank him for that. And if he stays in the chamber, Mr Speaker, he will hear what I'm going to say about trees. And I hope no, he wouldn't want to leave. Of course he wouldn't. And he won't be able to now. And I hope that he will be pleased with what he hears about what we're doing to protect trees. Anyway, and then finally, in the raft of measures in this toolbox to improve nature, we have conservation covenants to protect natural features of the land for future generations. And just last week, we announced a significant raft of measures to further deliver for the environment. And I'm absolutely delighted to say that we have committed to this historic new legally binding target on species abundance for 2030. And that aims to halt the decline of nature in England. We will be tabling amendment on this in the other place, and we will set a final target in statutory legislation following the agreement of global targets at the UN Conference on Biodiversity in Kunming, China in autumn 2021. And it is absolutely essential, Mr Speaker, that we seize this opportunity to set our ambitions high and take action to deliver them. And I think that it is clear from what we're hearing in this bill, we are doing this. And that's why, in addition, I am pleased to be moving 2 new government clauses today, new clause 21 and new clause 22, which will help us to achieve this big drive to halt the decline in species, but also to actually drive recovery. Now, new clause 21 provides for a power to refocus the Conservation of Habitats and Species Regulations 2017 to ensure our legislation adequately supports our ambitions for nature, including our new world-leading 2030 target aiming to halt the decline of species. New clause 22 will allow us to amend Part 6 of the Habitats Regulations to improve the Habitats regulatory assessment process, where the evidence suggests that amending the regulations can improve the natural environment, make processes clearer and provide more legal certainty to help improve the condition of our sites. We will have the means of doing so swiftly. I will give way to your former Secretary of State in Loughborough.
Thank you. The Minister is very kind in giving way. Will she assure the House that the Government's determination to restore peatlands is going to be an important part of meeting its new 2030 commitment on species conservation?
Thank you for that, and for giving me the opportunity to mention our peat action plan, which was launched just last week. And actually restoring our peatlands is a really crucial part of adding to our improved nature. It's really essential that we do get those 30,000 hectares that we've pledged to restored, and we have got the funding and measures behind it in order to help us do that. I just wanted to mention the member for Brighton Pavilion will say in her speech, I don't see her in her seat at the moment, but that we need to... Oh, she's online. OK, I'll sort of look up there. She will say that we need to lock in the protections of the Habitats and Wild Birds Directive as they are now. But if we are to deliver on our ambitious new target and actually reverse the downward trend we have seen in recent decades, we need to change our approach, and we need to change it right now. Now that we have the leading framework and targets set out in this bill, we need to take responsibility for delivering the change that is needed to achieve our world-leading environmental ambitions. We need to create space for the creative public policy thinking that can actually help us deliver these results. And to that end, we have designed these new amendments specifically with the aim of conserving and enhancing biodiversity. Under subsection 10 of new clause 21, the power to amend Regulation 9 can only come into force from the 1st of February 2023,
once we have set the biodiversity targets and conducted the first review of the Environmental Improvement Plan, as provided for in Part 1 of the Bill. We have also been explicit that powers can only be used if they don't reduce the existing level of environmental protection. We will consult closely with conservation groups, the OEP and others. The clause will also require us to explain to this House how the use of the power would maintain the level of environmental protections provided by the Habitats regulations before any regulatory changes are made, and of course the House will have the opportunity to vote on any reforms. In addition, my colleague, the Noble Lord Benyon, will also chair a small working group comprising of myself, Tony Juniper, Chair of Natural England, and Christopher Katowski, QC, which will gather information on how we might utilise the powers enabled through our government amendments, and we will have our first meeting before the summer recess. This group will consider the technical detail and will gather evidence from experts and stakeholders. And the Green Paper itself will then offer a further opportunity for stakeholders to feedback on the initial proposals for reform. We will consult with the new OEP on any proposals we develop before any regulatory changes are made. On the theme of habitats protection, my right honourable friend, the member for Epsom and Ewell, who I'm so pleased to see sitting in his place, is right to raise the very important issue of protection of species like the hedgehog, Mr. Speaker. We all love a hedgehog, don't we? But I've released lots of rescue hedgehogs into my garden, Mr. Speaker. Now, the existing legislation focuses on deliberate harm against species which on its own does not properly address the very real challenges that species like declining numbers like hedgehogs face. It's a priority for us to provide the legislative protections and policy interventions needed for our wildlife, including for declining species such as the hedgehog, and to deliver our 2030 target on biodiversity. He will therefore be pleased to learn that I have instructed my department, as part of our Green Paper, to begin a review of this legislation with a view to enhancing and modernising it. We intend to publish and seek views on our conclusions in the Green Paper later this year, and I give him an absolute commitment that this work will encompass the issues that he has raised, and I know he will be speaking about today, and that the final outcomes will ensure that we provide the kind of support that is desperately needed to reverse the decline in hedgehog numbers. And thank him in advance for really championing this cause, because I think the hedgehog needs a champion. Now, along with climate change, biodiversity loss is the defining challenge of our generation. Ensuring our protected sites can be restored to good condition, functioning properly as reservoirs for wildlife, and protecting our most vulnerable habitats and species is absolutely critical to delivering on our environmental ambitions. But I will very briefly go away.
Thank you very much. And I congratulate the Minister on seeking to improve this bill. I think that's excellent. There are 4 amendments being put down, 2 from me, 1 from the right honourable friend from Chipping Barnet, and also from Basingstoke, that address specifically tree preservation orders, more protections, closing loopholes for SSSIs. Would the Government please listen closely to those amendments? And if they think they're worthy of support, as I think they are, will they please incorporate them or ensure that they are incorporated in the other place? Thank you.
I thank you for that, and I know, Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of strong advocates for trees. We've got some very strong measures in the bill, as he will, I hope, know already. We've worked very hard on our tree protections, but that in conjunction with our tree action plan, we believe we have very strong measures for trees. But obviously, we're always open to hear what colleagues have to say, because we have to look after and indeed increase our tree planting. So what I wanted to say was that our ambition goes much wider than just existing protected sites. We want to see a much more abundant, nature-rich Britain, with further action to bend the curve on species loss in this country. These powers to redesign our conservation regulations with these ambitions in mind form part of our plan to restore and enhance nature in this country. It is a must-do, and we will do. And, Mr Speaker, I commend these amendments to the House.
Sorry, you're on.
Habitats regulations, power to amend general duties.
The question is that new clause 21 be read a second time. I call the Shadow Secretary of State, Luke Pollard. And just before he starts, just to remind members that backbenches will be 4 minutes, as we've got a lot of interest in this very important bill. Luke Pollard.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. 2 years ago this month, it was Parliament that declared a climate and ecological emergency. We were the first Parliament in the world to do so, in what was a truly landmark moment in the fight against the climate and ecological crisis. I was proud to work on that declaration and proud it was a Labour motion. We need more landmark moments like that if we are to tackle the climate and ecological emergency in a meaningful way. We were promised that the Environment Bill would be a landmark bill. Landmark is what the government kept saying, seemingly until England's rolling hills were full and littered with press releases as far as the eye could see. But it's not a landmark bill, sadly. Let's be clear about what the climate crisis means. If we don't take the bold action now that's required, the freak weather, the destruction of homes, job losses, food shortages, habitat loss, species extinction will only get worse. Now, since Parliament declared that climate emergency, DEFRA has issued 508 press releases about the environment. The group plural for a set of press releases evades me. It could be a discombobulation, a tedium, a wafer of press releases. But nonetheless, it seems the government has been more focused on the spin than the substance about it. Press releases, ambitions, targets and soundbites are no substitute for the bold action that we need on the climate. Happy to.
I thank the Shadow Minister for giving way. And what does he make of the WWF statement that the bill does not go far enough to protect the world's forests and oceans? And specifically, I know there's interest across the House about neighbourhoods, suburbs. In my own constituency of Muswell Hill, Highgate, Stroud Green, a lot of concern about trees coming down unnecessarily. How can we make that vision a reality?
I thank my friend for her intervention, and I think both herself and the WWF are right that we need to see bolder action on forests and the oceans. It's a shocking indictment to this bill that barely a mention of the oceans are in this, which is a really important part of our environment. I think ministers have to act in a quicker and more decisive way than we've seen to date on the environment. I'd hope that the delay in this bill would have given ministers that time to be bolder, but I'm afraid they haven't used it as wisely as I would like. I welcome the steps forward that the Minister has announced, but they're not enough. The pace and urgency seems to be absent. Our rivers are polluted, with not a single river in England safe to swim in. More species are facing extinction at home and abroad, more bees dying from bee-killing pesticides, the use of which is legitimised by this government, more plastics entering our ocean and dangerous particulates entering the lungs of some of our most vulnerable. So where's the vision? Where's the landmark boldness that we were promised? Where is the rock-the-boat carbon-cutting innovation? Where's the determination to push harder and harder to clean our air, protect our species, plant more trees and get us back on a course for nature recovery? Where's the WHO air quality targets in this bill? Where's the boldness on ocean protection? We not only need that bold action to cut carbon, but to step up and protect our natural environment as well. That's because we can either solve a carbon crisis or an ecological crisis. If we have that approach, we'll solve neither. We solve both of them together or none of them at all. Happy giving way.
I absolutely agree with what my honourable friend is saying and indeed support the amendments that are also in my name, and I've had many constituents writing to me about these issues. Would he agree there's a stark contrast actually with the approach shown by the Welsh Labour government, which, for example, in its tree planting programme, since 2008 the plant scheme has planted a tree for every child born or adopted in Wales and also in Uganda, supporting forestation globally, and also the new moratorium they've introduced on incineration, when he's talking about the crucial issue of air quality that affects myself and indeed my honourable friend, the other Shadow Minister, in our own constituencies.
I thank my honourable friend for that. I think what the Welsh Labour government has shown is that you can be bold, you can be decisive, and you can take people with you on that journey. I think the way that you've had a people-first approach in Wales, I think, is something that could be replicated by an English approach, which sadly, I think, is seeing England fall further and further behind other nations in the United Kingdom. That's why I want the Minister to do more to preserve our precious habitats and biodiversity. If a car is speeding off a cliff, it's not enough simply to slow it down. We have to bring it to a stop and turn things around. And that's why Labour's laid several amendments to try and inject some boldness that we need into this bill. Let me turn to them now. The public want to see us plant more trees. The thing about planting more trees is more trees isn't enough. We need to be bolder and bolder in the numbers we plant and the species we plant to make sure we have a good mix of fruit trees, deciduous and other varieties of trees, creating a rich biodiversity of habitats for our wonderful wildlife. The Committee on Climate Change, the independent body set up to advise the government, has been clear that we need to raise our current 13% forest cover to 17% by 2050 if we have any chance of meeting our climate goals. That may need to be further if the government continues to miss other targets along the way. But the government is missing its tree planting target by 40 years. If we continue at the current paltry rate of tree planting, the government's own 2050 target won't be met until 2091. I'll be 111 years old in 2091. I'd like to live that long, but I simply don't think the planet can wait for us to hit that low level of ambition that the government has on this. More tree planting plans, more targets, more press releases, more paper printed out with those press releases won't plant the trees we need. That's why I want the Minister to be bolder on that. That's why we've tabled new clause 25 that would see the government at least hit the Committee on Climate Change's target, but I want them to go further. Our Amendment 22 is another attempt to give this bill some ambition on net gain. The government has laid out some plans to regain and restore some habitats, and that's welcome, but it stopped short of actually safeguarding this for the long term. Amendment 22 would require habitats secured under biodiversity gain to be maintained in perpetuity rather than just for the 30 years envisaged by this bill. And the 30 years matters. Can the Minister explain what would happen after the 30th year? What would happen in the 31st year? Will those protections fall away? Why was 30 years chosen and not a greater number? Habitats for wildlife can take decades or even longer to become established, but they can take minutes to be destroyed by a bulldozer. Protections matter. Happy giving way.
Thank my honourable friend for giving way. Does he share my concern that the proposals being brought forward by the government in terms of planning reform will actually make the proposals in this environment bill about net gain and about protecting habitats far more difficult, in that it's a developer's charter and the wishes of local people are very likely going to be overridden?
Yeah. Well, my honourable friend from Bristol is exactly right on this point. That's why the approach that Labour's arguing for ministers is a comprehensive approach that's joined up. An approach that DEFRA's policies align with MHCLG's, align with Treasury funding. But they don't at the moment. A developer's charter on one hand doesn't match with the protections that the Minister's talking about. I believe her when she says she's passionate about this. I just don't see that read across government policy. The peripheralisation of DEFRA in the government debate is not helping protect our habitats when other ministers are able to get away with habitat-destroying policies, and seemingly all we have is a minister patting herself on the back for this bill. That's not enough, and I'm glad my honourable friend raised that example. I'm worried that the government's approach to species conservation is seemingly ad hoc and represents an unambitious approach that seems to have overtaken DEFRA. Labour's Amendment 46 demands a strategic approach to species conservation, protecting, restoring and creating habitats over a wider area to meet the needs of individual species that are being protected. And it acknowledges the vital role that species conservation can play in restoring biodiversity and enabling nature's recovery. Indeed, this builds on Labour's amendment to the bill tabled by the member for Leeds Central in the last stage that would see a nature recovery by 2030. I welcome the steps forward on that, but I would like to see more detail, because at the moment I feel it seems like a good press release, but not enough action to ensure that the delivery is actually ensured. Now, Mr Speaker, you will know that I'm a big fan of bees. I should declare an interest because my family keep bees on their farm in Cornwall. Since 1900, the UK has lost 13 out of 35 native species of bee. Bees are essential to our future on the planet, to pollinating crops and to the rich tapestry of biodiversity that depend on them. Bee health is non-negotiable. We have to do all we can to protect our precious pollinators. On the first day of report stage, the Conservatives voted down Labour's amendment to restore the ban on bee-killing pesticides. On day 2 of report stage today, will the government back or defeat Labour's amendment on 46 on species conservation? This really matters, because bees really matter, And I think this is a concern that's shared on a cross-party basis about it. The steps the Minister has taken to support sugar beet farmers, especially in the east of England, is welcome. I want to support sugar beet farmers as well. I want to support British agriculture, something that is especially needed with the risk of an Australian trade deal. But lifting the ban on bee-killing pesticides is not the answer. That will not help us in the long term. Like many campaigners and stakeholders, we on this side are concerned that the overt focus on development in the explanatory narrative supplied by the government on clause 102 suggests that it could fall into a worrying category. Labour's Amendment 46 seeks to correct this by putting nature recovery objectives underpinned by evidence into the heart of every strategy and ensuring each one abides by the mitigation hierarchy. Starting with trying to conserve existing habitats and then moving to habitat compensation only when all other avenues have been exhausted. This will ensure that each strategy serves to recover a species rather than green-lighting the destruction of existing habitats important to that species in return for inadequate compensation elsewhere. Our amendment on this one is common sense. It strengthens the clause in the name of the Secretary of State and if passed, would show that this House cares about getting the most out of this bill. I hope that's a clause that the Minister will give additional attention to when this bill enters the other place. In relation to some of the other amendments that have been tabled, on the habitats regulation and government clauses 21 and 22, I look forward to hearing from the Honourable Member for Brighton Pavilion. She and I share an awful lot in common on this matter, because on the face of it, we're minded to agree that we cannot rely on the government not to dilute the environmental protections currently in the nature directives. I heard what the Minister has to say, and I think her heart is in the right place on this, but I do want to see it in law, because she may not be a Minister forever, and so we need to make sure that whoever follows her will have the same zeal and encouragement for that as others. And I'm afraid, unless it's on the face of the bill, there's a risk that that might not happen. We support the Select Committee Chair's deforestation amendments 26 and 27 and to encourage and to extend due diligence requirements to the finance sector and strengthen protection for local communities and Indigenous peoples. That's a good example, I think, of the Select Committee Chair proposing something meaningful, important, but that might not always get the headlines. I think that is an important role that he is doing, and we want to encourage power to his elbow in terms of that. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the Environment Bill has been stuck for too long. I had hoped the delay caused by the government not to bring this bill forward would have altered the government's pedestrian approach and would have resulted in bolder action with more amendments to this bill, taking on the concerns of NGOs, stakeholders and indeed the constituents that we all represent. But on air quality, it fails to put WHO, World Health Organization targets into law. It fails to require enough trees or seagrass to be planted. It fails to look at our marine environment in a meaningful way. On targets, it's weak, and the difficult decisions required to hit net zero seem to be parked for future dates. It's absent on ocean protection, surely a key part of our environment as an island nation. Labour's amendments would strengthen this bill, and in all sincerity, I encourage the Minister to look closely at them because I think they're good amendments. This is precisely why, Mr. Speaker, I fear the government will whip its MPs to vote against them. Because I don't think the ministers want a strong landmark bill. I think they want a weak bill that allows them the freedom to park difficult decisions, to delay urgent action, to act in their own best interest rather than the planet's. This bill is enough to look busy, to do something, but not enough to make meaningful change. And it's in that grey area that a real danger lies. Enough to convince the public that something is being done, without fundamentally changing the outcomes at the end of it, to lull people into a false sense of security that change is happening and change does not require those difficult decisions that we all in our hearts know are coming. Happy to.
I'm listening to him carefully as always. I don't think it's fair to say it's a weak bill, but could I just probe the opposition as we are at report stage on the whole issue of biodiversity as a condition of planning permission? There are amendments down on the order paper in that respect today. Where does the opposition stand around planning permission and biodiversity as a precondition thereof?
Well, I'm grateful for that intervention. I know he always listens carefully to my speeches in terms of this, and I think actually his question is a good one. We are facing a bit of a planning crisis, I think. I'm concerned that the developer's charter that has been set out by government on planning on one side of the government apparatus doesn't fit neatly with what's been proposed in this bill on this side. I think if we are to have the expansion in a free-fall for development that is being proposed by one government department, it's hard to see how that fits with the biodiversity protections on another side of government. Now, I would like to see them gel together because I want to see developers bring forward more affordable homes, zero-carbon homes, low-carbon homes that we all need in all our constituencies. And to do that, we need to send a very clear message to developers about how biodiversity is to be built into the planning system. Where, for instance, is the requirement for swift bricks to be built into new developments, building nature into it? Where is the development where there's a requirement to have hedgehog holes in some of the fences that we've seen from some developers? There's an awful lot of good interventions on biodiversity and planning that doesn't create unnecessary red tape, doesn't create cost, but creates an environment when we can build nature into our new planning system. At the moment, I'm concerned that those two things don't match together. That's why we want to see biodiversity much more integrated into the planning system as where it goes. And if I'm honest, I think members on the government side of the House also want to see that to happen, which is why I think the planning reforms as proposed in the Queen's speech don't fit with this bill, and that's why there's such concern about it. I'll give way, then I'll conclude.
These are good individual ideas, but actually the problem is a much wider one, that if we don't have a recycling culture in housing and planning, we're just going to use lots of greenfield sites, and we're actually going to not only damage our environment, but damage our communities and do social damage by leaving brownfield sites undeveloped. So we need to start taxing greenfield sites and do radical stuff so we get joined up government and use that money so we can massively clear away brownfield sites. And that is what we need to be doing, not just putting in nice little bee bricks, as important as they are, for greenfield development.
I thank the honourable member for the intervention. I'm a big fan of bee bricks as well as swift bricks along the way. I fear his intervention was more aimed at the government rather than myself on this one here, and I hope the Minister will be listening carefully to our own backbenchers, because whether she agrees with the words of the opposition or not, we need a bolder environment bill. We need it better joined up across government, because we're not there. And that is because DEFRA was at the heart of government when the member for Surrey Heath was in charge. I think it has lost its way. It's lost its vavavoom. It's dominated now by a bland and dreary managerialism. Where is the energy, the drive needed to tackle the climate crisis? The department has a lot of decent junior ministers. One of them is opposite me now. But I think it's lost its way. This bill is okay. It's passable. It's a bit meh. But it isn't landmark. Indeed, it is deliberately not a landmark bill. I say to the Minister, look carefully at Labour's amendments, and please let's work together to get this bill back on track, because I agree with her on the need for bold action. It's just I don't think this bill delivers it. And if we are to properly address the climate and ecological crisis, we need more, bolder and decisive action than I'm afraid this bill includes. Thank you.
Just to remind members, it will be 4 minutes. I also remind honourable members that when speaking, the limit is in effect for backbenchers. The countdown clock will be visible on the screen of honourable members participating virtually and on the screens in the chamber. For honourable members participating physically in the chamber, the usual clock in the chamber will now operate. I now call Chair of the Select Committee, Neil Parish.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak in this debate. I welcome the return of the Environment Bill, and I commend ministers for bringing it back so quickly after the Queen's speech. I would like to start by welcoming the recent publication of the England's Tree Action Plan. It sets out ambitious targets for tree planting, and I was pleased to see it also includes plans to deliver what I previously described as smart tree planting. What I mean by smart tree planting is not simply planting large numbers of trees, but planting the right trees in the right areas so that it can help mitigate soil erosion and form natural flood defences. I welcome that new woodlands are to be planted, which will enhance biodiversity and have recreational benefits. But I also want to emphasise the point that trees are also a living crop. We want to see them grow and mature, and we use them for building our houses and capture the carbon. So I also want to see the right varieties planted to form the timber for our future buildings. However, whilst we are rightly going to great lengths to deliver sustainable forestry policy in England, we must not miss the opportunity to set an equally ambitious targets to protect forest overseas. Many of these are very sadly facing an unprecedented threat. In 2020 alone, over 11,000 square kilometres of the Amazon were lost to deforestation, the highest in 12 years. This is an area nearly twice the size of Devon, lost in 1 year. Large-scale commercial agriculture accounts for a large proportion of that. We cannot allow this to go on.
Will my honourable friend take an intervention?
I will take an intervention.
I'm very happy to put my name to Amendments 26 and 27, in particular 27 around financial services. Many of our constituents and mine will invest with and use UK financial institutions and banks and pension funds. They will have very little sight of the investments that they make around the world that could assist deforestation of the Amazon, as my honourable friend has referred to. Isn't that the key point, that we can't just rely on transparency? It is a duty of this House to act, and this legislation is a golden opportunity to do that.
I thank my honourable friend very much for that intervention, and he is absolutely right, because especially in pension funds, do you know what those pension funds, which companies they're investing into, what those companies are investing? Are they investing into large cattle ranches in Brazil? Are they investing into Malaysia? All of those things where perhaps deforestation may be taking place. This is what we need to tighten up on, and I very much welcome his intervention. Large-scale commercial agriculture for a large proportion, we cannot allow this to go on. Not only are rainforests a carbon sink, but they hold 80% of the world's terrestrial biodiversity. They help maintain our delicate global ecosystem. So I am pleased that as part of this bill, companies who cause illegal deforestation will be held accountable. The requirements for large companies to undertake due diligence on their supply chains is an important step. But this bill should go further in tackling this practice, Mr. Speaker. As honourable members will know, I have tabled 2 amendments to the bill to ensure these measures have the teeth to tackle the problem. First Amendment 26 proposes that we put into law protections for the rights of indigenous people. I suggest that the free, prior and informed consent must be obtained from indigenous people and local communities before big companies go in and develop land. This is important because whilst the government's new provisions do reference the need for companies to ensure local laws are respected, they do not consider that the rights of indigenous communities are not always respected in law. And I have visited Brazil. I have seen the trucks going through the forest. I have seen people in the back of the trucks with submachine guns. So I can assure you, not easy for indigenous people to have their rights in places where it is very, very, there is no real rule of law in parts. Indeed, 80% of indigenous lands do not yet have secure legal rights. What is happening in places is that local people are rightly defending their own land from aggressive development at great risk. In February 2019, I had the honour of meeting with the chief of the indigenous population in the Amazon. He told me the daily struggles he and his people experience protecting their homes from illegal land clearance. Research shows that more people than ever were killed in 2019 for defending their land. Over 200 were killed, an average of around 4 people a week. And not only are indigenous people being killed, but many are seeing the land of which their livelihoods depend being destroyed. Amendment 26 would not only save lives, but also save livelihoods. This is something that I would ask the government to look at very carefully, and I know it greatly cares about. The second measure I would like to see is the government tighten up the bill's Amendment 27. I firmly believe that we must ensure that the legislation does not include the financial sector, who are in many cases bankrolling deforestation in places such as Brazil and Malaysia. If we do not include the financial sector in these measures, we are missing out on one of the most integral parts of the supply chain and leaving a large loophole in the law. Thank you very much.
We now go to SNP spokesperson Deirdre Brock. Deirdre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there used to be a TV game show, you might recall, called Bullseye, where the legendary Jim Bowen consoled failed contestants with that cruelest of catchphrases, "Let's have a look at what you could have won." So as we come to the end of the long process of this Environment Bill, a lot of folk might be thinking that it was Jim Bowen presenting it. I'll be as generous as I possibly can be here and say that there were good intentions behind this bill, or at least the stated intentions were good back when it appeared many, many moons ago. There was admirable ambition to enshrine environmental protections in law, to set proper targets, and to establish the Office for Environmental Protection. High aims, except those rules wouldn't apply to one of the most polluting and environmentally damaging parts of the state, the military. It also wouldn't apply to anything that might be classed as national security or taxation or spending. Those are pretty big areas of government. If you're exempting taxation and the allocation of resources, there is a massive part of governance that will walk happily on by without casting a glance in the direction of the environmental protection regulations. Then, of course, the committee stages of the bill saw that government introduce amendments and new clauses that limited the power of the Office of Environmental Protection to take enforcement action, creating thresholds for reviews, moving the review from tribunal to court, limiting the OEP's power to intervene in judicial reviews brought by others, and imposing even greater limitations on its own power to initiate judicial reviews. To top that off, ministers took the power to be able to direct the OEP on what it should be enforcing, from a powerful and independent body to a mere arm of the government before it's even born. It's a bit sad, really. I mean, there are still things to be welcomed here, the setting of a species recovery target being one. It should be a declaration of intent, a commitment to reversing some of the harm that has been done, but it needs clarified and it needs political will behind it to get to any kind of a delivery phase. It also needs cash, plenty up front to get it started, but also an ongoing commitment to keep funding the work. Now, we've seen what happened to Natural England, how the funding cuts stripped that body of its ability to do its job, how the feet got cut away from it, how a decade of austerity has rendered it unable to function properly. Budget cuts leading to pay cuts, cuts in grants, cuts in staff numbers, cuts in assessed programs. It's a terrible way to treat staff, a horrendous betrayal of their loyalty and hard work. And I hope government ministers and those hoping one day to replace them think on that. Its government funding was cut by 2/3 between 2010 and last year. Staff numbers have gone down by a quarter since 2010. Those who are left have seen real terms pay cuts. The ability of the agency to do its work is compromised, if not fatally damaged. Its recovery, if it can recover, would depend on substantial investment in cash and in political capital. Now, given how the Office of Environmental Protection has been gutted even before it's been created, though, I can't see much hope for Natural England. Perhaps the Minister, in her closing remarks, can tell us how that will pan out, though. This is almost entirely England's problem, of course, Mr. Speaker, because it's England's government failing on the environment, and this bill is largely an English bill. But what is done in England affects Scotland in many ways, including funding, because we are stuck in this constricting union, for the moment at least. I'd be happy to see England sorted out for Scotland's sake, but even more for the sake of the environment. We will, of course, though, all be in agreement with Amendment 26. Who in Parliament would ever think it appropriate to go taking the resources of other peoples and lands without the consent of those peoples? Such pillaging of communities should be beyond the pale. You know, the UK government could just for once look to Scotland and the initiatives of government that is ambitious for its citizens and mindful of its duty to protect and improve our environment can legislate for. Our commitments to active travel, to the restoration of our peatlands, a deposit return scheme soon to be implemented, further planting of new woodlands, implementing WHO's recommendations on particulate matter 2.5 on air pollution, the largest green space project in Europe, the Central Scotland Green Network, and much, much more, with green recovery being placed at the heart of successive policy publications, actions rather than just words. Even in this year when COP26 is to be hosted in Glasgow, the commitment of the UK government to sorting out some of the mess is minimal, if at all existent. France managed to create the Paris Agreement when it headed to COP. The UK is busy greenwashing what it can and dismantling the rest. Biden's doing the work that the UK government should be doing, dragging commitments out of other governments. The UK government likes to pretend the UK is a world leader, but it can't even lead a conference. There are missing elements to this bill which will have to be addressed in the very near future. The lack of clear and binding plans to reduce waste, the World Health Organization guidelines on particulate levels reduction are missing. There's nothing on plastic pollution. Many public bodies are exempt from the law. I've already mentioned the military and anything that's been covered by the nebulous national security definition, but there are plenty of others. I promise I won't mention the rolling back on the existing EU protections to spare the blood pressure of the ardent Brexiteers, but it is there. And as the EU continues to press ahead, keeping to those environmental protections that the UK's Environment Secretary described as spirit crushing, the UK will fall behind. Protecting the environment and making some progress on addressing the climate emergency takes effort and fortitude and a bit of guts to tackle the unpopular things that need doing. I am not seeing any evidence that this kind of grit exists in Whitehall, and that seems to me to be a great shame. Now, Jim Bowen never had the environment behind that screen, but I can't help reflecting on the fact that this should have been a big win, and it is instead a sorry look at what we haven't won.
We now come to Bill Wiggin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I tabled new clause 2 in order to address the proposed general licensing requirements for the release of game birds and the environmental benefits of shooting. A campaign group named Wild Justice are repeatedly challenging DEFRA. As a result, Natural England must make assessments on the potential damage to EU protected sites before granting licences for the release of game species. The proposed assessments are intended to take years to achieve, thus halting the granting of licences. This amendment seeks to shift the requirement for Natural England from doing mandatory assessments to instead determining them on a common-sense, case-by-case basis. Campaign groups like Wild Justice would like to end all country sports, often fuelled by emotive and ill-informed rhetoric. These campaigns don't recognise the importance to the environment of country sports, not only their contribution to the rural economy, but to conservation of the land. The gross value added of shooting stands at £1.7 billion in England and £2 billion in the United Kingdom, and £240 million of that in the West Midlands alone. Shooting adds 350,000 direct paid jobs to the market and accounts for 10% of the total amount spent on outdoor recreation each year. 3.9 million work days are spent on conservation every year. That is the equivalent of 16,000 full-time conservation jobs. And up to 700,000 hectares of farmland are planted with wild bird seed mixes and pollinator strips as a result of game bird management. That is 5 times greater than the land owned by the RSPB. Game shooting estates often have 65% more hedgerows than normal farmland. And most statistics show that, this is not an elite sport, the preserve of the elite. The statistics on the 31st of March show that there were 159,483 firearms certificates and 567,358 shotgun certificates on issue in England and Wales. That is at least 1.6 million people are shooting in the UK. Now, pheasants have been in the UK continually for the last 2,000 years. Their release, management and subsequent hunting predates all site protections, and indeed game bird release and management have largely been responsible for there being sites of high nature value worth protecting in the first place. 28% of woodlands in England are managed to some extent for game birds, more than is managed for nature conservation. So I think we need to do considerably more to make sure that this type of legislation, if the new clause doesn't suit the Minister exactly, are taken on board. Natural England have 2 tools to monitor sites: the Improvement Plan for England's Natura 2000 sites, or IPENs, and they have a Designated Sites View, or DSV. DSV identified game bird release as causing an impact across 7 SSSI sites, and that's the equivalent of 134 hectares. For context, England's SSSI network covers 4,100 sites, and that is more than 1 million hectares. Therefore, this is proper, poor politics. The worst impact on nature, unfortunately, are dogs and walkers, and nobody wants to see them campaigned against. So I hope that DEFRA will adopt the gist of this amendment, protect itself.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'd actually like to begin by praising the work of Wild Justice, who are far from ill-informed and absolutely passionate about nature conservation, and they do some excellent work. I was waiting for the honourable member to mention Labour's amendment on peat burning, which I know is in the next section, but it's quite surprising that he was ran out of time. Well, maybe he can come back for the next debate and do an intervention to show that he supports that. Yeah, he can intervene on me, of course. In the time I have, though, with that slight distraction, I would like to speak primarily in favour of amendments 26 and 27 tabled by the EFRA Select Committee Chair. And I do believe that birthday congratulations are in order today. The deforestation, which destroys vital carbon stores and natural habitats, is both one of the central drivers of the climate emergency and also a driver of the devastating decline in biodiversity. And as we've heard, it also plays a role in displacing people from their lands, and it's linked to modern slavery and exploitative working practices. It's clear we need a no-tolerance approach to any deforestation in our supply chains, legal or illegal. The bill does come before us in a slightly better state than its previous incarnations, or its many previous incarnations, due to the government's new proposals on due diligence and deforestation. But unfortunately, they fall far short of what is needed. The primary issue is that they only act to eliminate illegal deforestation. This ignores the fact that some nations, most notably Bolsonaro's Brazil, are chipping away at legal protections around deforestation and enforcement mechanisms to identify and prevent it. The Brazilian Parliament, for instance, is set to approve new legislation dubbed the Destruction Package, which will accelerate deforestation in the Amazon by providing amnesty to land grabbers and allowing deforestation on indigenous lands and for major construction projects. Preliminary WWF research shows that 2 million hectares of forest and natural ecosystems could be legally deforested in the Brazilian territories that supply soy to the UK. And this bill is a unique opportunity to send messages to those states that failed to act to protect our planet. And that is why I would urge the government to think again and strengthen its proposals to include legal deforestation and show true climate leadership ahead of COP26. I'm sure that if we don't approve these amendments today, the noble peers in the other place will have very strong words to say about this, and I hope that they will send the bill back to us suitably amended. Amendment 27 would prevent financial services working with firms linked to illegal forest risk commodities. And we simply cannot claim to be tough on deforestation if we allow British financial institutions to support firms linked to it. These damaging investments are deeply embedded in our economy and sometimes even in our own personal finances. And shocking analysis from feedback published today has shown that even the Parliamentary Pension Fund has investment in meat companies such as JBS that have repeatedly been linked to deforestation. And I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, that is simply not good, that we are being drawn into complicity in this situation through our Parliamentary Pension Fund. So I hope the government will today accept these amendments and begin to show global leadership. Just turning in the few seconds that I have left just to the remaining amendments, I very much support those tabled by my honourable friends on the Labour front bench, including new clause 25 calling on the government to prepare a tree strategy for England, something we're trying to do in Bristol in terms of doubling the tree canopy and with our one city ecological emergency strategy, which I would encourage other cities and towns to emulate. Also Amendment 22 to embed the net gain of habitats in perpetuity. I would urge colleagues across the House to accept these amendments, and if we fail to do that today, as I've said, I'm sure the noble lords in the other place will take up these causes with their customary vigour.
Theo Clark. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm delighted to have the opportunity to speak today on this landmark bill, which aims to ensure that the environment is at the heart of government policy. And I'm pleased it intends to better conserve our environment, tackle biodiversity loss and regenerate parts of our great countryside. Can I start by thanking the Right Honourable Member for Epsom for his tireless efforts on environmental issues, including his work on food labelling and environmental sustainability. And I was very proud to co-sponsor his bill on this matter in the previous Parliament, much of the contents of which are set to come back to this House later today. And this, along with new Clause 4, demonstrates that there is so much more that can be done to strengthen our commitment to the environment by protecting vulnerable species. And I do welcome the Minister's statements today and her commitment to review ways that we can reverse the decline in the hedgehog numbers. And I do think we can also help the population to make informed choices. I went on a recent visit to Rodbaston College in my Stafford constituency, and I was delighted to tour the animal zone, where a number of my young constituents are learning to work with a variety of animals, learning how to protect our native species, such as the otter, and learning to train for future careers in conservation. So new Clause 4, which aims to insert hedgehogs into this bill as a protected species, I do think is an important reminder of how interconnected nature is and the important need to retain and to protect our species, such as the hedgehog. It may surprise some people to know that a key factor in the reduction of the number of hedgehogs is in fact keeping your garden too tidy, and also the lack of wildlife corridors in a number of fenced-in gardens. So last week I was pleased to reform the APPG for fruit, vegetables and horticulture, which I co-chair, and I led a conversation with Alan Titchmarsh in which we discussed how gardeners can work with nature to improve habitats for other wildlife, including hedgehogs. New Clause 21 aims to protect habitats better, and I think we can all do our bit by providing wildlife corridors and creating hedgehog homes like I have in my own garden. There's also an initiative that's very popular with my constituents called No Mow May. What this means is you do absolutely nothing to your lawn in May, and that can significantly improve the ecosystem of your garden. And I do think, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is the wonderful thing about nature. It wants to recover, we just need to give it the opportunity to do so. And I do believe that the measures in this bill lay the groundwork to significantly improve our environment. This bill, particularly New Clause 21, clearly demonstrates our government's commitment to protecting the unique and diverse habitats that we have in Britain. And I was very pleased recently to visit the Staffordshire Wildlife Trust's Walsall Centre to see firsthand their project, which replicates a wide variety of habitats in Staffordshire, including woodlands, ponds and wet and hay meadows. And it's these habitats providing homes for a range of flora and fauna, and that is why the measures in this bill are ensuring that we can protect these for generations to come. One of the reasons these steps are so effective and increase biodiversity is because we are helping other species in the ecosystem to thrive, which in turn leads to a richer and more resilient environment. That's why I believe it is so vital that we do reverse the biodiversity loss that we have already suffered in the UK, and that's why I welcome this focus in this bill. So I welcome this bill, and along with the new clause I have discussed, due to their aim to conserve our environment and increase biodiversity, we need to protect and improve our precious environment for generations to come.
Matt Rodder.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to be able to speak in this important debate today. Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to cut to the chase because time is short, and I think it is worth reiterating the point made by my honourable friend, I beg your pardon. We do face a climate emergency and an ecological emergency, and put quite simply, these are existential threats to humanity on this planet. We must, as he said quite rightly earlier, not only slow down the car that's speeding towards the cliff, but stop it, turn it around and drive the other way. And the question I think we need to discuss today is whether this bill is enough to stop that car, and in my opinion, it is simply not. It does make some small steps forward, I grant the government that, and I'm very keen to work with colleagues across the House on this matter, but I think we have to be honest with ourselves that it does not take the significant series of steps that we all need. We would all support, would hope, and which we urgently need as a country and the wider world needs. To highlight three key issues very briefly, before mentioning a few local points. On tree planting, I'm not sure the government fully understands the difficulty of rolling out a major programme of tree planting. given the wide range of landowners it needs to work with, the importance of supporting local authorities, the practical difficulties, the number of man and woman hours of time which it takes to plant a large number of trees. As the chairman of the Select Committee quite rightly said, the importance of biodiversity and supporting trees which are not only good in themselves at capturing carbon, but which have a beneficial effect on the landscape. For example, stopping erosion, also promoting native trees rather than those that don't support such a wide range of animals and plants. And the interesting comparison here is a sycamore versus an oak tree, whereas an oak tree might support 1,000 plants and animals. A sycamore which isn't native doesn't support anything like that, it supports a few species. There are also important weaknesses in terms of air quality. It's a major issue in my Reading East constituency, where we have a huge amount of traffic flowing through the town, a legacy problem with the way that roads are laid out in our area, severe concerns from many families about the health of children and older people, and indeed the population as a whole. On the oceans, my honourable friend also mentioned this, we face a huge challenge around the world with the growth of plastics in the oceans, many other problems there as well. So I would like to work on a cross-party basis with colleagues, but we do need to understand the urgency of the matters that should be addressed by this bill. And our residents within our local communities are telling us this. I'm sure I'm not the only person here present today who's got a groaning postbag and many different concerns raised by local people, far too many to mention in full. I want to just cover a couple of them. But a good example would be the scale of concern about sewage flowing into rivers. Reading sits on the Thames and the Kennet. We have a large population. We have people who want to wild swim in the Thames, other water users, many people who enjoy boating and fishing. We need to deal with this problem urgently, and it's related to the other issues that we have talked about today. We also, in my area, are very concerned about the planning liberalisation proposed by the government, which is completely mistaken, and as many honourable members opposite will know who represent similar seats in southern England, this could dramatically change the local landscape and lead to a huge amount of infilling between existing towns and cities and degrade the quality of life in existing suburbs by large blocks of flats being popped between rows of existing houses, as well as green lungs of towns and cities being built on. So I would urge the government, I realise it's not directly in this bill, to address that matter and completely scrap and reconsider its approach to planning and revert to the traditional tried and tested approach which has stood us in good stead since World War II. Very briefly, Madam Deputy Speaker, I realise I'm in danger of running over time. I would like to indicate my support for News Clause 25 on trees, Amendment 46 from the Chair of the Select Committee on the Rainforest, I wholeheartedly support him, Amendment 22 on habitat protection, New Clause 12 banning fracking, which is a very important measure, and there are some local concerns in our area about that, and New Clause 24 banning heather burning. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Sir Oliver Hill.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I speak to Amendment 45? Clause 95 in the bill is an important step forward because it changes the duty on public authorities from not just to conserve biodiversity, but it adds in that it should enhance it, and that is a big change, and it's one of the big measures in this bill. Amendment 45 would add to that by requiring public authorities to consider what action they can take to contribute to the achievements of targets under the UN Convention on Biological Diversity. And of course this is a big year with COP26 coming up, but we've also got the Convention being renewed and looking at the plan for the next 10 years at Kunming in October, about the time that this bill may well become law. And so I'm just inviting the Minister really to consider how we can leverage something like the nature target that's just been announced and see if we can make these international commitments so that we're not just changing Britain, we're changing the world. And just to talk a moment about the CBD, the last CBD, which set out a 10-year plan, was in 2010, the HE targets. And it is true that in our country we've done a lot of the things that were proposed, but internationally only one target out of 20 has been achieved, and that is number 11, which is about protecting areas of land and waterway, 17%. And this is an opportunity later this year to go much further, and the sort of commitments the government has made already
are the sort of things that we should be trying to negotiate. So yes, protecting 30% of land and seas for the future, not 17%, and building on this commitment that the government has made about protecting species. And so I think there is an opportunity here to perhaps put in the bill, but I'm probing the Minister on that, but really to see what the government's plans are to take the sort of initiatives that there are in this landmark bill and make them international. And I know that the Minister will probably have a lot to say in the wind-up, but if she was able to just touch on the global aspects, it would be very welcome indeed. Thank you.
Tim Farron.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm very grateful for the opportunity to speak in this debate, and I would restrict my remarks to Amendments 47 and 49 in my name, and Amendment 29 in the name of my honourable friend, the member for Richmond Park. What those amendments have in common are attempts to seek to protect the landscape and the environment, both in very rural areas like mine, but also in more urban and suburban parts of the UK threatened by the planning reforms that the government are bringing in. But first on items or amendments 47 and 49, those amendments seek to ensure that the environmental land management schemes contain with them a mechanism to deliver financial support, adequate financial support, to our farmers for delivering landscape benefits, in particular species conservation and protected site strategies. What we're really talking about is ensuring that we reward our farmers for maintaining the beauty of our landscape, something which inadvertently we have done through the various funding schemes that we've had over the last few decades, but which at the moment, I'm afraid, are going to drop by the wayside. It's hard to put a price on landscape beauty, but it's vital that we do so. In the Lake District and the Yorkshire Dales, in our Cumbria tourism economy, in a normal year, we would see that economy being worth more than £3 billion a year and employing 60,000 people within our county, comfortably the biggest employer within Cumbria. And underpinning that economy is the beauty of that landscape. I've often been in places like Barbandale. I would happily give way.
I thank the honourable gentleman very much for giving way, and I very much agree with what he's saying, because I think farming and landscape and tourism are also integrated. And I think as we deal with the Environment Bill, we've also got to remember that agriculture and tourism are all interlinked, especially in our great rural parts of this great country of ours.
The Secretary Chairman is absolutely right. I completely agree with him. And we've got to find a mechanism for making sure we reward those people who maintain the beauty of our landscape. I've often been in places like Barbandale or Dentdale, Langdale, Kentmere, Long Sleddle, many other glorious bits of my part of the world, and you will feel compelled to almost express an envy at the hill farmer that you're with and her or his glorious environment. And very often the response will be a kind of slightly sad look that says, well, look, I just can't eat the view. And it's all very well having a beautiful place, but if you make a pittance out of working there, what good is it to you? And that is what is happening in the uplands. We see people steadily moving away from the uplands, the failure of farms, the closure of farms, particularly the government's current plan to offer early retirement for farmers without any mechanism to get young people in to replace them, closing, for example, the only agricultural college in Cumbria just in the last few, in these days that we're currently in at the moment. I'm desperately concerned that the ELM should reward farmers for landscape value, and at the moment there is no mechanism that is effective to do that. That should be added in. That's why this amendment matters. I'm also concerned about what it means for the status of some of our beautiful parts of the United Kingdom. World Heritage Site status was awarded to the Lake District just a few years ago by UNESCO. And I often say that when you look at the report that awarded that status, it gave as much credit to the farmers as it did to the glaciers. These are managed, crafted landscapes, and we need to reward the farmers who provide them. We also need to, there are many things bad about us not being in the EU. One good thing is that we don't need to nick some of the things or borrow some of the things that they used to do. We don't need to borrow the plan for funding through ELM through the mechanism of income foregone. We should instead be rewarding farmers for the actual value of what they do, not the pittance that we replaced them being paid for in the first place. In the final few moments that I've got, I would return to Amendment 29 in the name of my honourable friend, the member member for Richmond Park. Local nature resource strategies are a good idea. They are welcome, but they are weak because they will not be worth the paper that they are written on if they aren't material in the considerations and decisions that local planning committees make. And if we're going to protect our green belt, whether it be places like the Honourable Gentleman's constituency in Reading East, other parts of the ring around London, or indeed a very rural area like mine, that we must not allow planners or put plans in a situation where they have no power to prevent developers damaging the countryside, or indeed, as is the case in a place like mine, allowing them to deliver up to 50 houses without having to deliver a single affordable property. 9 out of 10 planning permission applications get passed. Over 1 million planning applications for homes have not been delivered. Planning is not the problem. Planning is the protection for our communities and our environment, and that is why this amendment is important to try and undo and mitigate against some of the government's attack on our rural communities.
Julie Morrison.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member from the Westmoreland and Lonsdale. It's a real pleasure to speak in this debate. It was over a year ago I made my maiden speech specifically so that I had the opportunity to contribute to the second reading of this bill, so it's a pleasure to be back here again. But I think it's almost worth reflecting on the context of where we are now, really, because in the intervening time, I mean, the pieces of our country, the world, has been almost thrown into the air, and we still don't quite know where they're landing. The pandemic makes this bill even more important than it was over a year ago. I think it's fair to say that all of us have had time to reassess priorities. We've considered, priorities in life, our quality of life, our family, health, friends. And so this bill becomes even more important as many of us with the roads quiet and having limited time to get out have reflected on the importance of our environment, our natural environment and what's around us. And our appreciation of nature and the need to focus on species loss and the things that make our environment unique to our localities is even more important than it was, I think. And so with respect, I must disagree with the Shadow Minister's characterisation of this not being a landmark bill, because it is a landmark bill, and I think it is a bold bill. And I particularly reject the characterisation that it's a mark of a government, or indeed any member on this side of the House, that don't care about the environment, because it absolutely is not that. Absolutely.
In our area, there are a lot of chalk streams, and would she agree with me that in terms of our populations, to have the sort of points that the government have agreed now in terms of not having overflows into the streams of sewage, treating the low flows as damage which it has to be restored, that these are incredibly valuable things in an area like ours.
I absolutely thank my right honourable friend and neighbour, the member for North East Herts, because I am going to come and mention chalk streams because they are such a vital part of our environment as a country, and particularly in Hertford and Hertfordshire. And this bill, in Hertford and Stortford, I may be biased, but we have got one of the most beautiful places in the world to live and work. This bill is important to us, to my constituents, and many of its provisions we're going to rely on. Development is a major driver of species loss and environmental degradation. And so the biodiversity net gain requirements are going to be absolutely critical for us in protecting our environment. We've got swathes of green belt which will be developed. There's lots of infill development. And this bill will be really important to help us retain our environment in those circumstances. And I really want to thank the Minister for her engagement with the APPG on chalk streams, because that has produced, I think, some really strong commitments and practical solutions. Hertfordshire, my constituency, we have 5 amazing chalk streams, the Stort, the Mimram, the Bean, the Ash and the River Lee. And we all know they've been called the rainforests of the environment because they are so key to diversity in the ecosystem. So I absolutely agree with my right honourable friend that the provisions in this bill about chalk streams are extremely welcome and extremely important. And I'm pleased to speak also as the RSPB champion for the Kestrel, because these are linked. These things are absolutely inextricably linked. In Rye Meads Nature Reserve in my constituency, the Kestrel species has declined drastically, but actually focus on chalk streams and the wildlife they produce will help the Kestrel as well. And it's so complex environment that I really welcome, and I thank her for her engagement on that and the progress we've made. So when I spoke last time, I quoted Rudyard Kipling, and whilst I won't overuse his beautiful words, what he was saying is you can't just sit back and expect everything to happen, our beautiful land to happen without us playing our part. And I believe this bill is very much us playing our part. Thank you.
Simon Malhotra.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The environment is a bedrock of our economy too, and our well-being. And it isn't something separate from ourselves. It's in the food we eat and the place that we live. I know this, and my constituents in Feltham and Heston know this too. Whether they're emailing me about biodiversity, badger culling, air pollution, habitats, parks, clean and green streets, or everything in between, it's clear that they care about the environment and about the other creatures in nature that we share it with too. Indeed, I was a member of Friends of the Earth before I joined the Labour Party as a teenager. As we prepare to host COP26 in November, and as we leave the EU's regulatory frameworks, now is the time to create positive, impactful, long-lasting environmental protections. Unfortunately, the government does not seem prepared to strengthen our legislation fully on environmental protections, instead seeming to give the Secretary of State too much discretion and refusing to implement too many of the changes we need. Lockdown highlighted more than ever the importance of nature for our nation's health and our well-being. But under the Tories, wildlife has been on a downward spiral, with 44% of species in decline over the last 10 years and tree planting targets being missed by over 50%. I want to see nature protected, and that's why I'm also supporting new Clause 25 to the bill, along with others that I've signed in the front bench name, to ensure that we're focused not just on planting new trees, but protecting and maintaining existing woodlands too. Hounslow Council's work on this has been inspiring, and I'm proud to also be an environmental champion. I want to speak briefly about plastics, because the pandemic has also vividly illustrated the scale waste created by single-use and throwaway packaging. Public, political and corporate concerns over plastic pollution are strong. We have a real opportunity to reduce the volume of single-use plastics that are harming our environment, our oceans and our health. Now, in March 2018, the government first confirmed it would introduce a deposit return scheme in England for single-use drinks containers, including plastic, glass and metal. This then went out for consultation in February 2019. Respondents to the consultation overwhelmingly backed a deposit return scheme, which is also very much supported by Heston Action Group, Cranford Action Group and many others across West London and in my honourable friend, the member for Brentford-Knightlworth constituency. The government was to introduce the deposit return scheme from 2023, but 2 months ago a consultation document confirmed it wouldn't now happen until late 2024 at the earliest. There is a clear case to proceed, so can the Minister explain why they need to explore whether there's a continued appetite for a deposit return scheme in a post-COVID context? This is an excuse, not a reason. We should be introducing a deposit return scheme well before late 2024. And whilst proposals to establish a DRS are contained in the Environment Bill, it does not say what materials will be included within a scheme, nor the deposit price. Madam Deputy Speaker, World Environment Day on June the 5th is just next week. We need to be engaging young people on the importance of our natural world. I've recently held an environment photography competition inviting young people 18 and under to send in a drawing or photo which represented nature to them, so we can see the environment through the eyes of young people. The entries have shown how much young people in Feltham and Heston care about the environment and about the importance of reducing, reusing and recycling. We can't let these young people down. It's their futures that this bill will affect, and it is this Parliament's responsibility to protect our environment for the generations to come. This needs a serious long-term plan and the political will to deliver it. Thank you.
We now go by video link to Ruth Edwards.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think many of us will be glad to see the back of endless Zoom calls which merge into one another. One that will always remain with me was the first time that I met Des, the brown, long-eared bat. It was the first time I'd seen one of these remarkable creatures close up. And he did indeed have the most spectacular ears, almost as long as his body. I was meeting Des because I'm the Bat Conservation Trust's species champion for brown long-eared bats, a species that are quite common in Rushcliffe and across Nottinghamshire, but whose numbers are in decline due to habitat loss. Sadly, Des and his fellow bats are not alone. In the UK, there's been on average a 13% decline in species abundance since 1970, with a steeper decline seen in the last 10 years. Species extinction is a very real danger for 1 in 10 species here in the UK. That's why the provisions in this bill are so important. I strongly welcome the requirement for all new developments to have a biodiversity net gain of over 10%. New homes are important, but we must do more to protect our beautiful countryside from overdevelopment. We must exhaust our options on local brownfield sites before allowing more development in nearby countryside. And thanks to this bill, the homes that we do build must now help to deliver rather than detract from biodiversity. This will be so important for species like bats who use existing structures for their roosts and are loyal to them. The type of homes we develop can make a huge difference to how welcome they feel. I also welcome the requirements for local authorities to produce nature recovery strategies as part of a 500,000 hectare nature recovery network, the largest restoration project in England's history. I'm delighted to hear the bill will be further strengthened with a legally binding target for species abundance. This will halt the decline in nature in England by 2030. It's a world-leading measure which will help to address the biodiversity loss we have seen in the last 50 years. I'm also relieved that this bill will help to tackle biodiversity loss overseas, in particular illegal deforestation, which is the cause of half of all tropical forest deforestation. We will be the first country in the world to put due diligence requirements on large businesses that use forest risk commodities in their products. Any such commodities must be produced in accordance with local laws. Businesses must establish a system of due diligence for each regulated commodity and report annually on it. This process rests on the principle of productive partnership with governments around the world, building on successful programmes like the Partnership for Forests programme. But we must remain alive to the reality that local laws may be distorted and changed to suit commercial agendas. I'm thinking in particular of the shameful actions we're seeing from the Brazilian government. We must be prepared for even stronger action to protect tropical forests if this doesn't change. Madam Deputy Speaker, this Environment Bill is a fantastic step forward. It provides a strong platform for our negotiations at the UN Biodiversity Conference and our presidency of COP26 this autumn. And I look forward to telling Des the good news that we've now passed this bill at our next meeting. Thank you.
Now we go by video link to Caroline Lucas.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to speak in this vital debate. Given the very short time we have, I'm going to focus on NC 21 and 22, two wide-ranging new clauses tabled by the government, and my amendments A and B, which I plan to push to a vote. Now, these new clauses would give the Secretary of State the power to amend the habitats regulations. These are critical pieces of legislation and the mainstay of conservation law. And although there is undoubtedly a strong case for aligning laws which protect habitats and species with the goal of halting the decline of nature by 2030, I'm concerned that the government's proposal is for new regulations which in fact could replace existing habitats regulations and risk losing vital protection for wildlife rather than adding to them. Yet the Environment Bill is not a replacement for the nature directives. They serve two distinctive purposes. The first, the bill, sets an overarching ambition for nature's recovery. The second provides protection for particular species and habitats, including particular local populations and individual specimens. In order to fully restore nature, we need both species and site-specific protection, as well as a bold overall goal. As these new clauses are currently drafted, though, they risk removing the much-needed protection of species and nature-critical areas, such as great crested newts, for example, or special areas of conservation, with significant damage to particular wildlife being masked by hoped-for overall trends of improvement. And yet we know that the scale and health of individual populations are crucial for restoring biodiversity. I'm also concerned, I have to say, that there has been no prior consultation or engagement with stakeholders on these amendments, and that neither an impact assessment nor the supplementary delegated powers memorandum have been published. So in light of these concerns, I've tabled two small amendments to NC21, simply replacing instead of with in addition to. And that would ensure that the existing objectives in the habitats regulations are not replaced, but rather added to. They would enable the habitats regulations to be aligned with the objectives outlined in the Environment Bill without risking the protection of specific sites, species or populations. These amendments are not about being frozen in time. I recognise that change is necessary, and I was online listening to the Minister's introductory remarks, so I heard what she said. But the new framework must be about improving environmental protection rather than creating the potential, at least, to weaken it. Even if this government has no plans to weaken regulations, as I hope they don't, this is a once-in-a-generation bill, and it must be future-proofed. There is no guarantee that a future minister in a future government wouldn't choose to use this opportunity to water down protections, and we need safeguards against that. These are therefore entirely reasonable amendments, which I hope very much the government will support. In the last bit of time I have left, I simply wanted to say a few words about NC16, tabled by the Right Honourable Member for Chipping Barnet, which would place the protection of biodiversity as a condition of planning permission. I am sure the Minister is aware of the threat currently faced by Nep Estate, one of the UK's best known and most successful rewilding projects, biodevelopment being proposed by Thacum Homes, which would destroy local habitat and obstruct vital wildlife corridors and connections between Nep and neighbouring areas. Since this project would deliver on the objectives laid out in the Environment Bill, I'd welcome confirmation that the Minister is in contact with the Community Secretary to ensure that he is championing its cause and will intervene in this case. It has been 25 years since the last UK-wide Environment Act was passed. In that time, the speed and scale of destruction has increased dramatically. We need a bold new bill, and we need to do more to make this bill what we need.
Sarah Dines.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is with great pleasure that I rise today to speak on this important bill and on a vital issue, an issue central to the people who live in Derbyshire Dales and indeed in the world. This is actually a landmark bill, and I've been waiting for this for many years. Environmentalism is at the heart of building back better, not just on these islands, but as part of the Prime Minister's vision for a global Britain. Tackling climate change and biodiversity loss was listed as the United Kingdom's #1 international priority in the recent review of defence and foreign policy. And there can be no doubt that the environment is safest when in the hands of a sensible Conservative government. This government is actually delivering, rather than delivering hot air, is delivering conservation. Of special interest to Derbyshire Dales is what the government is doing in relation to tree planting and peatland restoration. These are huge issues locally and should be internationally. It is through the Nature for Climate Fund and also with the creation of the Nature Recovery Network that we will see better policies and better things to go forward. We'll also get a more connected and richer wildlife habitat. I also welcome the fact that the government will be introducing 3 new schemes, very well thought out and planned, to reward farmers and land managers for producing public goods, set out in a 25-year environment plan. Such planning is inexistent on the opposite benches. This is most welcome. These schemes will be adapted, I'm sure, to suit all of our farmers, including my upland farmers who are found in Derbyshire Dales. I've been delighted over the months since my election to meet and work with organisations locally who care deeply. They're committed to the environment in Derbyshire Dales, such as the Moors for the Partnership, Future Partnership, who actually are leading the country, and the Minister knows full well about their work. This work is vital, and it's the Conservative government that is supporting them. Free of the shackles of Europe, we can focus on what we can do on our part of this precious planet. I also mentioned the many farmers I've visited during the constituency. They are a quiet and rugged people. They don't need to be attacked, they need to be supported. They live and work in a day-to-day partnership with Europe, and this government is doing that. I know just how much all the people of Derbyshire Dales care about the environment. I recently met with the Wirksworth Anglican Church and other churches in the Wellspring Group who care passionately about the environment. Whatever the politics of people, if they care about the environment, I will work with them and get this government to continue the good work on the environment. New technology and industry under this Conservative government will be leading the way, not just for a greener UK, but for a greener world. Derbyshire County Council, ably led by Councillor Barry Lewis and his newly elected Conservative colleagues, are at the forefront of plans to try and introduce a fleet of zero-emission hydrogen buses, and supported by smart mobility hubs. These are huge advances that Conservatives working together across this whole nation are doing. There's also the County Council's new £2 million Green Entrepreneurs Fund, which will be supporting small and medium-sized businesses, but also the emphasis on local authorities. The Derbyshire Dales District Council too, led by Councillor Gary Purdy and his hard-working Councillor Sue Hobson as a deputy, worked tirelessly on environmental issues, promoting things as small as wildflowers and trees, which are hugely significant. In conclusion, the people of Derbyshire Dales and the farmers that till this land and care for their livestock, and the people that live on our moors and our uplands, they're in touch with the environment. They need support and help, and this government is giving it. Whilst they need no prompting to look after that landscape, the provisions in this bill will make that job a lot easier. This is the government that actually is delivering.
Bob Seeley.
Actually, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to speak in favour briefly for four of the amendments put down. But first of all, I pay tribute to the Minister for her hard work seeing this bill through, the fact that she is determined to try to even now improve it by adding new clauses, which shows absolutely a diligence on her part and her team's part, which we all welcome, and also especially on the sewage. And we had problems in Ryde, in Sandown recently with sewage coming from Southern Water. So action on sewage is welcome, absolutely, on the Isle of Wight, and I congratulate Surface Sewage and indeed our honourable friend from Ludlow for his great work and for the Minister for supporting it. The four amendments, one is from honourable friend from Basingstoke, right honourable friend from Chipping Barnet, right honourable friend from Basingstoke, right honourable friend from Chipping Barnet, and two from myself. And I'll refer to them all briefly, if I may, in the next 4 minutes. And it's really, they're probing, so it's reassurance. If the Minister thinks the work's in there, that's good enough for me, but I'd like to put these ideas forward to make sure that they are. Firstly, on the right honourable friend from Basingstoke's amendment, I have to say I find it absolutely bizarre that character is not a prerequisite for major planning applications. I'm not talking here about a bungalow sort of extension or a patio, but for significant development. Criminal records, poor behaviour, threats to intimidate others, mass tree felling doesn't seem to be something that we can take into account. We have a Mr. Cooper, John Cooper, I believe in the Isle of Wight, who owns a caravan park in an AONB. He has recently cut down 50 oak trees to build a caravan park extension. We cannot, if that planning permission comes forward, we cannot turn him down on his appalling behaviour. And he's gone to ground since then. It would be nice, actually, if he'd like to make a public statement to folks on the Isle of Wight what he's up to. And I thank very much Councillor Peter Spink for pointing this out. Character needs to be part of the planning process, because we know there are some rogue developers, and I know this is planning as well, but it's also importantly, and I'm sure the Minister would agree, it's about environmental protection, and the more layers and safeguards that we can put in to protect landscape, the better. I'm not going to go into the honourable friend member from Chipping Barnet, because I know she's speaking soon. Well, we will speak to her amendment very eloquently. In the last minute and a half, I'd like to speak to my two amendments. Tree preservation orders for all mature trees and protected landscapes. I think it's a no-brainer. Unless, of course, the Minister says, actually, Bob, I think we've got this covered, we accept the argument, but our proposals go further, and I will take that on trust from the Minister. Finally, triple SIs. Triple SIs, very, very important. I have a triple SI on the Isle of Wight, which is about to be concreted over because of a loophole in planning and environmental law. I've written to ministers about this, and I'm afraid to say the responses have been a little perfunctory, to put it mildly. There is clearly a problem here because there is a time limit to the Town and Country Planning Act that if you have a caravan or a temporary home on a triple SI and it's not taken away within a time frame, then actually, effectively, you can develop that triple SI. You may not be able to stick permanent homes on it, but you can stick 200 caravans on it and concrete over the entire triple SI. How on earth, and I know the Minister is concerned about the environment, how on earth can that be right? Now, if the Minister thinks that's covered in this Environment Bill, I take it on trust. But if she doesn't think it's covered in this bill, will she please take forward this amendment, this clause, and incorporate it either here or maybe via the other place? Because it seems to me this is something absolutely useful that's closing an important loophole where triple SIs are damaged recklessly by people who deliberately game the system. I thank the Minister for listening. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
We now go by video link to Claire Hanna.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful to have the opportunity to speak today on clauses relating to nature and biodiversity and conservation in this important bill, although some of them relate to matters which are devolved, like most of the big challenges of this century, the environment and nature don't respect borders, and it's important that strong legislation is in place across these islands to reverse the decline of nature and protect native species and biodiversity. Here in Northern Ireland, the SDLP has just undertaken a big consultation ahead of private members' legislation on biodiversity loss in Northern Ireland and found significant support for stronger legislation to protect nature, including the need for short-term and long-term targets, cross-departmental responsibility and a coordinated response and approach across Britain and Northern Ireland. The UK is one of the most nature-depleted countries in the world, and Northern Ireland in particular, with more than 11% of indigenous species at risk of extinction. And this is the price being paid for a fairly obsessive approach to economic growth and expansion at all costs. And to date, the UK and others have continuously and consistently missed targets in relation to the biodiversity recovery, including any of the 20 IG targets agreed in 2010. And while this is by no means just a failure of the UK government as one of the largest economies in the world and a major contributor across the world through direct and indirect activities, the UK must take seriously its leadership role, particularly in this year of hosting the G7 and the COP26. So I welcome the commitment to conservation strategies in the bill and believe that they can be strengthened by Amendment 45, which seeks to avoid a repeat of the IG failures and to ensure that those targets are meaningful and met. We're experiencing the impact of decline and destruction of nature in the well-being of people around the world, from the destruction of the habitats of indigenous people and climate refugees, and of course in the spread of disease. We are well beyond crisis point, and if that wasn't clear to people before the pandemic, surely that has educated us all about the stark links between the destruction of nature and our lives. And an intergovernmental report has warned that we're in the era of pandemics unless the destruction of the natural world is halted. And again, that hasn't happened by chance, but by obsessive pursuit of growth. Among the most important provisions in this bill are those that can force UK companies, to look at their supply chains and ensure they are not supporting illegal deforestation in other countries. And I welcome particularly amendments 26, 27, 36 and 37, which I've signed, which would strengthen and enforce provision against illegal deforestation, because the UK is one of the biggest sources of finance linked to companies involved in deforestation. And we can't hide any longer behind the lack of transnational governance or the lack of enforcement or binding regulations in countries of operation. We can't look the other way to activities that are being done overseas to the economic benefit of companies here, or to underpin consumption habits here. It's positive that global brands have urged strengthening of that law, but it's important that the government ensures the transformation of supply chains occurs. This is a really important bill. It has a really big opportunity to strengthen legislation, but it needs to be improved by many of the amendments tabled, including those I've mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we go by video link to Sherilyn McCrory.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to be called in this debate. This place is admired for rigorous scrutiny, and the further clauses and amendments proposed from members across the House today are no exception. I believe the government is genuinely listening to concerns, and we've seen further amendments to the bill since I sat on its bill committee stage last year. The changes being debated today are important to the residents in Truro and Falmouth because Cornwall is on the front line of the UK's battle against climate change. With respect, I disagree with the Shadow Minister. It's my opinion that this is a landmark bill. It's not the end of the story, and it's not even the beginning of the story, but it is a landmark moment. It puts in place a world-leading framework for environmental improvement and governance, including legally binding targets and environmental improvement plans, an independent green watchdog which will help Parliament and, more importantly, my constituents hold the government to account on its own commitments, and measures to reverse the decline in nature at home and overseas, and of course to tackle waste. Ministers know that this is a part of an ongoing process and that we backbenchers will continue to press further and harder and at pace. Something I particularly welcome are the changes to the water quality as a result of the extensive work and lobbying by my right honourable friend, the member for Ludlow and the chair of the Environmental Audit Select Committee. As a result of this hard work, I'm pleased the government has committed to publishing a plan by 2022 to reduce sewage discharges and a report to Parliament on progress, and place a legal duty on water companies to publish data on storm overflow operations on an annual basis. The bill also requires the government to set a legally binding target for water quality. This will be particularly welcomed by Surfers Against Sewage based in my constituency in St Agnes, who are tireless campaigners on this issue. I continue to press government on their behalf and on behalf of everyone who, like me, regularly swims outdoors. I want to praise the government on new clause 21, which ministers set out previously, amending the bill to set additional legally binding targets for species abundance for 2030 to halt the decline of nature. This could be the net zero for nature, finally addressing the biodiversity decline, and I'm pleased that this target will go alongside other legally binding targets for waste, water quality and air quality. I have concerns about how compatible this is with the forthcoming planning white paper, and I'd like to give an example, if I can, of what can be achieved if the will is there. On the A30 between Chiverton and Carlin Cross, in the midst of my constituency, Costain is delivering an 8.7-mile dual carriageway for Highways England. Journeys on this part of the road are regularly delayed. Congestion often brings the traffic to a standstill, especially in peak holiday time, and as a result, the Cornish economy is being held back. Following a recent visit to the project and a meeting with the team, it's evident that they are committed to protecting nature's net gain. In fact, biodiversity and conservation improvements are at the heart of this scheme. The project has a 10% biodiversity net gain target and is currently predicted to absolutely smash it. The developers take note. This is possible. Costain and their management environmental management, Ali Thomas, are deeply committed and passionate to protecting the environment. The landscape and ecological design proposals have developed, including planting of nectar-rich wildflowers indigenous to Cornwall, tree and hedge planting which will replace lost, animal crossings for otters, bats, badgers and other animals will be built along the road, and a variety of foraging and nesting roosting opportunities for other species. There are other innovative measures happening, but I don't have time to go into that this afternoon. To conclude, I think that hopefully with the G7 in Cornwall next month and COP26 in Glasgow later this year, hopefully this Environment Bill, which is truly groundbreaking piece of legislation, will signal to the rest of the world that this government, in fact this country, is serious about protecting our environment for the long term.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
The UK is one of the most nature-depleted countries in the world. World Wildlife Fund's 2020 Living Planet report showed an average 68% decline in mammals, birds, amphibians, reptiles and fish since 1970. This is heartbreaking. We are in a climate and ecological emergency. But as we all know, with this Environment Bill, we have a real opportunity to change course. We could still restore biodiversity, increase the numbers of wildlife and protect nature. Sadly, the amendments proposed by Labour at committee stage were rejected and defeated by the government. These amendments concern protecting and enhancing the powers of the Office for Environmental Protection, World Health Organization air pollution limits and comprehensive action on waste and recycling. The draft bill is a missed opportunity. It's since been improved in some ways, but as colleagues and many environmental NGOs have highlighted, we have much further to go. The government needs to stop resisting concrete protection set down and start putting its money where its mouth is and protecting our environment. I want to talk about deforestation, as others have before. We need to remove deforestation and conversion from UK supply chains, increasing due diligence obligations. And while there are elements of due diligence in the bill, according to the World Wildlife Fund, they do not go far enough to protect the world's forests and other natural ecosystems, nor do they meet the UK's goals on climate and nature, which is why I'm supporting Amendments 26 and 27 from Neil Parrott and 36, 37 and 38. They call on the bill to make sure these due diligence measures cover avoiding deforestation and cover financial institutions, as well as being subject to a more progressive review requirement. The bill as it stands doesn't address the financing behind deforestation, and Global Witness's research points to evidence that suggests financial institutions are failing to act on deforestation risk and won't be required to do so until bound by law, and it's time that we did that. It's crucial that free, prior and informed consent is obtained by Indigenous peoples and local communities, and relevant local laws are complied with. It's also crucial that decisions affecting the natural environment, such as planning decisions, are informed by local nature recovery strategies. And on biodiversity, Labour is drawing a clear line in Amendment 22, which would require habitat secured under biodiversity gain to be maintained in perpetuity, rather than the current 30 years specified in the bill. It would also ensure that the habitat secured under biodiversity gain should be secured in its target condition. I want to talk about trees briefly too. In Bladen constituency, we have breathtaking woodlands and forests. That's why new clause 25 has my full support. The government should publish a proper tree strategy for England. The current plan sets targets for tree planting, but has little else on protecting, maintaining and restoring existing woodlands. We need a full strategy that holds the government to account and sets targets for areas such as this. On Amendment 46, would ensure that species conservation strategies contribute to nature recovery, and that the measures within contribute to the enhancement of the conservation of the species which they concern. This could, for instance, ensure that effective strategies are put in place to restore bees and other pollinator species population and protect them from pesticide use. I want to turn very, very briefly to local government and say that the aspirations of this bill could be undermined by the planning white paper, and local authorities must be funded properly if they are to make the most of biodiversity gain in planning applications. Thank you.
Virginia Crosby.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It was an honour to serve on the Environment Bill Committee and to speak in today's report stage debate. My thanks go to the Minister and all who worked so hard on this landmark bill. The biodiversity amendments are particularly important to my constituency of Anismore, with its incredible biodiversity, supporting common and rarer species. The rare, lesser-spotted yellow rock rose, the county flower of Anismore, grows near my home. And at a visit to the National Trust Plas Newydd last week, I was lucky to see native red squirrels. Anglesey Sea Zoo offers an introduction to the secrets of the local marine world. And when I joined a North Wales Wildlife Trust beach clean this month, I was horrified. I was horrified to find hundreds of plastic cotton bud shafts, tiny plastic nurdles, foreign plastic containers and bottles old enough to be labelled in shillings. And last week, one of my young constituents, Wilfie, he took me on a walk past Clinpendrin on Ysgol y Tywyn as part of his walk to school week. And he and his friends in Mrs Griffith's class spoke of their concerns about the impact of non-biodegradable waste on their natural environment. We all do our bit for the island. Next Tuesday, I'm running my own beach clean as part of Spring Clean Cymru. And Gerald Thomas and other farmers, they plant and maintain native species hedgerows. And sick and injured hedgehogs are restored to health by Sue Templey at Hedgehoggles. And Sue will be delighted to hear the Minister's news on hedgehogs today. But we cannot achieve the biodiversity targets proposed in this bill without global action. Non-biodegradable waste is a global problem and it affects the symbiotic relationship of our natural environment. Both the UK and Welsh governments have already banned the supply of some non-reusable plastics, and Part 6 of the Environment Bill covers England only. But I urge the Welsh Government to enact similar legislation on biodiversity targets as soon as possible. Madam Deputy Speaker, this year the UK holds the presidencies of both the G7 in Cornwall and the COP26 in Glasgow. And I hope we will use this Conservative government's landmark bill to lead the way on global action to make long-term improvements for habitats and biodiversity worldwide. And if we achieve nothing else, let us give Wilfie and his classmates on Anglesey a natural environment that improves as they get older, not one that continues to decline.
Tamanjeet Singh Dasi.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Every aspect of this Environment Bill will have an impact not only now, but for decades, if not centuries. So I am pleased to see it return to the House because we cannot afford to wait. Inaction risks our children, grandchildren and future generations' lives, and legislation on targets, plans and policies is essential to turn the tide. Yet sadly, this Conservative government has not shown the ambition needed by pushing back responsibilities on legally binding targets for 2 decades and failing to put in place concrete protections for the environment from trade agreements. And given their current record for making promises and not delivering, forgive me, Madam Deputy Speaker, if I am not surprised. Sadly, my Slough constituents know the impact of the environment on their lives acutely. Slough has the second highest death rate from the deadly air pollutant PM2.5. Whilst excellent work is being done on a local level by Slough Borough Council with their low emission strategy and air quality action plan, if nothing further is done at a macro level by government, we will continue to breathe these dangerous levels of pollution. So can the Minister outline why the Tories voted down the Labour's party's attempts to write World Health Organization air pollution limits into this bill? Because it seems like government rhetoric far outweighs action when it comes to the environment. This is epitomised, Madam Deputy Speaker, by the England Trees Action Plan, with targets being missed staggeringly by over 50%. And this has a real impact because, being a densely populated urban area, Slough has the lowest level of tree canopy in Berkshire and is below the national minimum target of 20% tree cover. And whilst the Labour Council, with its limited resources, are planting 9,000 trees locally, again, more must be done nationally by providing adequate funding, direction and resources to local authorities. As the WWF rightly note, this bill does not, and I quote, go far enough to protect the world's forests and other critical natural ecosystems. How can the Minister and the government allow this to continue? And sadly, this trend extends to biodiversity and species conservation with very real consequences for my constituency and our planet. Another local project I recently visited, the Wildlife and Wetlands Trust, has seen this in Slough's Salt Hill Stream. And I quote, "Fish were dying, it was clogged up with old car tyres, carrier bags and household waste. Water quality had deteriorated and its future looked bleak. But their incredible work with the community has meant improved water quality, new homes for wildlife and engagement and education for local people." But it should never have got to this point. Why is this government so slow on acting to stop the ecological devastation
brought about by continual discharge of untreated sewage, plastics and other effluents into our rivers and oceans. Nationally, over the past 10 years, wildlife in Britain has seen a 44% decline of species, with some charities calling it a lost decade for nature. And again, targets have been woefully missed. Last year, government conceded to have failed on 2/3 of targets agreed at the Convention on Biological Diversity in 2010. But the Royal Society for the Protection of Birds analysis later showed that on 6 of these targets, the UK has actually gone backwards. Madam Deputy Speaker, we must set ourselves ambitious targets and ensure accountability so that they are achieved. This is not the time for complacency, and we should be under no illusion warm words will not tackle the pressing environmental and climate crises that we as a society are facing. Thank you.
Maria Miller.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm rising to speak to Amendment 41, which is in my name and the name of honourable and right honourable members. Now, this is a probing amendment which aims to further strengthen this important bill by including a provision for local planning authorities to be able to take unlawful tree felling and a lack of compliance with restocking orders into account when considering planning applications. And I'd like to thank my former researcher, Annabel Jones, for the work that she did in making the case for change that I'm presenting today. But can I start by saying how much I welcome the work that my honourable friend, the Minister, has done to make sure that this bill is the groundbreaking bill that it is before us today. And I'd also like to give my wholehearted support to new clause 26 and 27 in the name of my honourable friend from the Isle of Wight. He spoke so eloquently about the need for that change as well. And I think it's those measures in the bill which are around tree protection which I'd like to focus my remarks on today. And the government's tree action plan and the measures in this bill have so significantly strengthened protection for one of our vital pieces of green infrastructure. The government is to be applauded. And can I firmly welcome particularly the measures in Schedule 15, which address directly some of the problems that my residents have experienced when a group of landowners illegally felled over 600 trees, causing environmental devastation in what was an environmental buffer zone. With support of the government, the Forestry Commission used its enforcement powers to issue restocking orders, but much of that was not complied with by the landowners. Now, under the government's new proposals, enforcement would be much tougher, and that's to be welcomed. But I would like to see the Minister's response to my amendment to see if we could strengthen it further, because this problem is not unique to Basingstoke. An illegal felling of trees is on the increase, and a common motive is to take advantage of development value, housing development value of that land. And over the last years, there have been countless numbers of flagrant breaches of felling regulations. My honourable friend, the member for the Isle of Wight, talked about a case in his constituency, but there are other cases in the New Forest, in Swansea, in Hawley and Langley, where trees have been unlawfully felled and in some cases not replanted even following enforcement action from the courts. Landowners flout the law because they think they can get away with it, and the cynical actions by landowners is very roundly dealt with through Schedule 15, which allows the courts to reissue planning notices, but my amendment would be designed to create even more of a disincentive for landowners to flout the law by amending the Town and Country Planning Act to allow local planning authorities to take into account unlawful tree felling and a lack of compliance when considering planning applications. And I hope that the Minister is able to consider this today, because I and many of my constituents feel it's inherently wrong that landowners should be able to profit financially from their unlawful deforestation of land. And this probing amendment, I hope, will capture the Minister's attention, and I hope that I'm very keen to hear her response.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Lady for Basingstoke, and I endorse her comments about the Amendment 41 and tree felling and the importance to have that on record as well. I want to say that I totally support the Honourable Lady's comments and what she hopes to achieve with her probing amendment. In an earlier introduction on the Minister, I'd asked a similar question, and the Minister was very kind to give a commitment. So I think maybe the Honourable Lady and myself and others perhaps will be encouraged by the response of the Minister in relation to that. The Honourable Lady for Belfast South, speaking earlier on, referred to the importance of trees, not only here but across the world, and she referred to new clause 26, 27, 36 and 37, which I think referred to the deforestation across the world and how important it is that we all play our part in that, and I want to also endorse that. But I want to speak, if I can, very quickly on parts 6 and 7 regarding tree planting. This tackles a particular issue that has seen many trees felled and the land built over without proper licence or permissions adhered to. The amendment seeks to include a provision for local planning authorities to be able to take unlawful tree felling and a lack of compliance with restocking and enforcement orders by landowners into account when considering planning applications. I've already referred to where 600 trees were removed, some of the very important trees as well. I'd be obliged to know, and just to have on record, if the Minister believes that this bill robustly addresses this issue. Trees are literally our lungs. It's imperative that at any time a tree is felled, it is thought out and the consequences considered, and that steps are taken to replant the trees that have been knocked down. Speaking personally, Madam Deputy Speaker, in my own land at home and the family farm, we've been able to plant some 3,500 trees, and clearly that's a commitment that we have given. And the growth of saplings to trees has made a beautiful spot on the farm and on the land. But importantly, it's also helped our environment in terms of CO2 reduction, as well as creating wonderful habitats for local wildlife. It's my belief that more can be done to encourage landowners to plant trees. The Minister, and it's not the Minister's here responsibility, but the Minister in Northern Ireland of Dara has committed himself and his department to plant 1 million trees in Northern Ireland water land. I would commend the recent publication of the England Trees Action Plan, the important initiatives that it contains. It is believed that we could do more in government tree-themed activity on a statutory footing, whilst filling in the gaps for targets around protection, restoration and regeneration that the ETAP leaves. I fully support the comments and the contribution of the Right Honourable Member for North Bedfordshire on the value and importance of game shooting to the rural countryside and the jobs and tourism that it creates. And on the tree planting again, very quickly, I appreciate the understanding of the rationale behind a strategy for conservation that does not include help for tree planting to be in place. I think the Minister has, I believe, is committed to that. I just maybe in response, maybe the Minister would just comment on that. I also endorse the Shadow Minister's comments about bees and the importance of that there for creating the correct balance in the habitat in our own countryside across everywhere, and to ensure that that is taken on board by the Minister in a response. I also endorse and commend Government and the Minister in particular for the commitment to the preservation of hedgehogs and how that will be done. I did read in the magazine the other day there, it says that one of the greatest predators for hedgehogs are badgers. So maybe it might be one of those things to control the badgers and thereby control the hedgehogs. Madam Deputy Speaker, thanks very much.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As I've said before in this chamber, there can be few things more important for any Member of Parliament than being able to say we played our part in protecting our natural environment for future generations. And this bill contains one of the most ambitious programmes to conserve and enhance nature ever undertaken in this country. That includes, as we've heard today, setting a demanding 2030 target on species conservation and biodiversity, delivering a nature recovery network and local strategies for nature, creating a whole new income stream for conservation through biodiversity net gain, committing land to nature for the long term using conservation covenants, and cracking down on the use of commodities produced via illegal deforestation. But actually, the bill is just one element of an even wider package of conservation being taken forward by this Conservative government, including a replacement for the CAP with environmental land management schemes, a massive uplift in tree planting, and an action plan to protect our peatlands. Peatland areas are an iconic part of our landscape in these islands. They are our largest terrestrial carbon store a haven for rare wildlife, and provide a crucial record of our past. I warmly welcome the promise by this government that they'll take action to reverse the loss of peatland habitats and restore more of these landscapes to their natural state. And I very much hope that will include delivery of the Great North Bog project. But lastly, I turn to my new clause 16, which would require planning permission to be refused if it would have a detrimental impact on nature conservation. Because I'm afraid much of the good work done under this bill could be undone if radical changes to the planning system mean we concrete over our green and pleasant land. Implementing the Planning for the Future White Paper would mean a massive centralisation of power through setting development management policies nationally rather than locally. Compliance with design codes could become sufficient to override long-standing principles restricting density, massing and bulk, and local democratic input would be removed altogether in zones designated for growth. Yes, I will give way.
I'm so grateful to my right honourable friend for making that point, and it does concern us that there's a bit of a dichotomy potentially between these fantastically good ideas on the environment and the fact that we may undermine ourselves by the wrong culture behind the new planning bill.
He makes a valid point. This is a great bill and we don't want it undermined by the planning bill which is to come. My constituency in Chipping Barnet already feels under siege from inappropriate high-density development even before these radical planning reforms come into force. If the government is truly committed to the environmental aspirations of the legislation before us this afternoon, they must think again about their planning bill, and I urge them to do that.
Flora Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. You'll be pleased to know that the children of Our Lady of Victory's primary school in Putney have been writing to me about the issue under debate this afternoon. 30 members of Year 6 wrote to me with lovely pictures all about the environment, and most of them said the most important issue to them was the environment, tackling climate change. So I know the eyes of those children and children across the country are on us this afternoon as we debate this. I was on the Environment Bill Committee last November. We've spent a long time discussing this line by line with many, many amendments. And this is the third time I've debated this bill in the Chamber. So I'm very glad that it's back. It's not missing in action. It's here today. But I am disappointed that it could have gone further. Despite all our work poring over that bill and all the evidence submitted by civil society groups, we see a bill before us that will still fail to tackle the climate and ecological emergency. I am worried that it is just warm words without the backup of a really strong enforcement agency of the Office of Environmental Protection, which was watered down in its remit and its powers during the progression since it last appeared in the Chamber. But I'm going to particularly focus on trees today. It's welcome that the Government has announced in the last week the England Trees Action Plan. But we now need strong wording and a much more ambitious plan in this legislation that will drive the action that's needed across government, the economy and society. In Putney, Roehampton and Southfields, we love our trees and our green spaces. And we know across the country that trees are essential for climate reduction, for meeting that net zero target, for biodiversity and for our own mental health. But the UK has one of the lowest areas of tree coverage of any country in Europe. And at current rates of planting, it will only reach its own targets by 2091, as has been pointed out earlier by the Shadow Secretary of State. That's 40 years off the target of 2050. And it's an example of where you can have a lot of warm words, you can keep talking it up, but if you don't have that enforceable action by, it should be, the Office of Environmental Protection, we will be just coming back here in 1 year, 5 years, 10 years' time, and we will not see the amount of tree planting that we need. The Action Plan was originally promised as a 30-year vision for England's trees and woods, but it's been published as a short list of commitments with 3 years of funding. Long-term funding is needed for any real environmental action. Clear timescales are needed to ensure objectives are met and clarity on that funding beyond beyond 2024 will be absolutely necessary to give the sector long-term security. I welcome the provision for consultation with local people about tree felling that will happen in their roads, and I think this will give people the power they need to stick up for their local trees, which will be very good. But Ministry of Defence land should have been included in this bill. We have power over so much of our swathes of land in this country, and the armed forces have got environmental targets and actions, so they would be able to put this into place. Why isn't MOD land included in this, which could have lots of tree planting? And I share the concerns of other members expressed today that this will be undermined by the planning bill as well. So despite the progress of the last week, there is an urgent need for a medium to long-term strategy with clear targets to ensure that we protect, restore and expand our woodlands and trees. New Clause 25 sets out what targets these should consist of, and I hope will be supported by the House. It will go some way towards rescuing this bill, as will the other amendments that I'll be supporting today, along with my Labour colleagues. And I urge colleagues to support them to improve this bill. Thank you very much.
Chris Grayling.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for Putney. I have sympathy with a lot of what she says about trees, but it is really important that this House remembers that it's also a matter of restoring marine conservation areas, about restoring wetlands, and actually many of those alternative habitats offer a better way to capture carbon than simply planting new trees. So we must focus on the full range of habitats and not just on one aspect, however important trees are, and I'll be talking later, if I catch your eye, Madam Deputy Speaker, about deforestation. But I want to say, for this section of the debate, talk a little bit about New Clause 4, why I tabled it, and actually to welcome the Minister's comments, and actually to welcome the announcements from the past week, because I think what the Secretary of State said last week is enormously important if we are going to start to reverse the decline of species in this country. And it is tragic. Now, back in the 1950s, there was something like 30 million hedgehogs in this country. Now it's estimated to be about 1.5 million. That is a catastrophic loss. When I was a child, hedgehogs were around in the garden all the time. I have never, as an adult, seen a hedgehog in my garden or anywhere near it. This is a tragic loss and one we have to work to reverse. And there's a whole range of reasons why this has happened. It's habitat loss, it's about the loss of wildlife corridors, and it's enormously important. I think we also, in looking at our planning policies for the future, have a focus on how we make sure we maintain wildlife corridors. But it is also, I think, about the protections available. And as the Minister knows, I've had a lively debate with her department over the weeks. I welcome the approach she's taken. I understand the shortcomings in the existing law. The reality is that it's a nonsense that the hedgehog, which has had a 95% decline in its numbers, is not protected, whereas species that are much less in danger and when numbers are recovering are protected. The existing law protects primarily against malicious action by human beings, but of course not all species that are endangered have faced malicious action from human beings. The hedgehog doesn't particularly, but then some other animals on the list, like the lagoon sandworm, valuable though it may be, is not, in my view, facing direct malicious action from human beings. It does face threats to its habitat, and so do hedgehogs. And the reality is we have a situation today where if a developer is going to clear a bit of land for development, he or she has to do exhaustive work to establish if newts are present. Much as we love the great crested newt, which is a fine species, it's not actually endangered in this country. We have laws about it in this country because it's endangered elsewhere in the European Union, happily not in the United Kingdom. But there is no obligation to look to see if other species, like the hedgehog, are present. You can just bulldoze a hedgerow without checking if there's hedgehogs asleep in it. And so what I would like to see for the future is a holistic approach to any new development where it's necessary to do a broader assessment of the presence of species and take action accordingly to protect them, and not have a focus on one individual animal as opposed to another. We have too many species that have declined in numbers. We should be protecting them all. Of course, we will need to develop in the future to make sure we have homes available for people in this country, but it needs to be done in a careful way, protecting wildlife corridors, protecting numbers, ensuring that the steps we take maximise the potential to retain or restore or develop habitats of our species. So I welcome very much what the Minister has said today about hedgehogs. I think everyone in this House will welcome any measures we can take to protect them. I'd pay particular tribute to the former MP for Plymouth, Sutton and Devonport, who was the first champion of hedgehogs in this House. I hope we'll all be hedgehog champions going forwards, and I'd say to the Minister, we can be holding her feet to the fire to make sure her department delivers.
We go by video link. We go by video link. Well, let us hope we are going by video link to Mike Amesbury. Well, if not, we'll come back to Mr. Amesbury. Siobhan Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I can boldly say that Stroud is not only the best place to live, according to a national newspaper, it is also the most environmentally focused constituency in the country. The letters I receive from young people are frequently about the environment, and importantly, while politics and the news is often focused on carbon targets, children lobby me about biodiversity and species. They are smart, we have to listen to them. And yet I look at my own baby daughter's enthusiasm about small creatures and nature and wonder what will be left by the time she is growing up. Nature is in decline, this is an issue globally, and despite the protections being in place here, there is a stark decline in the UK too, as the Honourable Member for Epsom and set out for hedgehogs. I campaigned with colleagues in the Conservative Environment Network to set a target in this bill to halt species decline, as this matters to my constituents and my family. The Secretary of State listened. The Environment Bill will now include a legally binding target for species abundance for 2030. This is a genuinely world-leading measure and shows real commitment to our future generations, as it puts nature firmly as a priority across government. I believe this could be the net zero equivalent for nature. And we need that, as I know that knocking on thousands of doors over the years, that even in places like Gloucestershire there is still a lot to do to get people to understand what is needed to help the environment. Families are busy, they are stretched and sometimes do not think there is anything they can do to change in their daily lives. So I applaud that in such a wide-reaching piece of legislation there is a determination to include a local effort. In Gloucestershire, our local nature partnership is already well advanced. I give credit to the board led by Doug and Matt. The LNP has developed a national exemplar approach to a nature capital mapping. This will enable us locally to measure performance in the future and identifies opportunities for environmental investment locally. We've also discovered that Stroud has a tree coverage of 11% and we want to get to a target of 20%. This is all alongside an LNP commitment to find and create scale-led woodland and do extensive tree planting to sequester carbon while providing many other benefits for wildlife and our well-being. In Stroud, I also want to give credit to groups like Transition Stroud and our fantastic climate action nature groups throughout the district. I've spoken to the Minister before about these community groups who are dedicated to action on climate change. These local teams will soon have the legislation as ambitious for the planet as they are. But I cannot be on my feet without talking about my expert conservation friends at Slimbridge Wetlands and Wildfowl Trust. I am supporting them in their proposals to create 100,000 hectares of wetlands to address climate, nature and well-being crisis. I've got to put my teeth back in today. A blue recovery would achieve habitat creation to assist the government's goals in this bill and also in the 25-year environment plan. 2020 was a tough year, but for WWT we still saw some species bred for the first time on site, including kingfishers and black-winged stilts and a number of butterflies like the brown hairstreak. WWT received $1.6 million from the government's Green Recovery Challenge Fund to help safeguard the southwest Somerset coast from the effects of climate change, and we're restoring 130 hectares of habitat for wildlife. I should also mention that the skilled Gloucestershire Wildlife Trust received $250,000 to rebuild landscapes for nature's recovery in our beautiful county. I am concerned that we need more information to set out how our biodiversity targets are being met. We need to make sure that farmers are being supported to help their work on their land, and I share colleagues' concerns about the planning issues and whether that will undermine efforts. But I thank the Minister and the Government for this bill. I do think it's a positive, and I encourage everybody to get behind the work.
Kenny McCaskill.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Obviously, my colleague and I will be supporting this bill. It doesn't go as far or as fast as perhaps we'd all wish, but it's what's before us, and given the scale and nature of and urgency that we're facing, it deserves our support. But there are two further issues, even though it is a bill that's primarily English and Welsh, and that's the reason that we'll be supporting it. There are two good reasons for that. Firstly, it is a global issue that this bill and indeed other aspects are seeking to address. Climate change and climate challenge and the actions that are damaging our biodiversity everywhere across the planet transcends all national borders and all national boundaries. It may be tragic and indeed sadly ironic that many who have contributed the least are going to suffer the worst, but the fact is all of us will be harmed and all of us require to act. And I think secondly, there's also issues that Scotland can learn from, because although points have been made and a legislative consent motion has been given by the Scottish Government to move on some matters, there are issues where I think the Scottish Government itself could do with picking up, and I'll have to refer to them if I have time. I think, first of all, I want to make clear that we are supporting the amendments, in particular Amendments 26, 27 and 36 and indeed 37, because we have to seek to expose those who are taking actions and funding and fueling it, especially those that are based here. We are a global village. What we do in this country does affect other places. Our carbon footprint is reducing, even although we have to do much, much more. We can never forget, though, that it was in fact in this country where industrialisation took off that it contributed greatly to the problems we face today, which is why there's a great deal of legitimacy in the calls from the undeveloped or developing world that indeed those of us in this country and indeed other developing nations have to go further and faster rather than simply looking at them. But I listened to the speech from the Honourable Member for Tiverton and Honiton earlier. His amendments I am seeking to support and am in favour of, and he rightly narrated the danger and challenges that are going on in Brazil with the effects of deforestation in the Amazon basin. So we do need to act upon that. The points he was making, I think, were quite correct. This is not simply about rogue ranchers in the Amazon rainforest, or is it simply about failures of action or complicit actions by leaders such as Bolsonaro. It's about, nor indeed even more whimsically, is it perhaps a love by young people, or indeed all people in this country, and indeed the USA in particular, for cheap burgers. It's a structural problem. It's about funding and finance for those who are carrying it out, because it's not being carried out by the indigenous people in the Amazon rainforest. It's not just being carried out by individuals on an isolated basis. It isn't random, isolated or individual in the main. It's planned, coordinated and indeed it's funded. And we in this country are complicit in that, and that is why we need to act. We need to make sure that we do have the legislative powers, not simply to monitor and scrutinise it, but more importantly to take action against it, because only that way will we be able to seek to address the actions that the Honourable Member correctly raised. So this is about us playing our part to support those there. Equally, Scotland has also lessons to learn, because although the rhetoric has been good and I fully support it, although targets have been set and they are to be welcomed, we also actually have to have constructive action. Reference was being made to other areas in the UK beyond England and Wales planting more trees. That is correct. Equally, it cannot simply and should not simply be a cash crop for wealthy landowners, as it was decades ago, a tax opt-out for many people simply seeking to reduce their super tax or higher rates of tax. We have to take action to ensure that we not only have targets, but we have the powers to make them enforceable. So as well as protecting the third and developing world, we also have to take powers here in Scotland to make sure that we play our part.
The time limit has to now reduce to 3 minutes. Flip Drummond.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I know this bill is welcomed by many people in Mearn Valley. It helps secure the health of our environment and biodiversity. And I'm in touch with local organisations such as Hampshire, CPRE, and the Winchester Action on Climate Change, as well as our farmers, local councils and community groups who have all fed their views into me as this bill has evolved. There is support for our work in this area across society, and it is an important part of levelling up that contributes to all our futures. The action we're taking in this bill on peatlands will protect around 10% of our land area and is very welcome, as is our commitment to tree planting. However, in Mearn Valley, the health of our chalk downland is of primary importance for agriculture and the environment. While we're encouraging farmers to plant more trees and hedges, it's important, especially for small farmers, that we support the productivity and health of pasture land through soil improvement and restoration. The bill sets the framework for the development and introduction of targets, and I'm pleased to see the Environmental Improvement Plan mention soil health and a commitment to achieving sustainable soil management by 2030. Because as I mentioned in a previous debate, 80% of our soil is dead, so I'm particularly interested in how we can promote soil health. It's vital for farm productivity and for nature recovery generally. We have cut right back on pollutants we put into the ground, but there's still more that we can do to promote healthy soil. We must ensure that all 5 of the identified soil types have a plan to promote better health and recovery. Pasture land is a key component in this and is vital for farmers across Mearn Valley, with many finding that soil can be regenerated with improved carbon capture, water infiltration, soil fertility and nutrient cycling. They see an increase in biodiversity, and we need to support them. On top of this, healthier pasturelands leads to lower fertiliser and pesticide use, which in turn can benefit the health of our rivers. And I welcome the clauses of the bill concerning the extraction of water from the rivers, but I have 2 chalk stream rivers in my constituency, the River Mearn and the start of the River Itchen. Chalk streams across the country are already in a shocking state of health. The WWF report says that only 12 out of England's 224 chalk streams are protected, and of these, only 15% are classed as adequately protected and meeting conservation objectives. I'm pleased that both rivers in my constituency are among the few protected, but better management of pastureland will reduce the need for pesticides and fertilisers that run off to pollute rivers. Through working alongside farmers and ensuring pastureland and soil health is valued alongside woodland and peatland, we can improve the health of our rivers and our environment. There's a lot to welcome in this bill, and I know that it's just the start to making our environment better for everyone.
Yeah. We now go by video link to Mary Kelly-Foy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituency, the City of Durham, is home to beautiful countryside and woodlands, with picturesque walks that even Downing Street advisors and select committee witnesses have been known to enjoy. The bluebells in Hoffel Woods are particularly beautiful in April. Whether it's water quality, habitat conservation or air quality, I receive hundreds of emails from constituents on environmental issues. In Durham, we're proud of the natural beauty of our county. We want to protect it and cherish it. Out of all the emails I've received on the Environment Bill, every single one, without fail, argues that it simply doesn't go far enough. So far, this bill is largely full of half measures and token gestures. And like me, my constituents cannot understand why the government opposed our amendments on improving air quality and on limiting the use of bee-killing pesticides when the bill was last debated. And no doubt we'll be similarly frustrated if the government vote down our common sense amendments today. But this government needs to face the reality of our current situation. We are in a climate and ecological emergency, the effects of which are already being seen in the UK and across the world. We need firm and decisive action. Whether it's the social and economic recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic to agricultural regulations, every decision this government makes should consider the environmental impact and how we can best restore this planet. It's widely accepted that when it comes to tackling the climate emergency, we cannot go far enough or fast enough. Yet everything the government does lacks the seriousness and urgency that this situation demands. The WWF has said that this bill fails to achieve the gold standard legislation and global leadership that it was promised. Of course, we need an environmental bill, but we need one that has teeth. There's nothing in this bill to ban fracking. The world's oceans are being disregarded, while environmental protections under the European Union framework have been replaced with flexible targets that could weaken the environmental standards that we've been so proud of for so long. It's becoming increasingly clear that the government is avoiding committing to ironclad environmental protections in case they need to sell out British standards in future trade deals. So to finish, I cannot help agreeing with my constituents' belief that this bill remains a missed opportunity. And as the newest supporter of the Climate and Ecological Emergency Bill, I would urge the government to introduce legislation that treats the climate emergency with the gravity it requires, and to launch a green industrial revolution that places the environment at the heart of our economy and society. Thank you.
We now go by video link to Anna McMorrin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The climate and ecological crises are the gravest threats we face, and no one or no part of our lives or that of our children are immune from the challenges we face due to climate. Despite being decades in the making, we no longer have decades to solve or tackle these challenges ahead of us. The 2020s must be the decade for decisive and bold action. For the UK to be a global climate leader, the steps we take here at home must align with our climate commitments overseas and vice versa. We must work collaboratively with our international partners and support developing nations. They must be mutual reinforcing, and climate must be a thread which weaves through all parts of government. If done correctly, it can act as a catalyst for real advancement in health, well-being, security and prosperity at home and overseas. It can both free and equip us with the tools we need now and in the future to lead and live better and healthier lives. But in the year when the UK hosts both the G7 and COP26, we are far from reaching the necessary action we need, failing to meet 17 out of 20 UN biodiversity targets. One of the most depleted countries in the world, wildlife in Britain has been seriously threatened over the past decade. Half of the species in decline and 1 in 7 native British species at risk of extinction. And we've seen flooding increase in recent years, up by more than a quarter across the UK than in previous decades. We know that, like health, the impact of climate breakdown is disproportionately felt by those who have contributed the least. But rather than put us on a path to net zero by 2050 and build the solutions we need now to protect the environment, delay, indecision, short-termism, arrogance and recklessness from this government are all on display, which will aggravate and deepen the challenges which will impact future generations. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is the 4th time I spoke on this Environment Bill, and the purpose is to debate and improve, not debate and stonewall. We need and future generations deserve a piece of legislation that is not only up to scratch to meet our objectives, but acts as a launchpad for reforms and progress for an era that must come next, so we can get the job done to not only protect, but to strengthen and advance our environment. And we see in Wales, Labour showing how it's done, a Welsh Government forestry industrial recovery scheme, an effective ban on fracking, and restoring our peat bogs with a national peatlands action programme. Madam Deputy Speaker, we need bigger, bolder action to address this climate and ecological emergency right now.
Andrew Bowie.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, the opposition front bench spokesman, the honourable member, the representative for Plymouth, Sutton and Devonport, is a diligent and well-respected member of Parliament, and we have indeed worked together on many issues in the past, and we've worked so well together. I've often felt he might be more comfortable on this side of the House at times. However, earlier on today, he described this bill as a meh bill. A meh bill. Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I've been going through the bill, and I would just like to draw all members' attention to what this meh bill actually delivers. It delivers targets for air quality, biodiversity, water and waste reduction and resource efficiency. It introduces environmental improvement plans. It introduces environmental principles embedded in our domestic policy making. It creates an Office for Environmental Protection. It ensures that all new bills containing environmental law must lay a statement before Parliament on how they maintain environmental standards. It ensures the Government must conduct a review every 2 years of significant and effective international environmental legislation to ensure we are leading the way internationally on the environment. It extends producer responsibility to make producers pay 100% of the cost of disposable products. It creates powers to introduce new resource efficiency standards for products to ensure better durability, recyclability, and I could go on, and I could go on, and I could go on. This is not a mere bill. This is a transformative, world-leading, exciting, ambitious bill that is delivering not just for the British people, but to our duty to future generations and, indeed, this planet. And there is one, in fact, the only thing that I regret is that, representing a Scottish constituency, quite a lot of the provisions in this bill will not affect my constituents. I can only hope that the Scottish Government goes far and as fast as this Government are proposing to do for the rest of the United Kingdom. But there is one area of this bill that I think stands out above all others, and that is how we are going to be introducing powers allowing the Government to set out mandatory requirements on larger businesses that use agricultural commodities associated with wide-scale deforestation. Because deforestation, Madam Deputy Speaker, is one of the biggest threats to the future health of this planet. Right now, 1/5 of the Amazon rainforest is emitting more carbon dioxide than it absorbs. Now, that's a terrifying statistic. 20% of this major rainforest, the lungs of the planet, are taking in more are emitting more carbon dioxide than they are absorbing. Our proposals to ensure that we sustainably source all products that might be used in agriculture is absolutely essential in terms of delivering on our commitment to cut down on illegal deforestation which contributes 95% of deforestation in the Amazon and other rainforests around the world. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a great bill, and I know that deep in his heart, the honourable member for Plymouth, Sutton and Devonport welcomes it strongly.
Sarah Olney.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I will be seeking to move my amendment, Amendment 29, to a vote. I very much welcome this Environment Bill. Many of the provisions that it makes all over this country, we're suffering from severe environmental decline and degradation, and the results are visible in every community. From the damage to our chalk streams to the decline in our native wildlife species, the evidence of the impact of modern life on our natural environment is irrefutable. And nobody can fail to understand the implications of this decline. I attended a fascinating talk by the Kingston Beekeepers Association a year or so ago, and it really enhanced my understanding of the essential role that bees play in maintaining the healthy plant life upon which our human species depends. And yet bees are among the species that are most threatened by modern industry, agriculture and housing development. It's clear to everyone that much more needs to be done to strengthen powers at national and local level to prioritise the environment at every level of our decision-making. And since the decisions that have the most impact on our environment are made by our local authorities, especially around planning, it is vital that we enhance the powers that local government have to protect our environment. I welcome the requirement in the bill for every local authority to prepare a local nature recovery strategy to address the specific challenges in their own local environments. This will help to coordinate all local policy and decision-making with an environmental impact by identifying and addressing the specific biodiversity challenges of individual areas. But the bill only requires local authorities to have regard to the LNRS. My amendment seeks to ensure that all local authorities must take the local nature recovery strategy into account when making decisions about planning or land use, as well as spending decisions. We've seen successful trials of LNRSs in Buckinghamshire and other places, and Buckinghamshire in particular is the site of many areas of vitally important woodland and chalk streams. We know that local people are deeply concerned about the degradation of these valuable natural assets and support the development of strategies that can combat environmental decline. It's essential that local authorities have the tools and the powers that they need to be able to protect their communities. I was fortunate enough to be able to visit Ham House, a National Trust-owned property in my constituency, last Friday. The staff there talked me through the sustainable management of their grounds, including the adaptations they've had to make to deal with climate change.
The National Trust, as part of a coalition of environmental charities, Greener UK, support my amendment. Like me, they recognise that the value of LNRSs can only be realised if they are properly applied to all aspects of decision-making. This government has a record of delaying decisive action in the face of a looming crisis. It has an opportunity with this Environment Bill to learn from its past mistakes and pursue a course of action that is equal to the size of the challenge. But this bill needs to be strengthened by my amendment if it is to make the difference that we need to see. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Andy Carter.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for Richmond Park. The events of the past 12 months in particular have shown us the advantages of getting out and exploring nature on our doorstep, and it's crucial as we build back greener from this pandemic that we take advantage of this opportunity to protect those green spaces and reflect on the world that we want to see for our children and their children. And I was very proud that this government was elected on the strongest ever manifesto for the environment, and this bill is critical to implementing that commitment. Central to this legislation, Madam Deputy Speaker, is a commitment to leave the environment in a better state than when we found it. And this is a world-leading measure which could be the net zero equivalent for nature, critical in terms of action to address biodiversity decline. Now, I'm particularly pleased to see the commitment to tree planting in this legislation, and I also welcome the introduction of local nature recovery strategies which will allow us to map local assets and identify areas suitable for recovery. Madam Deputy Speaker, our changing climate is becoming associated with more extreme weather, higher risks of drought and an increase in flooding, which affected so many of the homes in my constituency in Sankey Bridges, in Heatley, in Dalham and Busey during Storm Christoph in January. And the Minister was incredibly supportive and helpful during that time. Many local residents, though, are still not back in their homes and unlikely to be so anytime soon. So can I ask my honourable friend to look at what more she can do to support those residents and Warrington Council? And I'm very pleased that the bill introduced additional requirements on water companies, enabling more resilient solutions. Many of the environmental issues we face have distinct local elements, and responding to challenges at a local level in Warrington allows us not only for bespoke and more appropriate responses, but also drives the potential for innovation. And I want to mention air quality briefly. Warrington has historically had some of the worst air quality in the northwest of England because of its location surrounded by motorways, high levels of congestion, and historically because of the location of a coal-fired power station at Fiddler's Ferry. Now, that has closed, and the power station air quality is already improving. My question, though, to the Minister is how can we leverage that nature target and commitment of the Government to improve air quality, not only in Warrington, but across the UK, and given our presidency of COP, set out an ambition for a global improvement too. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the work being undertaken by the Cheshire Wildlife Trust in terms of the work they're doing to protect some of our most vulnerable habitats locally, and particularly their peat-free campaign. This bill will manage the impact of human activity on the environment. It creates a more sustainable and resilient economy, and critically, it engages our constituents and local government to improve environmental outcomes, and I very much look forward to supporting it.
Rachel Hopkins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to specifically speak to new Clause 25, Amendment 46 and Amendment 22, which would cement in legislation forward-looking protections for trees, deforestation, species conservation and biodiversity gain. We're in a climate and ecological emergency. Many of my Luton South constituents have contacted me deeply concerned about nature and biodiversity in the UK and across the world. This bill was an opportunity to embed ambitious environmental protections in law to kickstart a nature recovery ahead of COP26 and Convention on Biological Diversity COP15. The state of nature is very alarming. Wildlife in Britain is in freefall, with 44% of species in decline over the last 10 years. 1 in 7 native British species are now at risk of extinction. UK tree planting targets were missed by over 50% in 2019-20, and across the World Wildlife Fund's 2020 Living Planet report found that there has been an average 68% decline in the populations of mammals, birds, amphibians, reptiles and fish since 1970. So instead of a radical plan,
that shows global leadership in addressing the climate and nature crisis, the government's bill dramatically falls short of what is needed. As the Environmental Audit Committee stated, the draft bill is a missed opportunity for taking a holistic approach to environment and climate change, placing them at the heart of government policy. I believe the government is resisting concrete, ambitious protections so that our environment can be used as a bargaining chip that would undercut Britain's environmental standards. I hope the government will support the amendments tabled by the opposition that seek to enhance the protections in this bill. We need government to publish a tree strategy for England, coupled with clear targets that would drastically increase woodland coverage to protect and maintain new and restore existing woodlands. New Clause 25 would ensure that the government's tree strategy is transparent about the protection, restoration and expansion of trees and woodland. And as the planting of trees is a local issue as much as a global issue, will the Minister commit to ring-fencing a significant proportion of tree planting grants of the £640 million Nature for Climate Fund for local authorities so that they can plant trees at scale and play their part in tackling the global crisis? We also need the species conservation strategies to contribute to nature's recovery. Amendment 46 would help deliver this and could ensure that effective strategies are put in place to restore bees and other pollinator species and protect them from harmful pesticides. And Amendment 22 would require the government to commit to maintaining habitats that are secured under biodiversity gain in perpetuity, rather than the 30 years currently specified in the bill. So these amendments would embed sustained forward-looking action in law to begin to reverse the loss of species decline and set nature on a path to recovery. And I look forward to hearing the Minister's closing remarks. Thank you.
Robbie Moore.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it is a real privilege to once again speak in this place to express my support for this Environment Bill. And it was fantastic to have the opportunity to sit on the Environment Bill Committee and to see all the hard work that has gone into this piece of legislation. And I repeat my thanks to my honourable friend, the member for Taunton Deane, for all the work that she has done in bringing forward this bill. All of us in this House will agree that the environment is precious. Protecting and enhancing it for future generations is something which I care deeply about, and as the Minister will be well aware from my interactions with her, from lobbying to stop the development of the Aire Valley incinerator to our recent bathing water status being granted on the River Wharfe in my constituency, enhancing our environment is something which I and many of my constituents across Keighley and Ilkley care deeply about. And as I deliver this speech, Madam Deputy Speaker, two of my constituents, Patrick Godden and Jack Hanson, are completing a walk from Ilkley to Westminster to raise awareness and funds for the Ilkley Clean River campaign, a group who have campaigned hard to improve water quality in the River Wharfe. And the measures in the Environment Bill, such as the statutory duty for water companies to develop sewage management plans and the changes to water companies' licensing process, will ensure that the River Wharfe and many rivers up and down the country have better water quality, biodiversity and more enhanced aquatic ecosystems, something which I wholeheartedly approve of. I am delighted to see that this government are following other countries in introducing conservation covenants. The government have acknowledged the important role landowners can play in conservation efforts. The current system makes it difficult for legal obligations on environmental protection to stay in place once land is sold or passed on, and conservation covenants will help. However, these long-term commitments will ensure positive opportunities for conservation are not missed, and the conservation covenants will introduce obligations to improve conservation as long as public good will is there, and will help restore the natural qualities of our land. Madam Deputy Speaker, other great measures are included within this bill, such as local nature recovery strategies, and the government have recognised that local nature recovery must start at that local level and will make a huge difference locally. I would briefly like to mention my support for the probing Amendment 41 put forward by my right honourable friend, the member for Basingstoke, which seeks to include a provision for local planning authorities to be able to take unlawful tree felling and lack of compliance with restocking and enforcement orders by landowners into account when considering planning obligations. Madam Deputy Speaker, We have an obligation to ensure that the next generation inherits a healthier planet, and this Environment Bill goes a long way to achieving that.
I'll go by video link to Mick Whitley.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity to speak once again in this important piece of legislation. And I'm very thankful to the many constituents who have urged me to support the strongest possible protections for our natural world, as well as Cheshire Wildlife Trust, who are such powerful and passionate advocates for nature across the world and Cheshire. The UK is in the midst of an intense biodiversity crisis. In just 50 years, 41% of all species have declined, with 15% brought to the very brink of extinction. Most worrying of all, bees, who play such an important role in pollinating 70% of all the crops we eat, are under existential threat since 1900. 13 species have been lost, with another 35 at risk. Time and time again, the Prime Minister has promised bold and decisive action to tackle the existential threat of biodiversity loss and ecological crisis. But, as is so often the case with this government, the reality fails to match the rhetoric. Not only does this bill fail to bring forward the measures that are badly needed towards ecological collapse, it doesn't even maintain the comprehensive environmental protections we had as a member of the European Union. I'm therefore very grateful to the honourable members who have tabled important amendments to this bill, and especially my honourable friend, the member for Newport West. I'm especially glad to have put my name to a new clause 25, which would commit the government to publishing a national tree strategy for England. England is one of the least wooded countries in the Western world, with just 13% of all land covered by woodland, compared to an average 44% in mainland Europe. Increasing woodland has a vital role to play in tackling climate breakdown and promoting biodiversity, but less than 50% of the annual tree planting target was met in 2020. This is simply not good enough. I would also urge members to join me in supporting new clause 24, which would enshrine vital protections for our peatlands into law and introduce a comprehensive ban on the burning of heather on all upland peat. Peatland plays a vital role not in promoting biodiversity, but also as a natural carbon sink. And yet the government has failed to safeguard this precious national resource. 80% of the UK's 3 million hectares of peatland are chronically damaged, with around 60% enjoying no protections whatsoever. Warm words simply aren't good enough, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today's vote provides us with an opportunity to prove that we say what we mean when we come to tackling the biodiversity crisis. And so I call on the government to put its money where its mouth is and join me in supporting these and many other amendments that have been tabled today. Thank you.
Thank you. Duncan Baker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is a landmark bill, and I'm hugely proud to support it again. We quite rightly talk a great deal about climate change, net zero, and the world-leading targets we are setting. But specifically, what are we doing to protect nature and biodiversity? In my view, is often a headline we hear less about. And it needs to sit alongside our climate change agenda, because our duty to protect habitats and species is as important as our need to decarbonise. And that is why I am delighted to back new clause 21 and new clause 22, restoring nature and committing to a legally binding target on species abundance by 2030 must be at the forefront of our agenda. This builds upon our commitment at the Leaders' Pledge for Nature in September 2020, where we are one of the leading nations to commit to reversing biodiversity loss by 2030. Now, through our recent Environmental Audit Select Committee work, it was shocking to learn that only 14% of our rivers are considered in good ecological condition. What must we be doing to our biodiversity in the protection of nature? In a developed country, in the 21st century, we must do better. And now we will, because we have to put a stop to 50 years of a decline in nature, rich habitat, and pay heed to the Dasgupta review. For instance, I am delighted to see that Biodiversity Net Gain is to become a key component of the Town and Country Planning Act. This is so important in my constituency of North Norfolk, and I call on my local council, North Norfolk District Council, to get ahead of the game. They should be employing ecologists on their planning team to lead in early design and planning to ensure that biodiversity and nature recovery is incorporated into the very heart of local planning and needs. But as well as the local and domestic issues, we have to lead on the world stage with this. And the new clauses will ensure just that by aligning the commitments of international biodiversity targets that are to be negotiated in China later this year. We know that it is people who have contributed to the destruction of nature, and it is people that will put it back together again. And nowhere is there a finer example of conservation than in my constituency than the sterling work of the North Walsham and Dilham Canal Trust volunteers and the Old Canal Company. I recently visited their restoration work and improvement of nature and biodiversity on the waterways that they have restored. It was quite breathtaking. It shows that these clauses, when passed and if followed, will make a real difference to nature.
Vera Hobhouse.
Thank you. Madam Deputy Speaker, we cannot continue to take nature for granted. This pandemic has highlighted the importance of nature for our physical and mental well-being. It has also exposed the inequalities that exist, as so many families do not have close and easy access to open green space. The UK is one of the most nature-depleted countries in the world. 14 of 24 biodiversity indicators have shown long-term decline. 41 of the UK species have declined, with 15 at risk of extinction. 0% of England's water are now classed as in good health, compared to 16% in 2016. The government has failed on nearly all of the UK's commitment on nature made in 2010. It has failed on the health of our rivers, lakes and streams. We now must take every opportunity to address the UK's ecological crisis without delay. We need a strategy for doubling nature. This Environment Bill is an opportunity to do just that, but it needs to be much stronger. As it currently stands, the duty to use local nature strategy is much too weak. I urge colleagues on all sides of the House to support Amendment 29, tabled by my honourable friend, the member of Richmond Park. This amendment gives teeth to the local nature recovery strategies because it ensures that biodiversity will be embedded in all public authority decision-making. Like climate action, biodiversity gains begin at home. Liberal Democrat councils across the country are fighting to do just that. And there are very simple things that can help. In Bath and North in East Somerset, for example, we have introduced a strategy where we can just mow grass villages to allow flowers and blooms to spread. Local authorities are best placed to understand the needs of their communities and their landscapes, and we must give them the powers and resources they need to help the UK tackle its nature emergency. Thank you.
Minister Rebecca Powell.
Thank you so much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank all honourable friends and members who have tabled amendments in this session. And I did want to say, though, it did seem like the Shadow Minister, from his tirade at the beginning, seemed totally unaware of just how many measures this bill will bring through to look after and protect our environment and the countryside and nature. It truly is a landmark bill. I'll give you some quotes from the NGOs just last week. Greener UK, a watershed moment for nature. RSPB applauded us for taking this ambitious step, and Countryside Link, a tremendously important milestone towards world-leading environmental law. I think he's been under a stone, like some rare species. I would like to drag him out into the light, and he will be able to appreciate what we're doing, like so many colleagues here today who have all grasped it. Members from Hertford and Stortford, North Norfolk, Rushcliffe, Derbyshire Dales, Truro and Falmouth, Onysmond, Stroud, Warrington, West Aberdeenshire and Keighley. So, I'm going to, Madam Deputy Speaker, because I haven't got much time, touch on as many points as I can that were raised, but please come and see me if I haven't managed to address your points. So, turning firstly to Amendment 22 from the Honourable Member from Newport, setting a minimum duration for everyone in law would deter developers and other landowners from offering land for habitats. Furthermore, this amendment would risk creating permanent obligations to maintain particular types of habitat which may not be resilient to future ecological or climate changes. Just very quickly wanted to touch on the member from Hertfordshire's comments. I thank him from applauding our nature target and also totally agree with him that international action is absolutely imperative so that we show that we're leading the way, particularly with the CBD. Now on to new clause 16. I really would like to reassure the Right Honourable Member for Chipping Barnet. The Environment Bill lays the foundations for environmental protection, which will be supported by the Planning Bill. Our Planning for the Future White Paper reiterates our strong commitment to biodiversity net gain, and I can also reassure my honourable friend, Right Honourable friend, that in line with our manifesto commitment, existing policy for greenbelt protection will remain. And then on to Amendment 29. This risks limiting the decision-making direction of public authorities with regard to local nature recovery strategies. It would be unreasonable for national bodies such as Network Rail or Highways England, who would be required to comply with many strategies, and the amendment could in fact perversely result in lower environmental ambition. On to tree felling. My right honourable friend from Basingstoke rightly brings the issue of illegal felling into this debate with Amendment 41. The bill does provide a deterrent to illegal felling trees, introducing unlimited fines and making tree restocking orders a local land charge, and it will close a loophole raised by so many members, including a member from the Isle of Wight. On to the tree strategy in particular, new clause 25. I'm pleased to report to this House, as I've already mentioned a number of times, that we launched our tree action plan just last week, and it absolutely renders this amendment completely unnecessary. And now hedgehogs, of course. I keenly support the intention of Amendment New Clause 4 from the Right Honourable Member from Epsom and Newell. And while I can't accept the amendment, I hope he's reassured by the commitments I've made earlier today, and I fully reiterate his comments about habitats and the importance of those. The Honourable Friend from Stafford also raised the issue, rightly so, of hedgehogs. Regarding new clause 2, this amendment would significantly reduce existing protections, and it would remove the duty on decision makers to reject plans or projects which could harm protected sites. So now I must touch on the due diligence clause that so many people have referenced, including from Bristol East, Blaydon and St Albans, but many others. The Environment Bill will benefit nature not just abroad but internationally. And turning to Amendments 26 and 27, I completely agree with the honourable friend from the member from Tiverton and Honiton, by the way, happy birthday. But deforestation must be tackled if we are to achieve our climate and biodiversity targets, and legality is at the heart of our requirements. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, new clause 21 and 22 introduce powers that will restore protected sites into good condition, and they're critical for government. What I would like to say is this government is very, very clear about its commitments on the environment, and I hope I've been able to assuage concerns to all members who have put down amendments today.
Thank you. The question is that new clause 21 be read a second time. As many as that opinion say aye. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Oh. I was rather expecting some support for Government New Clause 21. I am hesitating here for a moment. Government New Clause 21. So the government is in favour of Government New Clause 21. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment A to Government New Clause 21 has been selected for separate decision. The amendment has already been moved in her speech by the Honourable Member for Brighton Pavilion. The question is that Amendment A to New Clause 21 be made. As many as that opinion say aye. I think he's not pushing it. I understand I understand, although the colleagues of the Honourable Member for Brighton Pavilion are very loyally pushing her new clause, I hear a voice telling me that the Honourable Lady does not want to push it to our division. As mayors of that opinion say aye, nobody says aye, therefore the noes have it. Oh dear. So, the question is that new clause 21 be added to the bill. As mayors of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to Government New Clause 22. Minister to move New Clause 22 formally. The question is that New Clause 22 be read a second time. As mayors of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that New Clause 22 be added to the bill. As mayors of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to New Clause 25. Ruth Jones to move New Clause 25 formally. The question is that New Clause 25 be added to the bill. As mayors of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Division! Clear the lobby! The question is that New Clause 25 be added to the bill. As mayors of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Tell us for the ayes, Mark Tommy and Liz Twist. Tell us for the noes, Scott Mann And James Morris.
Lock the doors. Order.
Order.
The ayes to the right, 217. The noes to the left, 352.
The ayes to the right, 217. The noes to the left, 352. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. Amendment 29 has been selected for separate decision. I now call Sarah Olney to move Amendment 29 formally. The question is that Amendment 29 be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Division, clear the lobby. The question is that Amendment 29 be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Tellers for the ayes, Alistair Carmichael and Tim Farron. Tellers for the noes, James Morris and Scott Mann. Lock the doors. Beat this bit. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 210. The noes to the left, 359.
The ayes to the right, 210. The noes to the left, 359. So the noes have it. The noes have it. Unlock. We now come to the second group, and we begin with new clause 12, with which it will be convenient to consider all the new clauses and amendments selected in Group 2 as listed on the selection paper. Before I call the Shadow Minister, just to say that there will be a 4-minute time limit on backbench contributions. I call Shadow Minister Ruth Jones to move new clause 12.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I beg to move new clause 12, which has been tabled in my name, as well as Labour's new clause 24. These new clauses are tabled in my name and those of my friends from Plymouth Devonport, Cambridge, Sheffield Hallam, North Tyneside, members of the Shadow DEFRA team. And with the support of colleagues, including the members for Hornsey and Wood Green, Hackney North and Stoke Newington, Cardiff West, Eltham, Feltham and Heston, Brentford and Islewood, Gower, Pontypridd, Neath, Oxford East, Ealing, Southall, Denton and Reddish, Canterbury and Camberwell and Peckham, to name but a few. I should also give my friend from Southampton Test a massive vote of thanks for his work at the early stages of this bill and for all his work to challenge the outdated and unambitious approach of this government to the future of our planet. So here we are, back in the House and back discussing the Environment Bill. And I hope setting out a clear plan to preserve our environment and protect our planet. Madam Deputy Speaker, we are in the middle of a climate and ecological emergency. I know the Minister knows it, and so do the people of this country. But this climate emergency is no surprise to any of us, and it didn't start yesterday. So that's why I remain disappointed the Tories have voted against every single Labour amendment at committee, at report stage day 1, and I fear they will do the same today. Although, of course, I'm happy for the Minister to prove me wrong. Today has been a long time coming, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I know that many stakeholders, campaigners and people up and down England will be pleased that we are finally here discussing the Environment Bill and looking to make it fit for purpose. I know that many stakeholders and campaigners will want to see less party politics and more environmental politics in this debate and through the remaining stages of this bill before it moves to the capable hands of our colleagues in that other place. Now, you don't need to be a green-fingered disciple of Alan Titchmarsh or an animal-loving admirer of Sir David Attenborough to know that wildlife in Britain is on a downward spiral. We are in a period of crisis and it demands real action, not empty words. Of course I will.
Thank my honourable friend for giving way and for all of the work that she and her team do on these issues. Does she agree with me that the Minister would do well to look to Wales for what a bold, ambitious and committed Labour government can do to protect the environment and preserve our planet.
Thank the honourable member for intervening, and I agree with her. I mean, Wales is leading the way here, and I would urge the Minister to seek meetings with the First Minister of Wales and his Environment Minister, Lesley Griffiths, as soon as possible, so we can learn lessons that we can roll over to England. So we've seen a 44% of species decline over the last 10 years, as we heard in the previous debate, and this was on the Minister's watch and on her party's watch. And having left the European Union now, it's vital that we seek to maintain the highest standard of environmental standards. And that is the approach the Shadow Secretary of State and my colleagues in the Shadow DEFRA team and I have taken to this bill from second reading through to committee and here to report stage and remaining stages today. We have proposed fair, balanced and necessary amendments, all of which were defeated by this government. Not one of them was partisan and not one of them was done to play games. But all were done to make this bill fit for purpose. And our new clauses 12 and 24 do just that. They are balanced and they are fair, and they reflect the will out there in the communities across England who want an environment bill that will preserve our planet and protect our environment. This brings me on to another opportunity that the government missed with this bill. This debate today and this moment was the government's chance to tell the fracking companies, your time is up. But, given the choice between doing something bold or doing nothing at all, we know what DEFRA under this Secretary of State always goes for. Madam Deputy Speaker, my position and that of the Shadow Secretary of State and this side of the House is clear. Fossil fuels need to stay in the ground. And this is doubly true when we take into account just how damaging fracking is for our environment. When a third of England's drinking supply is in the groundwater, do you really want to engage in a risky industry that could poison that for good? Even more disturbingly, it's causing earthquakes of up to 2.9 on the Richter scale. In our recovery from COVID, we need to focus on creating good green jobs for the future. Fracking isn't green, and it doesn't create jobs. Because according to the fracking company Quadrilla's licence application in Lancashire, for example, it stated that just 11 jobs will be created across 2 sites. Just 11. Now, Labour MPs up and down the country are standing up for their areas in opposing this. And I want to give a special mention to the member for Lancaster and Fleetwood, who has done so much work in this area, and I commend her for all she does. But now is the time to join France, Germany, Ireland, Bulgaria, and the Netherlands, Scotland, and of course Wales, and put this destructive industry to bed once and for all. I will give way.
If the Honourable Lady could clarify, because clearly, I support the principle of us leaving fossil fuels in the ground and not using them for the future. We are going to need natural gas for the time being, albeit in time I hope we can phase it out. The Germans are planning to bring it in by pipeline from Russia. We are currently bringing it in by tanker from the Middle East. What does she think is the best source of natural gas, therefore, for the coming years while we still need it?
And I thank the Right Honourable Member for his intervention. And I think we're in a transition phase here, and we need to look not just at natural gas, we need to look forward to renewables, because that's where the future lies. Renewables is the future, and we know already that within this country that there are certain days when obviously there's no coal being burned, and some days when it's just renewables being used. And that is the future for the whole of the UK, not just England. And that's where we, on this side of the House, would want to be seeing our future. So I thank him for that. So, I encourage the colleagues across the House to get behind Labour's new Clause 12 that will ban fracking and show we really are serious about tackling the environmental crisis that our country and our planet faces. A crisis that this government wants to tackle with a 25-year environment plan. And talking about the government's 25-year environment plan, it sort of feels that the last few months have given us less of a plan for the next 25 years, but rather the impression that it will take 25 years to develop a plan to preserve our planet and protect our environment. And this just isn't good enough. And whilst I don't doubt the Minister's personal commitment, I do wonder if the backbenchers on her side really understand what is at stake here and what they need to do. Madam Deputy Speaker, I now want to move on to the issue of peat burning and speak to Labour's new Clause 24. Now, I fully accept that soil doesn't always grab the headlines, it's not particularly sexy, but the impact that peat burning has on our environment is profound. And that is why Labour has tabled this amendment. And in doing so, I want to thank stakeholders like Matt Brown at the Countryside Link for all their passionate campaigning on these important issues. The government's peat action plan came 3 years late, and in the meantime, our peatlands have been continuously burnt and degraded, releasing approximately 10 million tonnes of CO2 into the atmosphere each year. Now, the government has committed to restoring 35,000 hectares of peatland by 2025, which is great, but that's only 1/10 of the 355,000 hectares that need to be restored in England. And we have no clear targets for peatland restoration after 2025. What's going to happen then? The government has committed to ban some peat burning, but again, it's not enough. All we get from this government are words and, frankly, hot air. And we need cool, focused and comprehensive action. Labour's amendment would prohibit the burning of peat of any depth in upland areas. We cannot wait for action any longer. We need a foolproof strategy to restore and protect this vital carbon sink. I hope the Minister will do the right thing and get her colleagues to do what so many out in the real world there want us to do, and that is provide action to stop burning peat. It's as simple as that. Today, Madam Deputy Speaker, we had the chance to improve a weak bill. A bill that's lacking in ambition, in focus, and in delivering the real and tangible plan to preserve our environment and protect our planet. So I encourage the Minister to send a message to the Secretary of State. And I do wonder where he is today, because after all, this is supposed to be his landmark bill. And also give a message to the government whips and tell them that the time has come to get real, to act and to deliver, to support Labour's new clauses 12 and 24. There's no better way to show that this government is finally willing to act, to get real and to deliver on their rhetoric rather than by supporting us in the lobby today. The future of our environment and the preservation of our planet demand no less. I beg to move. Thank you.
Madam Deputy Speaker.
I'm sorry, I just need to interrupt the honourable gentleman because we have to move the... You have to read out.
Well consents for hydraulic fracturing, cessation of issue and termination.
The question is that new clause 12 be read a second time. Sir John Redwood.
Speaker, I have declared my business interest in the register. There is much to welcome in the government's aims. Like most MPs, I look forward to cleaner water and cleaner air. I think it is right that we should take more care of the other species we share our islands with. And I look forward to those greener and pleasanter lands having more protection and more support. And of course, I welcome the idea that we should plant many more trees. But at this point in our deliberations, I think we should also ask the Minister to give us a bit more background and information about the costs of this transformation so that we can know that it is realistic and it will be properly shared. Because when we look at the legislation itself and we look at the impact assessments, we see that there is very little by way of hard information about how much cost may be entailed and who should primarily bear that. If we look at the wide-ranging powers to introduce more waste charges, for example, the statements in the impact materials is that they cannot assess an impact. It will depend in due course on what actual charges are brought in. When we look at the very expensive rules on producer responsibility, taking more responsibility for packaging, for batteries, for waste electrical equipment and for end-of-life vehicles. We're told that a partial cost of the first item is about £1 billion a year, but there is no information on the full cost and there is no information on the others. There's a bit of information on cost on house builders for the habitat provisions, and there's not a lot of work through financial information on the deposit return scheme. Now, I think there are ways forward where we can both make sure that we have a better environment and that we are earning more revenue from suitable and sustainable exploitation of nature's abundance. And so I hope the government will work hard on finding those ways that enable livelihoods to be increased and improved, just as we are also doing the right things by the environment. If we take the case of trees, for example, I do hope that as we plant many more trees, there will be more sustainable forestry. I always thought it's quite wrong that we import so much wood to burn in the Drax power station or all across the Atlantic, when surely we should be looking for sustainable sources at home. And quite wrong that we import so much of the timber we need for our big house building projects, when again, this is a good climate for growing softwood in, and surely we could go about our task of finding sustainable ways. We need to cut the wood miles and to have that sustainable forestry here, as well as having the beautiful and diverse trees in our landscape in suitable places where the government will offer its own taxpayer-based financial support. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, let's hear a little bit more about the livelihoods and the opportunities this can bring. Let us show how we can have both a beautiful countryside and a working countryside, so that we can cut the wood miles, we can cut the food miles, and we can ensure that there is more buy-in by business and by individuals to these great aims of having a better natural environment, because there are also opportunities to do more at home and to have that happy conjunction of success in business, harnessing nature's abundance and the beauty of nature's abundance, whilst respecting all the other species that share our islands with us.
We now go to the SNP spokesperson, Deirdre Brock.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Very briefly, because as I've already laid out, this is almost entirely an English bill. I wanted though to touch on NC12. NC12 is a good addition that should be welcomed by the government. Scotland banned fracking some time ago, and Wales has made it very difficult to get the permissions needed. Adding a fracking ban to this bill would complete the set, and the SNP certainly supports that, because when your neighbour keeps trying to set his house on fire, you want to help him to stop. Fracking releases gas at a greater input cost than other types of gas well, I might add, and not all of the gas is collected for commercial exploitation. Fracking is associated with a greater escape of gas to the atmosphere than other forms of gas production, which in itself is a contributor to the climate crisis. The seismic effects may, of course, cross borders, and the large amounts of road traffic needed for frack wells will get in the way of other transport needs and itself contribute to the climate chaos. It's in everyone's interest to make sure that neighbouring countries don't go fracking the place up. However, responsibilities for the licensing of oil and gas development since the 2016 Scotland Act rest with the Scottish Government, and therefore the clause impacts on devolved powers. I'd just like to, in closing, if I may, Madam Deputy Speaker, correct a point that the Shadow Secretary made earlier when he said that the UK was the first country to declare a climate emergency. It wasn't. The climate emergency petition started in Australia. Many very good things come from Australia, Madam Deputy Speaker, and dotted around the world for a while before the Scottish Government became the first government to declare a climate emergency, closely followed by Wales. England caught up a wee while later. A hint.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to focus my remarks on the issues I raised in New Clause 19. We've talked somewhat this afternoon about the issue of deforestation, and I pay tribute to the Minister particularly because I know she has been a driving force in ensuring this bill takes some significant steps around the issue of deforestation. It effectively, Madam Deputy Speaker, makes it illegal and much more challenging to bring the fruits of illegal deforestation to the United Kingdom. That is absolutely right. The stronger the law on that front, the better. But what it doesn't do, and it's very difficult for a government to do, is to prevent the fruits of legal deforestation arriving in the United Kingdom. And we see only now the issues in Brazil, with the Bolsonaro government looking to pursue further legislative change that can lead to further deforestation in the Amazon, something none of us can afford to see happen. And what I want to do is to encourage the government, and the principle behind this new clause, to encourage the government to take a step which I believe can make a real difference to those who are seeking to legally deforest in other parts of the world, by putting the power not into the hands of regulators, but into the hands of consumers. Because I passionately believe that consumers around the world, if they say no to the consequences of deforestation, it will be much more difficult for governments and individuals to pursue whether it's legal or illegal deforestation. Now, the reality is, in this country, Madam Deputy Speaker, if I want to know when I go to the supermarket if the product I'm buying contains products that have done damage to forests, it's pretty difficult to do it. And if I don't want to buy a product with palm oil in it, I have to scrutinise small print, the ingredients on the back, to establish whether I've got palm oil or no palm oil in the product, and even more difficult to work out whether there's palm oil from a sustainable source. And of course, some of the aspects of our supply chains are invisible, like, for example, whether the soy meal that has fed the animals whose meat we eat have come from a sustainable source, or much, much, much more likely from an unsustainable source. And that is an issue we really do have to address. And I think one of the ways, and it's one of the ways in which we need to address this, is to have a proper system of food labelling in this country that indicates whether a product comes from a sustainable source or not. There's a lot of work taking place right now in the private sector by retailers and others, and in the academic sector, to look at how you would assess the sustainability of a product. As I say, it's not just about the food you buy in a shop, it's about the ingredients that go into that food. I think labelling should be placed on the sacks of soy meal that go in to feed pigs in our pig farms, as well as on the products we buy in our shops, to indicate very clearly to both buyers and consumers that this is a product that comes from a carefully thought out sustainable source, and where it does not. And there is work being done by big supermarkets, there's work being done by academics, there's work being done by some really innovative smaller food companies to try and ensure that there is a good way of tracking the sustainability of a food source. But in the end, what we can't have is the Wild West of food labelling. What we need, I think, is a coherent single approach that enables a consumer in an easy, recognisable way to say, I know that I can buy that in good conscience, or I know that that's a product that creates problems for the environment. And the truth is, that label alone will ensure that the buyer doesn't buy the product and it never appears and the market isn't there. So my request and my message to the Secretary of State and to the Minister today, and I will be following this up over the coming months, is please follow this path, introduce a single system of sustainable food labelling, and send a message to consumers: you are empowered to take the right choices.
Cat Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to address most of my remarks this afternoon on new clause 12 and fracking. But before I turn specifically to that, I just want to put on record my concerns regarding flooding, because we are in a climate and ecological emergency, and we are seeing increased instances of flooding, and that's certainly something I've witnessed in my Lancaster and Fleetwood constituency. And it certainly concerns me that at a time we've seen increased flooding, we've seen the Environment Agency budget cut by a third and the Fire and Rescue Service by a fifth. And I just think it's not simply enough to wring our hands whilst making these cuts when we can't respond to the flooding emergency. So I urge the Minister to look again at these cuts and actually look at investing in upland water management. This Environment Bill is the Government's first opportunity to bring in equivalent standards to those in the EU regulations. So frankly, if we can't secure strong environmental protections in this bill, it certainly bodes ill for workers' rights and workplace protections. But turning to new clause 12, this clause would revoke current fracking licences and prevent the Oil and Gas Authority from being able to provide future licences for hydraulic fracturing, exploration or acidification. But fracking is a big deal in Lancashire. When Cuadrilla started, in just 2 months, 57 earthquakes were detected. Cuadrilla actually stopped fracking 5 times because it triggered earthquakes bigger than the government rules allowed. And even more disturbingly, a year later, an earthquake measuring 2.9 on the Richter scale led to a review by the Oil and Gas Authority, who, worryingly, they concluded it wasn't possible to predict the probability or size of the tremors caused by fracking. My Lancashire constituents, and indeed I think much of the country, was much relieved when the government did get round to launching the moratorium, halting fracking and exploration with immediate effect. But in the past 2 years, the government has failed to deliver the legislation that's needed to give effect to their promise. So I ask the Minister, if she's not willing to support new clause 12 today, when will that come? Because it was a relief that the government got as far as the moratorium almost 2 years ago, but we do need something concrete, something solid behind that moratorium. So if the Minister is to assure my constituents that this bill isn't just empty words, can she accept Labour's amendment and legislate to ban fracking once and for all? Like we know from the Lancashire experiment on fracking that this is a risky way of extracting dirty energy, and we've seen in France, Germany, Ireland, Bulgaria, New York State and the Netherlands, as well as Scotland and Wales, they all agree. So this is our opportunity to bring England in line. There are so many risks surrounding fracking, and the government knows this, or they wouldn't have called the moratorium in the first place. The British Geological Survey is very clear that groundwater may be potentially contaminated by extraction of shale gas. And in England, our groundwater is supplying a third of our drinking water. So in addition to the assertion that fracking will lead to a jobs boom, that's just simply not true. In Quadrilla's application in Lancashire, they talked about starting just 11 jobs. And that's before we start looking at the jobs that would be put at risk by fracking happening on the Lancashire coast, because so many of our jobs on the Fylde coast are very much in the tourism industry, and people aren't keen to holiday next to fracking wells. Look, most importantly, scientists agree that if we are to avoid dangerous levels of global warming, fossil fuels need to stay in the ground. So with every application, it comes huge environmental concern. There's a risk of additional carbon emissions, as well as the understandable anxiety for local people about the impact of earth tremors and water contamination. So when will the Minister listen and finally take action? Now is our chance, once and for all, to tell the fracking companies their time's up and put the future of the planet and our communities first. Thank you.
Sir David Amis.
More pearls of wisdom for the government to listen to. I'm delighted that we have reached the report stage of this landmark environment bill that examines our vital relationship with nature and how that affects wildlife generally. The Treasury-sponsored Does Gut to Review on the Economics of Biodiversity calls for transformational change as our demands of nature outstrips its capacities to supply for us. Now, I'm delighted with our government's commitment to invest in new green industries to create jobs whilst protecting the environment. And I do welcome the Prime Minister's 10-point plan to achieve net zero carbon emissions by 2050, but we certainly need more charging points for electrical vehicles in Southend. But legislative changes need to be urgently implemented to ensure that our action towards the environment and animals are responsible and sustainable. Ultimately, if we damage the environment, we will destroy ecosystems that animals rely on. It is estimated that because of our activities over the last 200,000 years, the total amount of living matter on the planet has actually decreased by 50%. Shocking. As biomass falls, so does biodiversity. We see large depletions in insect numbers and bulky oceanic fish such as tuna and cod, and the conversion of natural habitats to agriculture. Most wildlife hotspots are now down to small percentages of their former ranges. So I want to see our country leading on these issues, and our presidency of the COP26 summit in November will, I hope, spur urgent action throughout the world. We should review our international aid budget directed towards global habitat and biodiversity protection, which unfortunately has recently fallen to below 0.5%. One way we can enhance domestic biodiversity and allow nature to recover is to rewild our seas, the uplands, peatlands, floodlands and coasts. We should ensure that at least 30% of our seas are no-take, no-activity marine conservation zones. I certainly do welcome the reintroduction of the beaver, and I hope we will be able to reintroduce many more species that were once native to England. This bill, I believe, Madam Deputy Speaker, will be critical in setting out how farmers protect nature and the environment. Intensive farming and the industrial fishing practices are two of the main drivers of biodiversity loss, and I'm sorry if that upsets colleagues who have many farms in their constituencies. But factory farming is unsustainable as a system that is polluting our air and water, killing our wildlife, degrading our soil and altering our climate. We are out of balance with nature and our environment. This must change. The natural world and the man-made world are closely linked, and therefore planning reforms should be legally implemented to enable nature's recovery, strengthen protections for sites designated for nature, and to increase developer contributions to nature's recovery. Our population continues to grow at a fast pace, which puts pressure on our green belts and countryside. I hope the government will not allow more of our green and open land to be covered by large-scale developments. So in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's so important that we approach the challenge of building back better by creating a brighter future with respect for our environment and other living beings that we share our planet with. We must think sustainably about our health, the billions of sentient animals and the protection of our precious planet, as I'm sure David Attenborough would agree with.
We now go to Debbie Abrahams.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to move new clause 29 in my name and on behalf of my colleagues. This compels the Environment Secretary to assess the impacts of the bill on air quality, how different population groups will be exposed to air pollutants, and subsequently how this differential exposure will impact on their health. It is our exposure to health risks and hazards that determines our health status, how long we're going to live and how long we're going to live in good health. The money, resources and power we have will determine where and how we live. It will determine whether our family's home is on a busy road or a motorway or in a leafy suburb. It will determine not only our risk of being involved in a road traffic accident, but also our exposure to toxic emissions from this traffic. The poorer you are, the greater the likelihood that you will be exposed to pollutants at levels that are hazardous to your health. But we also know if you're disabled or black, or if you're of Pakistani or Bangladeshi heritage, or a single parent, you're also more likely to be poor. But let's be clear, air pollution is bad for everyone. The 2016 Royal College of Physicians report, Every Breath We Take, estimated that every year 40,000 people die prematurely as a result of the poor outdoor air quality they're exposed to, and that people on low incomes are disproportionately affected. The health problems resulting from our exposure to air pollution have a high cost to health who suffer from illness and premature death, but also to our health services and to the economy. Again, in the UK, these costs are estimated to be more than £20 billion every year. But for me, it's the human tragedies resulting from this air pollution that strike home. Elo Ado-Kisa Deborah was 9 years old when she died from an asthma attack. At her inquest, the coroner said that levels of nitrogen dioxide near Ella's home exceeded World Health Organization and European Union guidelines. He added there was a recognised failure to reduce the levels of nitrogen dioxide, which possibly contributed to her death. The coroner concluded that Ella died of an asthma attack contributed to by exposure to excessive air pollution. He said that legally binding targets based on WHO guidelines are needed to reduce the number of deaths from air pollution in the UK. The public health response to air pollution is to protect people and the environment in ways that are socially inclusive and equitable globally and across multiple generations. The government must ensure that this happens in this bill. Implementing my new clauses review will demonstrate if the bill will reduce exposure to hazardous air pollutants for people on low incomes, and as much as those on more affluent incomes. It will signal the government's real commitment to protecting all of our health, and importantly, it will signal to Ella's family that the government is listening.
We now go to Andrew Saloon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And while I welcome the measures in the bill to standardise the collection of plastic waste across all local authorities, I remain very concerned at the continued increase in the production of single-use plastic. Too much of this plastic ends up as litter around our country and around the world, harming human, animal and marine health. And we must start to reduce the amount of single-use plastic we make, as some of the projections for its continued production are truly alarming. We also need to massively improve our performance on littering and fly tipping, part of the area that a group of us cleared up litter from on Saturday in my constituency as part of the Great British Spring Clean was already covered in litter again by Sunday. As Lord Kirkham said in the Queen's Speech debate, research suggests that we have few, if any, rivals for the unwanted title of the most littered country in the developed world. It is soul-destroying and dangerous to humans and animals. It pollutes the very air we breathe. It depresses and saps a nation's morale. So we need more covert cameras to catch the culprits and more prosecutions with greater fines to act as a significant deterrent. And parents and schools need to do their bit to deter the next generation from littering, which is not only antisocial, but criminal. Now, I'm told by South Bedfordshire Friends of the Earth that we have at times continuous sewage discharge into the River Ouzel, which is a valuable wildlife corridor through Leighton Buzzard. There are very low numbers of freshwater shrimps in the river, and a chemical quality which was good in 2015 and 2016 was reported as a fail in 2019, according to the Environment Agency. So we will need to continue to strengthen legislation on continuous sewage discharges. Now, while I very warmly welcome the world-leading parts of this bill to mandate larger businesses not to source commodities from illegally deforested land, I am concerned about commodities sourced from legally deforested rainforests in particular. And I would like to see a certification scheme similar to the fair trade one, so that we can all be reassured that the food we are eating has not come to us at the expense of virgin rainforests.
Number 10 is not here, so we will go to Barry Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm delighted to support new clauses 12 and 24 tabled by my honourable friend, the member for Newport West. It's vital to preserve our most effective carbon sinks. The UK's peatland cover only 10% of our land, yet they store about 3 billion tonnes of carbon. Sadly, we've degraded our peatlands to such an extent that only 20% are now in their natural state. Heather and grass burning regulations currently only cover upland peat in areas designated as SSSIs and special areas of conservation. So this new clause extends the ban on rotational burning across all upland peat habitats. Burning vegetation on our most important natural sinks not only hinders our ability to meet our emissions targets, it also impedes our biodiversity and water quality ambitions. Currently, only 40% of our peat is covered by the existing regulation. I support this clause to protect the full 355,000 hectares of upland peat in England. I also support new clause 19, introduced by the member for Epsom and Newell. Land conversion to agriculture for our high meat, high dairy diets is a key driver of biodiversity loss. It's responsible for 14% of global emissions and for 35 million tonnes of CO2 in the UK alone. Tackling deforestation in UK companies' supply chains is therefore essential, and this clause would have introduced a labelling scheme so consumers could be assured that the food they're eating is not a driver either of biodiversity decline or the climate emergency. Now, the member for Epsom and Newell also intervened about new clause 12, arguing that we should permit fracking in the UK as an interim fuel as we transition to a fully renewable energy system. The problem is that the interim is too short and the return on investment demanded by the companies takes too long, which would mean that fracking companies left us with stranded assets. Now, some would say that's their problem. But when the government has offered the fracking industry the most generous tax release anywhere in the world and 75% capital allowances, it's not their problem, it's the taxpayers. So fracking in the UK should be prohibited, and new clause 12 does that. The government has now accepted the need for a statutory target for halting the decline of nature by 2030, and I welcome that. But the Minister must set out further details of the measures she proposes to deliver upon the targets and how implementation will be reported to Parliament. The Minister will be aware of the work of the Parliamentary Office of Science and Technology on the matter of biodiversity indicators. Indicators can be used to aid policy decisions, but the difficulty of setting appropriate baselines for reference and the ambiguity of biodiversity targets is compounded by the differing sensitivity of indicators to change over time. Indicators may be about biomass, about endangered species, about trends of common species. The ability to obfuscate whether targets have been reached is too great unless the Minister is specific about the indicators that will be adopted and what the baselines are, how they will be measured, and what their implications are for policy development. Post sets out how it is possible to pursue biodiversity targets which would have a positive outcome in the UK, but which would offshore far greater negative biodiversity impacts to other countries. I would ask the Minister to respond to the Post note on biodiversity indicators by setting out which DEFRA will use to achieve which ends and targets, and to adopt a coherent global perspective to ensure that we achieve not just a reversal of the loss of biodiversity in the UK, but in the overseas territories for whose biodiversity we are responsible under the Convention, and with a globally net positive outcome.
As there have been some withdrawals and some people haven't turned up, I'm going to unusually put the time limit up to 5 minutes. Chris Loader.
Madam Deputy Speaker, that's incredibly kind and I'm extremely grateful. I should just say to members of the House, in case members had forgotten, I should declare my interest as my family of farmers in my home constituency of West Dorset. Madam Deputy Speaker, I have had the privilege of speaking in every reading of this bill so far in the House, and I'm extremely grateful again to my honourable friend, the Minister, for the work which she has done and for how she continues to engage with members from across this House in this very, very important bill. I think to start with, Madam Deputy Speaker, there are probably a couple of things that I would like to remind the Minister about in terms of particular issues in West Dorset that are incredibly important. The A35 between Bridport and Lyme Regis, specifically at Chiddock, has the highest levels of nitrogen dioxide anywhere in the United Kingdom, and it is incredibly important to my constituents that we can take this bill forward and the Minister can do all that she can to make sure that we can take those powers and act on dealing with that very difficult issue. Single-use plastics has been a continual frustration of mine. I have spoken to constituents on many occasions, and I feel that when you walk into a supermarket, you're seeing shelves of plastic with food inside rather than buying food alone. This bill makes important provisions to deal with some of that, and I think when we see supermarkets such as Tesco have a 2.2% increase in single-use plastics between 2017 and 2019, it proves that this issue is incredibly difficult and we need to make sure that we take the powers in this bill and the subsequent act to deal with it. Madam Deputy Speaker, I also rise to speak in support of my amendment, New Clause 28, which is on food labelling and specifically with a focus on food miles. I'm tabling this amendment today because I think it is incredibly important that there is complete transparency about the food that we buy. Now, I know a lot of my friends from Camden and Islington are great fans of avocados. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, being a farmer's son, I prefer West Dorset sausage than avocados personally, and I'd rather get that meat from just around the corner rather than avocados that have flown thousands and thousands of miles across the world to be brought here. Now, I'm not here to speak in support or in opposition of a particular meat agenda or a particular vegetarian or a vegan agenda. But what I do think is important is that we see complete transparency about what we buy so that we as individuals and the consumers of the nation can make that informed decision that it prioritises the environmental needs that we all have. Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend, the Minister for Agriculture, also at the conclusion of the Agriculture Bill, I believe third reading, very kindly offered that we would do, or the government would undertake a consultation into food labelling, and she said that that would indeed commence this year. I would be very grateful indeed if her colleague, the Minister here today, might be able to share some more details of that, because I'm conscious that there's a substantial amount of time that has passed since then, because once we have that labelling in place, I believe, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we should then go to build on that. That labelling will indeed allow consumers to make the choice. Indeed, along the same lines as my right honourable friend, the member for Epsom Ewell, outlined earlier, because going forward, that labelling, I want to be expanded. And I also want it to clearly identify, especially for meat products, whether or not that meat is humanely slaughtered, because I think that is increasingly important in this country. So I think in my concluding remarks, Madam Deputy Speaker, I should be extremely grateful to hear from the Minister in terms of my points, to see exactly what the government will do in respect of my proposed amendment. Thank you.
Beth Winter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was elected on the back of the greenest manifesto Labour has ever proposed. We understood the scale of the climate crisis and set forward proposals that would rapidly decarbonise our economy while protecting precious natural resources. Representing the constituency of Cynon Valley, which lies in the foothills of the Brecon Beacons in South Wales, I, along with my constituents, take great pride in our natural environment, which we are determined to protect. As Members of Parliament, we are in an extremely privileged position, and it is our duty to act on climate change for the sake of future generations. It is because of this that I am disappointed with this bill. Now that we have left the EU, it is essential that we set in law certain environmental protections. However, the measures set out in this bill are not ambitious enough. Thankfully, others in this chamber have proposed a more meaningful course of action. Many of my friends and colleagues have tabled amendments and new clauses which I would support today. I support new clause 12, which would end the practice of fracking. Fracking is a deeply damaging practice which can cause seismic activity, water contamination and ill health for local residents. Now, Welsh Government has blocked the process for more than 5 years, and I call on UK Government to follow suit. New clause 24 would extend the government's peat burning ban to cover all upland peat in England. Peat plays a crucial role in naturally trapping and storing carbon and are among the most valuable ecosystems on Earth. We need to be encouraging these habitats rather than allowing their destruction. The Welsh Government has again gone further and last year laid out a 5-year plan for peatland restoration. In the South Wales Valley, including my constituency of Cynon Valley, 540 hectares of peatland will be reintroduced, which will not only create a vibrant habitat and trap carbon dioxide, but also reduce the growing risk of forest fires. And I also support new clause 29, which would go a long way to address the impact of the Act on public health and in particular air pollution, which is responsible for an estimated 64,000 premature deaths annually in the UK. People are starting to challenge this, and the brilliant local campaign in my constituency against waste incineration, led by the Valleys for Tourism Not Trash campaign, was one I was proud to be involved with, and I am absolutely delighted that the campaign was successful. I'm also extremely pleased the Welsh Government has now placed a moratorium on the building of such incinerators, and again call on UK Government to follow suit. Now, Wales has recognised that we have a climate emergency that is an existential threat. The new Senedd now has a Minister for Climate Change, and I'm especially proud that we already have an ambitious national forest plan to enhance and create woodlands and habitats in a connected way across Wales, which will have a key role in replacing fossil fuels, storing carbon and helping us to cope with the effects of a changing climate. I also applaud Welsh Government for committing to ban the use of single-use plastics. UK Government also needs to give this topic the priority it needs if we are to save this planet. This requires a radical change of economic emphasis, supporting the creation of at least 1 million new green jobs. While there are many aspects of this bill that I would wish to welcome, it does not go far enough or fast enough to ensure that future generations can enjoy the world and not suffer the consequences of our abuse and misuse of our resources. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Number 14 has withdrawn, so we go to Geraint Davis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The world faces a catastrophic climate change crisis, yet this Environment Bill falls very short, in particular at a time that we're going to host the COP26 and should be basically taking leadership for the entire world. After all, global emissions are actually up 60% since the Kyoto conference in 1990. Global temperatures are at 1.2% above the 1850 base rate and will hit the 1.5 degree level by 2030 on the current forecast, which will mean loss of land, major problems in terms of migration, food loss, etc. And meanwhile, something like 7 million people are dying currently every year from air pollution caused by fossil fuel extraction and use. So I'm very pleased that there's an attempt in this bill, a new clause 29, to link human health with environmental health. Because after all, 64,000 people a year are dying from air pollution on the latest figures at a cost of £20 billion to our economy. We know, of course, that air pollution was registered as the cause of death in the tragic case of Ella Kissy Deborah. And in the coroner's report that followed, in the Prevention of Death report, the coroner actually recommended that we had World Health Organization legally binding air quality limits enforced in law. And following a meeting I had with the Environment Secretary and Ella's mother, Rosamond, the Environment Secretary said he would look again at that, and I hope he will when this comes back from the Lords, because we know that, of course, air pollution is worse in the poorer, more diverse communities. We know that air pollution increases the risk and level of death from coronavirus, and like 12%, according to the Max Planck Institute. Other studies have been done at Harvard and across the world showing this link. And of course, Dominic Cummings has just reminded us that coronavirus is airborne and that more emphasis needs to be put on that. But we need to put more emphasis on air pollution as well. We also know that other than the death rate, the infection rate is higher with air pollution. So this is something we do need legally binding WHO limits on. Turning to fracking, emissions from methane are actually 80 times worse than carbon dioxide for global warming. Given that, and given the fact that we know from satellite photography that fracking emits 5% fugitive emissions, in other words, 5% of the methane is leaked, what that means is that fracking is worse than coal for climate change and should simply be banned. Meanwhile, we need more trees, not just to absorb carbon, but to store carbon by putting them into infrastructure, into construction, in place of concrete. I mean, if concrete was a country, it would be the third biggest emitter of greenhouse gases of any country in the world. So I'm glad, as the last speaker mentioned, from Cynnon Valley, that Wales is taking a lead on this. We've appointed in Wales a climate change minister, Julie James from Swansea West as well. We'll be pushing forward with a national forest, using wood in building. But in contrast, in the UK, we've got a situation where most of the hardwood is actually burnt, not just causing climate change, but causing harmful health pollution. So therefore, that should really be pulped up and put into insulation in construction instead. Meanwhile, of course, we've got Brexit, which means we've got more food miles. We need an initiative in COP26 again to put carbon pricing into trade. We've got a situation where China, by way of examples, now generating 28% of global carbon emissions, with more emissions per head than people in Britain, for example. So we need a joined-up approach led through this environment bill, which includes an approach from trade, from transport, from health, from local government and planning and housing, and not just an EFRA-led effort that will make quite a little difference to the massive problems we face. So, in summary, we need much more, much sooner from all our departments, and really to improve this environment bill dramatically to make a real difference and to take global leadership.
We now go to David Simmons.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I first draw the House's attention to my register of interests. I need to make reference to that I'm serving local councillor and a Vice President of the Local Government Association, which I will reference during my contribution. Madam Deputy Speaker, there are many things to be welcomed in the bill overall, and the first of those, which is particularly important to my constituents, is that we will see, as a result, some improvement in respect of air quality. It's also very clear that legislation in many of these respects is the start of a process, not the finish of it. We know that there will be a great deal of guidance issued by different government departments to local authorities and to other bodies, which will set out the mechanics of how these powers will be used and how these improvements will be brought about. And in respect of air quality, I would particularly highlight the need to ensure that local authorities and any others who are charged with responsibility for implementing those measures and for achieving those targets and those plans being delivered need to have meaningful powers that will enable them to tackle sources of air quality pollution. And in the context of London, where my constituency is, and the capital, which has very busy, very congested roads, we need to ensure, for example, that local authorities have effective powers at their disposal to tackle issues like vehicle idling, which contributes so much to air pollution, especially around schools and hospitals and other places where vulnerable people are placed at risk. Let me then move on, Madam Deputy Speaker, to issues around plastics. I pay particular tribute to my colleague from West Dorset, who I know has been very active in bringing this issue to the attention of government throughout the debates on the Environment Bill. It's particularly important for local authorities to ensure that the provisions for producer responsibility ensure that there is sufficient funding that finds its way to those who will then be processing that plastic for recycling. And we know in the UK that producers pay very little by comparison with most other developed countries in Europe towards the cost of recycling their products, and therefore that cost is heavily subsidised, if not entirely met in many places, by council taxpayers. So we should ask those that are making these products that are then polluting our environment to ensure that they are providing the facilities, the resources that are required to make that recycling happen in reality. And on the wider impact on recycling systems, I heard a number of members make reference to welcoming a consistency around local authority recycling practices. We do need to recognise that the sale of the recyclable elements of household waste makes a significant contribution already to the cost of household waste collections. It's something which affects all of our constituents, although there are different systems in use around the country. We need to ensure that programmes for things like deposit return schemes do not hit council taxpayers by removing so much of the recyclable material from household waste collections that there is a significant increase in council tax is needed to subsidise that difference. So we need to make sure that when that guidance is issued to local authorities, that it reflects the discharge of their responsibilities on the ground. I very much support, Madam Deputy Speaker, a point made by a number of members that we need to ensure we look at the whole picture on all kinds of goods and services, so we recognise the wider environmental impact, including the impact that may happen elsewhere, or we are simply kidding ourselves and our constituents if we are offshoring pollution rather than dealing with it directly by ensuring that what we do with the behaviour, the way in which we purchase goods and services, is reducing that environmental impact. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to touch on a couple of issues which impact in particular on the natural environment and biodiversity. I very much welcome the work that the member for Ludlow has done in bringing about a change, perhaps a robustness and strengthening of the policy around sewage discharge. The River Colne, one of the beauty spots that abuts my constituency and very popular with my constituents, is significantly affected by sewage discharge. And we need to make sure, again, that there are effective measures that will make a substantial difference. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me mention biodiversity net gain. I'd simply make a request to ministers that when the guidance is issued about how that will be managed through the planning process, that we ensure as far as possible that the biodiversity gain through planning is maintained locally, so that it's the communities that are seeing the impact of the developments in their local area that also see the benefit of the biodiversity gain, which is envisaged through the planning system. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Lee Rowley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to be able to contribute today. I rise to speak today on fracking, an issue close to mine and my constituents' hearts, and to reject, clearly, the unnecessary and transparently political new Clause 12. Since I came to this place in 2017, I have spoken out against fracking, I have held debates, proposed bills, submitted questions, chaired an APPG, spoke at planning committees, spoke at hearings and appeals against QCs, and generally made a nuisance of myself to the front bench of the government about fracking, because I wanted it stopped at Marsh Lane and in North East Derbyshire, and I make no apologies for that. I was delighted when the government placed a moratorium on fracking, and I am glad to have played a very small role in getting us to that place. Yet suddenly, a year and a half after the moratorium went on, we suddenly have a burning issue, a problem that is so acute that a series of straw men are wheeled out from the opposition front bench and back bench over the course of this debate, creating the need to ban something which is effectively dead already. The honourable member from Lancaster and Fleetwood, who's not in a place at the moment, said that we only have empty words. Well, empty words have a funny way of stopping any fracking happening at all since that moratorium went on in late 2017, and in ensuring that licences in her own county were partially handed back by the operator of the fracking area. Why is it that 49 Labour MPs have suddenly decided there is new urgency to legislate on this matter? There is not. And we know there is no urgency precisely because those 49 Labour MPs have shown almost zero interest in this issue in recent times. For the 43 of those 49 who were in this Parliament between 2017 and 2019, where were those honourable members at the APPG which I chaired when we talked about all of these issues in extraordinary detail? Where were any of them in the last debate that this place had on fracking on the 28th of September 2020, called by a Conservative, when the Minister said, and I quote, "Fracking will not be taken forward in England and we should accept victory"? And how have they been using this place since the moratorium announcement in late 2019 if they think it is so deficient and which it now so clearly burns in the depth of their souls? I can count literally on one hand the number of times that any of those 49 people have spoken about fracking in that chamber or in Westminster Hall since that point. Let us be clear what this amendment is today. It is not a thoughtful, careful proposal which seeks to resolve an urgent issue. It does not solve a burning problem which burns up and down the land. The placards are not waving high for government intervention, nor does it necessarily, technically, fix the problem in front of us. The definition which is put forward by the opposition in this legislation would not have stopped any of the 3 fracks which occurred since 2011. For those of us who have been involved in this campaign since in the last Parliament, we do not need the Labour front bench trying to hijack and politicise this issue yet again, right when it has been solved. We do not need the pretence that those signing this actually care about an issue when they were nowhere to be seen right when it mattered, when we were actually trying to stop this industry. It is almost like when the opposition runs out of amendments to put down, that they just pull out an old favourite and see whatever bill they can attach it to. Fracking is over. The battle is won. The industry has packed up. It is done. And I will not support an amendment which pretends otherwise, on a bill which has nothing to do with energy, which will cause unnecessary worry to constituents who have been worried for many years over it, and which is a clearly shoddy attempt to play political games. The Shadow Minister opened her remarks saying she hoped to make this less party political. Great. Stop playing political games. Reject this amendment.
We now go to Claudia Webb.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With the highest ever temperatures recorded in the Arctic Circle and with just 3% of the world's ecosystems remaining intact, we cannot delay in taking radical action to save our planet and future generations. Yet this Environment Bill does not nearly go far enough to tackle the climate and ecological emergency. As we emerge from the pandemic, we must raise our ambition to forge a new social settlement, a Green New Deal, to rebuild the country with a more just and sustainable economy. We must fight for a society in which public health always comes before private profit, and it must be the big polluters and corporate giants who bear the costs, not ordinary people. It is vital that those responsible for climate chaos, the fossil fuel companies and big polluters, that they are held responsible for their actions. Fracking is bad for people and the environment. Therefore, we must ban it. And in this, it is vital that the protection of all workers and communities are guaranteed during the transition to a carbon-free, renewable energies future. As we rebuild our economy from the ruins of a pandemic, it is possible for the government to create 1 million green jobs with a programme of investment in renewable energy, flood defences and a resilient health and care service. The coronavirus crisis has demonstrated the need for communities like Leicester to have access to clean air, green spaces, streets for people and interconnectivity. That's why we must also introduce full fibre broadband free at the point of use, a mass house installation programme and a green integrated public transport system. Under this government, air pollution has reached dangerous levels, with 60% of people in England now breathing illegally poor air. Many of my constituents have contacted me regarding the need for a stronger environmental bill for clean air in Leicester. The government must enshrine the World Health Organization's guideline for damaging particulates, known as Particulate Matters 2.5, into law via the Environment Bill. Currently, the bill falls short and merely commits to setting a new unspecified target by 2022. Our current legal limit for PM 2.5 is twice as high as what the World Health Organization recommends. I urge the government to adopt a clear legal commitment to reduce these particulates, which contributed to more than 4 million deaths, as we know, in 2016. Without much more ambitious government intervention, the urgent action required to preserve a habitable planet will be too slow. This will cause unimaginable ecological disruption and could cost millions of lives, most sharply in global south countries which have contributed the least to climate change. To ensure a global Green New Deal, our government must strongly consider the cancellation of global south debt to enable investment in public health. The UK must also end international fossil fuel finance and rapidly step up financial support for a just global energy transition. The upcoming COP26 conference in Glasgow provides a crucial opportunity to reset our relationship to climate justice. Yet the conference risks excluding representatives from countries that are most at risk from climate breakdown. We must ensure that every possible step is taken to ensure that COP26 is accessible for all and that it is a turning point for a more radical climate action. Whilst we recover from the pandemic, a green ambition must be hardwired into everything we do as we rebuild our economy. To achieve this, the government must raise its ambitions seriously, rewrite this Environment Bill, work with us on the opposition benches and begin to act on the scale that the climate crisis demands. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Numbers 17, 19, 20 and 21 have withdrawn, so we go straight to the final speech from the backbenchers. Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's not often you get 4 ahead of you drop out and you have the opportunity. Does that mean I have 20 minutes to speak? I know I don't. I know the answer. You don't have to answer that at all. Can I just say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I'm really, really pleased to speak in a matter of such importance and that we have to get it right from the outset. And I welcome the Minister and Government's commitment to the bill as put forward. I was extremely pleased to see enhanced measures within the Queen's speeches. Anything we can do to enhance the impact of the bill is welcome. I believe we have a responsibility to the generations that follow to be the gatekeepers, to instil in them a passion for our environment and our duty to do the best we can, even if it means that life is a little bit tougher. If our rubbish sorting takes longer, if we must spend longer at the recycling centre, or leaving goods to a local charity shop, we must all play our role. I remember very well in the past, Madam Deputy Speaker, when my council went into the recycling, that many of the people were objecting to it, probably in the principle of objection. But today, every one of us energetically and physically recycle all of the products in our house, everything into the blue bin, glass into the glass one, and so on, and the grey bin for the ordinary stuff that you had before, and then the brown bin for the stuff that goes elsewhere. But I want to ask, if I can, very quickly, Madam Deputy Speaker, 2 points. The role that this government has is to provide a bill that enforces statutory obligations and bodies, and I support them in the same. I was contacted by the Law Society, who have raised some concerns which I wish to outline, and I think it refers to clause 22 in where we are. The Law Society's recommendations, they refer to the appointments process for the chair and non-executive members should be strengthened so that and quoting, so the Secretary of State does not have sole authority over appointments. The Law Society welcomes the proposed OEP, which must play a central role in ensuring institutions and organisations, including government departments, meet their environmental responsibilities. And in order for the OEP to be effective in fulfilling this role, it is essential that it is fully independent from the government. The government stated it intends the OEP to be an independent authority. So if that's the case, it's exactly what they wish to see, capable of holding the government to account. However, they are concerned that certain provisions for the OEP in the bill could impinge upon its independence and potentially undermine its ability to carry out its functions effectively. So I just ask the Minister, if I could please, if that issue has been addressed to the satisfaction of the Law Society. That's my question. And I want to speak on an issue that hasn't come up yet, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, it has come up in respect to the introduction, but not to my suggestion. And I don't expect, by the way, the Minister to be able to right away endorse my request. And it's an unusual request, but it's one that my council back home had brought in a pilot scheme for, and one which I feel is important. The carrier bag scheme that government here and all the regional governments carried out was an exceptional scheme and done great stuff. It brought in a revenue fund which could then be used for different projects across in the whole of the area. And I want to make a request, genuine request, on behalf of constituencies who have spoken to me about a scheme called for the use of single-use nappies. The reason why I bring this forward is because, and I use the figures show that about 3 billion single-use nappies are thrown away annually in the UK. It costs local authorities some £16 million per year. I have 3 grandchildren, Madam Deputy Speaker, under the age of 2, so perhaps maybe my 2 daughter-in-laws are maybe in that category. But as we know, the vast amounts of raw materials for production and disposal can generate a CO2 from a nappy can life cycle and generates the equivalent of 15,000 plastic bags, around half a tree in fluff pulp per child. The reason why I bring it forward is because I believe that reusable nappies use 98% fewer raw materials, generate 99% less waste. It can deliver a savings over £1,000 per parents. My local council, Ards and North Down Council, back home, brought a pilot scheme in. So I'm just asking the Minister, is it possible that some provider starter packs to parents, we may be able to encourage those who are able to take up the way of helping the environment? And also to say, because I do believe we could use this legislation to encourage this government and the regional governments as well, and others to provide the funding packages to encourage reusable nappies for those who want to do it but don't know how and when to start that journey. Perhaps, Minister, it's not directly something you can do today, but perhaps you can give us some encouragement that that might happen. Thank you so much.
Minister Rebecca Pell.
Thank you so much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like once again to thank all members who have tabled amendments and contributed to this afternoon's debate, demonstrating yet again the strength of feeling that there is to improve and enhance the environment through this landmark Environment Bill. I can only say I was still slightly disappointed at the Shadow Minister, again not quite seeming to grasp the intricacies of this bill, which together will provide such a framework to protect the environment. But I know that in her heart of hearts she really does support this bill, because she was actually a great committee member. I want to also thank honourable friends from South West Bedfordshire who raises issues of litter, many of which will be tackled in the bill, not least through electronic tracking of waste. South End West, and I do hope that he welcomes the nature target that we've just announced and the biodiversity net gain, all of which will help achieve the things he is so proud of and pushing for. Leicester East and also Strangford, and we are indeed exploring reusable nappies. I did use them certainly for one of my children. It's something we're looking at, so thank you for that. Now, turning to new clause 12 on shale gas extraction, the government set out its position in full via the written statement to the House on the 4th of December 2019, and government will take a presumption against issuing any further hydraulic fracturing consents. This sends a clear message to the sector and to local communities that fracking on current evidence will not be taken forward in England, and the moratorium will be maintained unless compelling new evidence is provided which addresses the concerns around the prediction and management of induced seismicity. Such evidence has yet to be presented, and the moratorium remains. And my honourable friend from Derbyshire, I thank him because with all his knowledge he spoke with such authority about this, and I could not have put the case better myself, and he stressed so much what a game the opposition are playing in bringing forward this amendment. Now, regarding new clause 19, brought forward by the honourable friend from Epsom and Ewell, and also new clause 28 from the honourable friend from West Dorset, whilst we are sympathetic to the principles of sustainability of labelling, existing voluntary schemes already provide consistent and recognised tools which consumers can use to reduce their environmental impact when purchasing food. But I would like to give assurances that we are working with industry and with the Competitions and Markets Authority on plans to produce guidance for business on how best to improve their transparency in relation to claims about environmental impact. We'll also investigate opportunities to review other aspects of food labelling when we've got the outcomes of Henry Dimbleby's independent review for the food system in the early summer, and then the food strategy white paper from government within 6 months. Now, new clause 24 on burning of peat. We have committed to exploring the environmental and economic case for extending peat protections further in the England Peat Action Plan, published just last week. And in that plan, we committed to immediately fund 35,000 hectares of peatland restoration by 2025 and to consult on the banning of horticultural peat. And we are indeed making great progress on that and working with industry. Now, new clause 29, which was brought by the honourable member from Oldham East and Saddleworth, the government remains committed to transparency, and this bill introduces a robust framework of monitoring, planning and reporting on the impacts of the bill's measures. I reiterated so many times in committee over and over again about the procedures that we got in place for the bill, for all that statutory cycle of monitoring, planning, reporting, and the requirement to set out interim environmental targets up to 5 yearly, and the government will be required to report extensively on environmental progress. Now, just to conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, again I want to thank all members who've tabled amendments and contributed to this debate. They've raised so many points and we've heard about so many passions, haven't we? Whether it be brown long-eared bats, hedgehogs, kestrels, soil, trees, all peat, and I think the vociferous and broad support across the House for the environmental agenda is absolutely wonderful to see. Harnessing this energy will drive forward our actions on the environment, enabled by the measures in this absolutely landmark bill. I was particularly thrilled at the recent announcements setting our actions for nature recovery, including new legally binding targets to halt nature's decline, and this forthcoming Green Paper. I believe, Madam Deputy Speaker, that this legislation will be absolutely pivotal in giving us the paradigm shift that we need to bring back species and habitats from the brink, to restore our depleted natural environment, to see sparkling clean waters and bathing waters that we can all use and enjoy, and to ensure that UK companies play no part in illegally deforesting the lungs of the world, and we will deliver the clean air that we all deserve. I'm so proud to be part of this bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, to be part of the DEFRA team, the amazing bill team, and to have worked with everyone across the House, including the Environment Committee, to bring forward this bill, and I absolutely commend it to the House.
Shadow Minister Ruth Jones.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And this has been an important debate, and I'm grateful to all the colleagues who have shared their thoughts and views on how we can make this bill the strong and comprehensive piece of legislation that our environment is crying out for. And as I indicated in my opening remarks, at every stage of this bill, Labour has proposed fair amendments. Disappointingly, all of them were defeated by this Minister and her backbench colleagues. Not one of them was partisan, not one was done to play games, but all were done to make this bill fit for purpose. Today, new clauses 12 and 24 do just that. I'm grateful also to the many colleagues who put their names to our new clauses and paid a particular tribute to the member for Oldham East for her passionate and important speech, and of course her new clause 29, which has the support of these benches. And I support her call on the government to put the World Health Organization guidelines into the Environment Bill. Thanks also to my friends from Lancaster, Brent North, Cynon Valley, Swansea West, and a big non-partisan thank you to the indefatigable member for Strangford. I just want at this point to just very gently respond to the Honourable Member for Edinburgh North and Leith, who claimed that the UK was not the first to declare a climate emergency. And I would respectfully remind her that this Parliament was the first to declare a climate emergency in May 2019. And I should remember this, Madam Deputy Speaker, as I actually made my maiden speech during that debate. Oh, and let's not forget that that debate was led by members on this side of the House. So in moving new clause 24 and new clause 12, Labour has attempted to give effect to the promises made by the Conservative ministers, who are pretty good at talk, which is great, but on this side of the House, we prefer to see action rather than words. I have heard what the Minister said. I listened very carefully, and I thank her for her comments, but once again I'm disappointed. Sadly, normal service has been maintained, and we have a Secretary of State who didn't want to reach out and work with us on this side of the House to make this bill fit for purpose. Now, I believe that new clause 12 is actually helpful to the government. I know that fracking was a glaring omission, but we are trying to make sure that their forgetfulness doesn't result in bad policy. And I would especially like to mention the member for North East Derbyshire and for his passionate audition for ministerial office. But I just remind him that the definition of a moratorium is a temporary ban. And if he wants to actually ban fracking forevermore, he should vote with us on our amendment. So I hope the Minister will take new clause 12 in the spirit in which it was intended and accept it as an easy way of making this bill better. I will be pushing new clause 12 and new clause 24 to a vote. They are important issues and will fill glaring holes in this bill, and so therefore I move. Thank you.
The question is that new clause 12 be read a second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no. Division, clear the lobby. The Question is that new clause 12 be read a second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no.
No.
Tellers for the ayes, Mark Tarmy and Liz Twist. Tellers for the noes, James Morris and Scott Mann. Lock the doors. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 216. The noes to the left, 357.
The ayes to the right, 216. The noes to the left, 357. So the noes have it, the noes have it. Unlock. We now come to new clause 24. Ruth Jones to move new clause 24 formally.
Formally.
The question is that new clause 24 be read a second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Division, clear the lobby. The question is that new clause 24 be read a second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes, Mark Tarmy and Liz Twist. Tell us for the noes, Scott Mann and James Morris. Lock the doors. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 208. The noes to the left, 360.
Ayes to the right, 208. The noes to the left, 360. So the noes have it, the noes have it. Unlock. Thank you. Consideration completed. Third reading.
No.
Queen's consent. Prince of Wales's consent. Secretary of State George Eustace to move third reading.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I beg to move that the bill be now read for a third time. And of course, for this particular bill, it's the third time in more ways than one, Madam Deputy Speaker, since honourable members will recall that a similar bill came forward in the last Parliament, and this bill itself started in the last session. So I would like to thank honourable and right honourable members from right across the House, particularly members of the Public Bill Committee, for their scrutiny of this bill, and of course for the work of all of those involved in the previous iteration of the bill during the last Parliament. But I would like to pay a special tribute to the Environment Minister, my honourable friend, the member for Taunton Deane, for her tireless work on this bill, and to all of the DEFRA officials for all the work that they've put in getting such a significant piece of legislation to this point. It is a large and complex piece of legislation, and huge amounts of work has gone into getting these provisions right. Now, members on all sides of this House agree that the decline of our natural environment has persisted for too long, and as we emerge from the COVID-19 pandemic, we must turn our attention to recovery. We must build back greener. The pandemic has reminded us all of the difference that nature makes to our lives. Now, after G7 nations gather in Cornwall next month, the wider international community will attend the Convention on Biological Diversity in Kunming in October, before the UK hosts the world at COP26 on climate change as co-president in November. So this is a very important year for the environment internationally, and this landmark environment bill will deliver on our manifesto commitment to create the most ambitious environmental programme of any country on earth. Now, as I announced last week, the government intends to amend the bill in the other place to include a new, historic, legally binding target on species abundance for 2030, aiming to halt the decline of nature. This is a pioneering measure that will be the net zero equivalent for nature, spurring action of the scale required to address the biodiversity crisis. And our forthcoming Green Paper will also explore how we might deliver our world-leading domestic ambitions for nature, including how we improve the status of native species like the water vole and the red squirrel, and protect 30% of our land by 2030. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend, the member for Epsom and Ewell, has ensured that the plight of the hedgehog has been greatly debated during the passage of this bill. And the Green Paper that we plan later this year will also explore how we might better protect other species currently not protected under the habitat regulations, including the hedgehog. Now, in a similar vein, I have asked my noble friend, the Lord Benyon, to chair a small working group together with Tony Juniper, Christopher Katowski QC, and my honourable friend, the member for Taunton Deane. The group will explore how our approach to conservation and habitat assessment might be improved so that we can deliver nature's recovery and hit the ambitious targets that we are setting. Our world-leading targets will be supported by provisions in the bill and our new England trees and peat action plans to protect existing trees and expand woodland coverage. Our aim is to treble woodland creation rates by the end of this Parliament and to restore 35,000 hectares of peatland by 2025. Although we treasure our many species and ecosystems for their own sake and their intrinsic value, we must also remember that they also provide vital services from which people benefit, such as carbon storage and pollination. As shown in the Dasgupta review, protecting and enhancing our natural assets and the biodiversity that underpins them is crucial to achieving a sustainable, resilient economy. This bill takes important strides in tackling air, water and waste pollution. Cleaner air from new legally binding targets will drive action to tackle harmful air pollution across the country. Better management of our water through new drainage and sewage management plans will improve water quality in our rivers and our lakes. The bill will also give us powers to tackle storm overflows, and I would like to thank my right honourable friend, the member for Ludlow, for his efforts on this particular area of policy. We therefore intend to table an amendment in the other place requiring government to publish plans to reduce sewage discharges from storm overflows by September 2022, and for water companies and the Environment Agency to publish storm overflow operations data on an annual basis. We are already consulting on measures to prevent waste and tackle the scourge of plastic ending up in our oceans. The Extended Producer Responsibility Scheme, which will make producers of packaging responsible for the costs of disposal, will incentivise better product design from the outset. New powers will allow us to place charges on single-use plastics, reducing their persistence in our natural environment. And all of this, of course, will be underpinned by our new system of environmental governance. This bill creates the new Independent Office for Environmental Protection to hold all public authorities to account on reaching these important goals. Work to establish the OEP is already well underway under the chairmanship of Dame Clennis Stacey, and I commend the work that she has done to date. In conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased to see this bill reach this third reading after a couple of attempts, as I said, in previous sessions and during the last Parliament. I'm grateful to the many contributions from members on all sides of the House today, and I believe that these provisions will ensure that this generation leaves our environment in a better state than we found it, and I therefore commend this bill to the House.
The question is, the bill be now read the third time. Ruth Jones.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I have to apologise. Well, here we are. The Environment Bill has finally reached third reading, and we all know it has taken some time. And talking about timings, I do want to wish the chair of the EFRA Select Committee a very happy 65th birthday, although he's not in his place, because he is a tenacious campaigner, and I have enjoyed working with him on this bill in recent months. The last year and a half or thereabouts since this bill received its second reading in this House has been one like no other. And with that in mind, I want to start by acknowledging the brilliant hard work of the staff of this House, notably the clerks, Sarah and Joanna. And of course, the staff in the parliamentary offices of my honourable friends from Plymouth Devonport. Thank you, Kieran and Rob. Honourable Member for Cambridge. Thank you, Rafi. The Member for Sheffield Hallam. Thank you, Minesh and Sam. And the Member for Southampton Tess. Thanks to Holly and Bryn. And obviously the members for Erith and Thamesmead, North Tyneside, Sheffield and Sheffield Brightside. And of course, I can't go without forgetting my own team in Newport West. Thank you very much, Adam. It hasn't been easy taking a major piece of legislation through the House working from home, and our staff have been brilliant. It's important we say thank you to them, because where would we be without them, let's be honest. Mr Deputy Speaker, this bill creates the Office for Environmental Protection, or the OEP, but fails to give it the powers it needs. It creates an improvement plan, but doesn't go far enough. And it fails, amongst other things, to tackle fracking, deliver a proper tree strategy, and deliver proper structured chemical regulation. Labour's amendments at committee and report stages sought to build on the limited foundation set by the party opposite and make this bill properly fit for purpose. It's all very well and good to set out the problem, but if we don't match that with strong and comprehensive plans, what's the point? I remain saddened that the party opposite voted against Labour's amendment at every opportunity they had during the committee stage and at report stage. But all is not yet lost, don't worry. I feel sure as the bill moves to the other place, my noble friends Baroness Jones of Whitchurch and Baroness Hayman of Ulloch will take it by the horns and make it the strong and purposeful bill the Minister could have made it here in this House. This isn't about politics. I should say to the House that the government's approach to this bill sits at the door of the Secretary of State. I used to say that the Environment Bill was missing in action, but the Secretary of State was missing in action, so I'm very glad he's turned up safe and sound, and I'm very grateful to him for turning up. I do want to thank the Minister for her personal commitment and hard work. She takes these issues very seriously, and I have enjoyed working with her. I just feel sorry that her colleagues won't let her work with us in the way I suspect she would like to. I am grateful to the many stakeholders like Ruth Chambers from the Greener Alliance, Matt Brown from the Countryside Link, Joe Blackman from Global Witness, Chloe Alexander from Chemtrust, and Andrea Lee from Client Earth, to name just a few, for their hard work and tenacity over the last year and a bit. The pandemic, our departure from the European Union, and a general election were just some of the hurdles we had to get over in recent months. We have done our bit. Many in this House have raised important arguments in recent weeks and months, and will continue to do so as this bill works its way through the other place before coming back to us. I urge the Secretary of State to do whatever he can to make sure we get the bill back sooner rather than later. We haven't got time to waste. The climate crisis worsens each day, and real action is necessary, and now. And when it does come back, I urge the Secretary of State to work with us and all the members in this House to do whatever is required to tackle the climate and ecological emergency once and for all. Thank you.
BD Link. John Redwood.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I've declared my business interest in the Register. I welcome cleaner air and cleaner water, and I wish this bill well as it completes its passage. I do hope that we will be nicer to nature and better to the other species we share our islands with. I would like to briefly make a few points to the Secretariat and Ministerial team who worked hard to get this far. The first is on water, and I would urge them to work with the water industry and the regulators to put in more reservoir capacity. In my own area of Wokingham and West Berkshire, we've had many homes and new families coming in and no increase in potential water supply. Nationwide, we still have a rising population, and they will need that good provision of clean water. There are also two great natural advantages by having more reservoir capacity. First is that when we have those long periods of excessive rainfall, we seem to be having one at the moment, and there is the danger of the rivers overtopping and causing flood damage, we need more good places to park the water, and we could then recharge the extra reservoir capacity. And were we, once again, to have one of those long hot summers with long dry spells, as we have had from time to time in the past, we would be able to draw down in more comfort, knowing that we had adequate reservoir capacity without having to run the streams and rivers too low or draw excessively on the natural aquifers. On report, I talked about the excellent news that there would be many more trees, and urged ministers to make sure that they help build a much bigger forestry and timber industry. We import far too much and need to replace it with home production and fewer wood miles. I would also urge the Secretary of State to bring forward those great schemes to promote more food production here at home. We lost too much market share, particularly in areas like vegetables and fruit in our CAP days. And I don't think it's morally right to be drawing so much of such food from a country like Spain, which is parched and in great difficulties with eking out its inadequate water supplies when we have plenty of water at home, and we could do so much more to promote a good domestic industry, cutting the food miles and giving confidence in the environmental benefits of having the home product. I would also like to draw Minister's attention to unresolved business that they have promised to work on as we complete this piece of legislation, and that is the possible conflict between the Office for Environmental Protection and the Climate Change Committee. And I would urge ministers to recognise that they need to supervise both bodies and give it clear public guidance as to what their remit is, and they will need to bring forward that piece of work to explain what the relative roles of the two are and how the different sets of targets, the natural England targets or the natural UK targets on the one hand and the climate change targets on the other, are going to knit together and be compatible rather than causing tensions. Because we do need to know, for example, what the thinking is about the pace of the carbon dioxide reduction and transition and how that impacts on our natural landscape. Because clearly, if we're going to accelerate the move from electric vehicles or from gas boilers or both, there will need to be massive investment, and that investment includes the production of a lot of steel and glass and batteries, and that all requires mining activity somewhere to produce those raw materials and to fashion them into something which can then be part of an electric product. And we need to know, are we going to be doing any of that in the UK, or is the idea that we should import much of it because we don't wish to husband our own natural resources for this purpose? And if we're going to import, we should properly account, because it's not helping the planet if we say, well, we're not, of course, putting the mine in here, or we're not burning the coal to smelt the steel here, but it's happening somewhere else. Indeed, it may be happening somewhere else where environmental concerns are taken much less seriously, and where the environmental damage for producing that particular product may be far greater than if we'd done it at home. So I do hope there will be more work published on pace of transition, cost of transition. Again, this piece of legislation seems to be pointing us more in the direction of repair, maintenance, recycling, reuse, not wanting a throwaway society, but reckoning that if we make good things, they can last for rather longer. And how does that reconcile with the idea that we want a very rapid transition to get rid of all our existing fleet of cars and petrol and diesel vehicles, and a very big rapid transition to rip out all of our gas boilers and solid fuel heating systems and so forth? Has there been proper carbon accounting on all that? And how does that reconcile with the very good aims in this piece of legislation that we must consider the impact on our Earth and the amount we take out of our Earth in order to fashion the things we may need? So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, a lot of work ahead for ministers who've already been very busy. As others have said, the legislation is only the first step, and this then needs to be fashioned into popular products, feasible programs, things that business want to collaborate with, things that people want to do. There is an educational process, and we also need to be sure that we know what the costs are and that they are realistic, that they are phased, and they fall fairly. And I would still like to hear more from the government on the total costs of all of this work, because we need to make sure it is realistic, and we need to make sure that it doesn't get in the way of levelling up and greater prosperity, that it reinforces our prime agenda, which is the health and welfare of the British people.
Thank you. Video link. Deirdre Brock.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And very, very briefly, I'd like to first thank DEFRA officials, but particularly the clerks on the committee for their help during the progress of this bill. It threatened to rival the mousetrap for longevity, and their staying power was quite something in the face of that. The ministerial team who managed to take so long with the thing don't get quite so much gratitude, though. I'd also like to thank my researchers, Callum and Josh, whose assistance have been invaluable, and my honourable friend, the member for Gordon, who participated alongside me in the Environment Bill Committee. I think it's worth stating again, though, that this is a missed opportunity and it will have to be revisited again and again in the very near future to add in the bits that are so clearly missing. Despite the Environment Minister's brave efforts over the many months to defend it, it's not much at all. And although it should pass today, it really is only crumbs that are being proffered. But I look forward in my capacity as Environment and COP26 spokesperson for the SNP to continuing to challenge the government to ensure it matches its warm words with firm actions that will make a real difference, particularly in the year that the UK hosts COP26. Our world's future deserves nothing less.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Almost 2 years ago to the day, Parliament declared a climate emergency. 2 years ago. The last 4 years were the hottest on record. 1 in 7 native British species are now at risk of extinction, and tree planting targets are missed by 50%. 60% of people in England are now breathing illegally poor air, and 44% of species have been in decline over the last 10 years. We could all go on. We all know what the situation is. And is this bill up to it? I don't think it is, and I'm disappointed by that. People in Putney, Southfields and Roehampton are very, very interested in the environment, in making a difference. They've joined an Environment Commission that I've set up. They're taking action in their local communities, but also globally. And I also think of other communities around the world that are affected by the decisions we're making today. The community in Bangladesh that I visited when I worked for WaterAid, we had to get there by plane. There were no roads to get there. And I sat around with a group of women whose whole area had been completely decimated and become saline. They couldn't grow anything, no crops, had to walk miles and miles to get any fresh water. And they were stuck there, really, really decimated by climate change. And we face that here. We have a responsibility to that community as well as to all our communities across the country. So here we are, 482 days since this bill was first introduced to Parliament, with a bill that really still fails to adequately address this climate emergency. It fails to guarantee no regression from the environmental measures in place when we were members of the European Union, which I was so disappointed that the government could not agree to when we were in the Bill Committee. Why couldn't we just have drawn a line and said, that's our baseline, we're going to get better from there, but instead did not agree to even to measure that. It fails to put World Health Organization air quality targets into the bill. It fails to reduce disposable nappy use, which I'm glad I share an interest with other members of the House. It fails to make enough meaningful change. It fails on marine conservation and ocean preservation. It fails on green homes. Only a few weeks ago, the government scrapped the Green Homes grant and gets bringing in the Environment Bill. It fails on trees and bees. We all love bees. I know the Shadow Secretary loves the bees. And along with many, many of my constituents, I must say. And there's no detailed plan to meet net zero carbon emission targets. That should have been the starting point. How do we work to get up to there? And above all, it fails on strong enforcement, and I think that's the weakest point of this bill. It delivers an Office of Environmental Protection with no teeth. It's not independent. It's resistant to concrete protections, has a reduced remit. During the passage of this bill, it reduced the remit of the watchdog and guardian enforcer of this bill. And it leaves our environment exposed to be used as a bargaining chip in trade agreements, delivers legally binding targets that will not bite for 2 decades, and which the Secretary of State has near complete discretion to change at any time. Marking our own homework will not lead to the change we need. So the government, I'm afraid, is ducking its responsibilities in this bill, has refused to listen to my colleagues and I, very learned and expert colleagues, and to the many civil society organisations who fed in, and to who've pointed out time and time again where this bill needs to improve, and yet again failed to agree to amendments today. We are living in an imminent and real climate and environmental crisis, and we'll only solve it by working together, by listening to all voices, to all agree that we need the prize of climate change, and we can only do that together. But my experience on the Environment Bill Committee confirmed to me that the Government have no interest in this. Amendment after amendment has been put forward, all of which would have hugely strengthened this bill, and the Government did not want to know. In fact, any headlines today about any changes of mind that the Government may have had about agreeing to the amendments would have been immediately forgotten, because there's another event going on this morning that has taken all the headlines. It could have been done. We now have to hope that the other place will take up the mantle and will agree to many of the excellent amendments and changes that we have proposed to this bill. The Government's intransigence will cost future generations dear. But this bill now, what the next steps are. It must be a global bill. We must have joined-up government. It can't just be this small part of legislation. For example, the G7 negotiations over vaccine must work to ensure that the developing countries come to COP26 and that whole process works. It's got to join up through the year. We have got to stop the cuts to international climate aid in countries around the world, which undermine efforts we might take here to reduce our carbon emissions. And it must not be undermined with the planning legislation upcoming. To summarise, Mr Deputy Speaker, this bill will go down as a historic missed opportunity. While I welcome the concessions that have been made, they have taken too long, and they are really piecemeal measures compared to the enormity of what is required to tackle the climate emergency. My constituents and I hope to be proved wrong. I hope the Office of Environmental Protection gets out some teeth from somewhere, does make a change. We see targets that are really achieved. But at the moment, I am feeling, along with my constituents, very disappointed. Thank you.
Deputy Speaker, I'd also like to put on record my thanks and pay tribute to the officials, the clerks involved throughout this whole process, a lengthy one. And I won't be churlish, I'll say thanks to the ministers as well. Whether you agree with everything that's in this bill or not, it's a tough job to pilot a bill, particularly over the period of time that we've been discussing this through this place. I suspect, as the Honourable Member for Putney says, that this is not the last we'll hear of this, because I think our friends in the other place may have a thing or two to say about it to seek to strengthen what, in principle at least, is not a bad bill. There are plenty of things in this where there's great consensus and where we can agree. So I just want to focus on three areas where I don't so much. And in particular to focus on the concerns I've got where this bill is good in practice and maybe very, very, or rather good in theory, but maybe very weak in practice. And they relate to regulation. They relate to concerns about the delivery of environmental goods through land management, and they refer to our ability to control local environments and protect local environments. So first, very briefly on regulation. As has been said before, I'm greatly concerned that the Office of Environmental Protection looks to be a relatively weak watchdog with few teeth, with key figures in that body to be directly appointed by the government, funded and not sufficiently independent from government, and therefore it will always be considered to be speaking with some levels of restriction. The kind of power, the independence, the penalties available to it do not look anything like as strong as what we had beforehand, before we were out of the European Union, and when we could easily have been able to match that level of independence and robustness. Those protections, those firewalls have not been put in, and so I fear very much that we will have perhaps great policies poorly regulated. And nothing, I guess, highlights that more than the current discussion that we're having about this potential Australian trade deal. If we are deeply committed to protecting high-level, almost uniquely high-level British animal welfare and environmental standards, then how can we go ahead and do a deal with a country with significantly lower environmental and animal welfare standards? That surely undermines our ability to enact those standards throughout the whole United Kingdom, and it undermines British farming. And British farming is the best in the world. We say that a lot, don't we? It's important to understand why it's the best in the world. And it's best because of good regulation, but it's best mostly because of our culture. Because of our culture of the family farm, the unit of the family farm, which means you have close husbandry, almost hefted human beings, never mind hefted herdwicks. And that is of massive importance to the second area of concern that I've got. So poor protections that would allow a trade deal with Australia that could be a precedent to trade deals with other countries that undercut the quality of British produce and undermining British farmers, but not just concern about weak regulation and lacking of independence in that regulation and lacking in rigour and sanctions with that regulation, but a concern for the delivery of environmental goods through land management. Because the amendment that I spoke to earlier on in my own name, which is about making sure environmental land management schemes include significant and adequate rewards for maintaining the aesthetics and the beauty as well as the biodiversity of our landscape, is something that is crucial and is so far missing, Mr Deputy Speaker. I worry about your constituency, mine and many like them, which are not, they are absolutely natural environments, but they are managed, crafted landscapes over centuries, worked by our farmers, and they're as beautiful as they are because they are managed. And if we have a situation where they're not rewarded through the new scheme directly for the preservation of those landscapes, then the risk to the World Heritage Site status of the Lake District is there, the risk to our tourism economy is there, the risk to biodiversity is there. And I would add also that government movement towards ELM, which in theory we're all in favour of, is potentially risky because they are insisting on phasing out the basic payment scheme much more quickly than they're going to bring in ELMs. You will leave upland farmers, for example, losing half their income in the next few years. Many of them will leave the industry. Now, indeed, the government's wishing to facilitate them leaving the industry through the retirement package they announced last week, but with no plans to bring anybody new and young into the industry to replace them, as they preside over the closure of Newton Rigg College in Penrith, for example. Where are we getting our young farmers from to deliver these environmental goods? And all the best environmental policies in the world are meaningless if you don't have the hands to enact them. It's like, you know, the England manager, Gareth Southgate, drawing a fantastic strategy in the dressing room and then having no players on the pitch. And the danger is that the Environment Bill may be a great strategy, but with no players on the pitch, you aren't scoring any goals. And the third and final concern I've got is that we look at the government's plans for local nature resource strategies, and it's a good plan, and it's a weak plan. Because there is no mechanism to ensure that those strategies have any impact upon decision-making locally. And that is of particular relevance given the government's plans to undermine planning democracy in local communities and to surrender local environment to developers without proper accountability. In a community like mine that depends so much upon the beauty of our environment, that is a danger. But also, when you think about the fact that the average number of homes built in a new development is usually less than 50, and the government looking to give developers the opportunity to do pretty much what they like up to a development of that size. So those things put together draw a picture of a bill that is well-intentioned broadly, that does lots of good, but when it comes down to it, doesn't provide itself with the mechanisms to actually deliver what it says in the first place. Good in principle, weak in practice.
The question is that the bill be now read the third time. As many as that, can say aye. Aye. As we know, I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now move to motion number 2 on sanctions. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many of that can say aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Petition. David Linden.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to present this petition. Several of my constituents have recently been in contact with their concerns about the British Government's proposed legislation for voter ID. I therefore rise to present this petition on behalf of my Glasgow East constituents who wish to see the Government abandon plans to introduce voter ID. The petition of the residents of the Glasgow East constituency declares that the current statistics on voter fraud show that it is incredibly rare and that it is in no widespread problem across the UK. Thus, voter ID requirements are a solution in search of a problem that does not exist. Further, that the only type of fraud that photographic voter IDs could prevent is voter impersonation, which is even more rare each year. Further, that this legislation has been described as draconian, archaic and anti-democratic, as it puts qualification on the franchise. Further, that the real consequence of this legislation will be that this government is suppressing voting among lower income, ethnic minority and younger people, all of whom are less likely to vote for the party now in government. Further, that in contrast to this archaic government, the SNP government in Holyrood is focused on measures to extend the franchise and encourage turnout. Further, the SNP has already introduced votes for 16 and 17-year-olds, refugees and foreign nationals with leave to remain. And further, that voting should be made as easy as possible with no barrier to contributing to democracy. The petitioners therefore request that the House of Commons urge the Government to dismiss any plans to implement legislation that enforces voter ID. And the petitioners remain, etc.
Petition Voter ID.
Thank you very much, Mr. Linden.
I beg to move this House to now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn, and with the permission of the mover, Valerie Vaz, could we have the government dispatch box cover cleaned whilst Valerie Vaz is on her feet, and the Minister will not touch the dispatch box until then. Thank you very much. Valerie Vaz.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I want to start by thanking the Speaker for granting this very important adjournment debate about the choice of Narrow Lane as a transit site in my constituency. Narrow Lane is actually one of the oldest historically identifiable places in the neighbourhood of Pleck in Walsall. It currently includes a vacant site which recently has been used for a neighbourhood office and a small home for the elderly. The site is surrounded by a densely populated and densely developed residential and commercial area and stands at the junction of two very busy major roads. Along with thousands of local residents, Mr Deputy Speaker, I was flabbergasted when Walsall Council decided to choose this site for development as a temporary GRT, Gypsy, Roma and Traveller transit site. How the Council made this decision and why goes to the very heart of why residents and voters feel that they are ignored and trampled over by politicians who refuse to include local communities in decisions that affect their lives. And I know that the Minister will have a lot more representatives beating at his door with the planning bill for the very similar reasons. Now, not only has the decision-making process been completely flawed, but the site is environmentally unsuitable for a traveller site because of severe air pollution issues, which would place serious health risks on children and families living in vehicles and caravans. And on behalf of the people of Pleck and also the wider Walsall community, I want to persuade the Minister to do something about this, to launch an investigation into the decision-making process by Walsall Council and to request Walsall Council to withdraw the current planning application and revisit their decision to place a transit site at Narrow Lane. Mr Deputy Speaker, this is not about local residents rejecting the GRT community. On the contrary, it's about supporting my constituents and supporting the GRT community. The most suitable site is chosen in Walsall if one is required. And it's also about preventing serious health issues for children and families that are already subject to poor health outcomes in comparison to the population generally. So why did Narrow Lane appear from nowhere to be the Council's choice for the GRT transit site? Now, the Council had already identified and approved sufficient new traveller sites to accommodate a transit site proposal. The Walsall Borough Site Allocation Document, I'll refer to it as SAD, was only recently approved by the Planning Inspector in 2019. The proposals for new traveller sites were presented to the public and the stakeholders for consultation, approved by Walsall Council and finally approved by the Planning Inspector. This SAD is Walsall Council's key land use document and identified sites that can be developed for new traveller sites. And these were identified as Willenhall Lane, caravan site 2 pitches, the rear of 48 to 72 Foster Street, Blakenhall, 3 pitches, Dolphin Close, Goscott, 10 pitches. Now, the Dolphin Close site has been identified as being particularly suitable because integration with the local community will be helped by the presence of, and I quote, large GT community in bricks and mortar housing nearby. There is no distinction in the SAD on whether their use should be as a permanent site or transit site. I visited Dolphin Close, Mr Deputy Speaker. It is tranquil, it overlooks the canal, and it's in an open space. It has cleaner air for children to breathe, is close to a primary school, has road links nearby in every direction.
and the traveller community has settled links in the local community that will encourage community cohesion. There is a reason why Dolphin Close was identified as recently as 2019. It is the most suitable, larger site in the borough, whether for permanent or transit pitches. Now, legal opinion confirms that the decision taken by Walsall Council's cabinet was flawed because it failed to take steps to properly inform itself, it took into account irrelevant considerations, and there was apparent bias. I'll take the first one, the Council's failure to take reasonable steps to inform itself. The Council could have looked at the relevant materials, and in particular the SAD, which I've said is the key land document, which should have been central as to where or where not the site should be allocated. The SAD has been the subject of extensive consultation, but there was no explanation, no consideration had been given to why the 3 sites identified in the SAD, which were capable of satisfying the more demanding criteria for permanent sites, were not considered. What about consultation? The Council had designated this as a key decision. Well, a very important one with significant financial or community impact. Article 11 of the Council's rules states that all decisions of the Council have to be made in accordance with principles that include due consultation and a presumption in favour of openness. Now, there was a working group. The group met 2 representatives of the National Federation of Gypsy Liaison Groups and 15 other people, mostly Council employees. There was no wider consultation, and a whole host of other stakeholders, like the people who live nearby, or even the democratically elected Member of Parliament, or the councillors, were consulted. There was no list of potential sites. As it is a departure from the widely consulted SAD, the Council should have consulted on the Narrow Lane site, or any other potential sites that were considered but were not identified in the SAD on grounds of fairness, transparency, or good administration. Now, the issue was raised by local resident Shaquille Younis, who told the Council Scrutiny Committee, he said this: well, the Hampton City Council have got a similar project that they're doing with their transit site. What they did was a public consultation. They invited all the people directly affected by these proposals, and they sat down and had a discussion with them. But what have Walsall Council done? Nothing. We've not even had a letter. Nothing. We mean nothing to them. We just paid council tax. Also at the Scrutiny Committee, a council officer said it is absolutely right to say there was no direct consultation around this site. The council will say that they will consult on the planning application that was made on the 19th of March. But Section 70 of the Town and Country Planning Act 1990 says that the Planning Committee is unlikely to consider site selection. That consultation will not address the issue of how Narrow Lane has been chosen and whether there were more suitable sites that were overlooked or rejected. So what about the other part, failure to take into account relevant considerations and taking into account irrelevant considerations? It is unclear why the existing criteria in the SAD were not used. If there were new criteria, there should have been a wider consultation process, and it's not clear who drew up or how it was settled on those criteria that were set out in Appendix A to the Council's report to the Cabinet. No explanation has been given as to how these criteria are applied as part of their desktop review. The refined set of criteria have not been disclosed to residents or councillors and are unexplained. There is no evidence that Cabinet members themselves were presented with the refined set of criteria or an explanation for their use and how this has affected the choice of Narrow Lane, which begs the question of what they were. How were they formulated? How many development sites they applied to? And how were they applied? And why Narrow Lane emerged as the only suitable site to put to Cabinet? Now, in Bushell versus Secretary of State, fairness has been said to require disclosure of sufficient information about the reasons relied on by a public authority so that members of the public can challenge the accuracy of any facts and validity of the arguments. Decisions based on undisclosed policies or criteria may be unlawful. Is the Minister going to say that this is acceptable? And where were the environmental and health factors? Why were they not taken into account by the Cabinet in this decision? The Minister will know about a landmark case that was established that air pollution from an adjacent road was a material cause of death of 9-year-old Ella Kissy Deborah. Walsall Council appear to have given no consideration to the implications of this case on any children who will be affected by this decision. The narrow lane site is adjacent to the junction of Darlaston Road and Old Pleck Road, two busy A roads with signal-controlled traffic. The narrow lane site suffers from extremely poor air quality, a criteria Walsall Council has stipulated must be used in determining that location sites are not suitable for travellers' sites. Now, Walsall's own document, Air Quality Walsall Nitrogen Dioxide Areas of Exceedance 2020, clearly identifies the junction and areas surrounding Pleck as a nitrogen dioxide exceedance area. I raised this in a letter to the Chief Executive on the 9th of February. No response. The head teacher of the local primary school, Lynn Cherry, also raised this issue at the scrutiny meeting. She said, I do think the site is a poor site. I know for a fact how busy the roads are around there. I know how poor the air quality is and how fast the roads are because the emergency vehicles will go to the Manor Hospital. It is really dangerous. And Dr. Hesham, who also gave evidence to the scrutiny committee, commented, the effect on children is particularly significant. The vast majority of children in hospital present with infections, and the majority of those infections are respiratory infections infecting the heart and lungs in the upper airways. The report that went to Cabinet claims at paragraph 4.34 that key council priorities for children will be met by the proposal for a traveller site at Narrow Lane, yet there are no comments or input from the Director of Children's Services in the report to justify this bold statement. Where does the Director notify the Cabinet that she supports families and children living in caravans and vehicles at a polluted junction of two busy main roads? She does not. No reasonable or responsible Director of Children's Services would. The Cabinet report also claims that health priorities of the Council will be met. Where is the data on air quality and air pollution at this busy junction? The Council identified this spot as suffering from poor air quality. Now, a reasonable portfolio holder would be very concerned at housing children in a polluted environment when there are cleaner alternatives that are available. And where are the Director of Public Health's comments and analysis of the Narrow Lane site? There are none. The report claims improved health for children living next to a busy road junction. So where is the evidence? The Council employs experts for the areas of public health and children's services. Their analysis, based on data and real evidence, their opinion and recommendations must and should have formed an integral part of a report like this. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's shockingly absent. So there was no consideration of air quality, no evidence of an air quality assessment. Sadly, in press reports, the children and families who would use a new travellers' site for transit purposes were described as renegades by members of Walsall Cabinet. But I didn't think I would see in 2021 travellers' families being deliberately housed in an unhealthy environment subject to poor air quality and pollution when there is a perfectly viable alternative available and agreed upon. Can I just now turn to bias? What would a reasonable or informed observer conclude? Councillor Adrian Andrew was the portfolio holder for Regeneration and is Deputy Leader of Walsall Council, and the report went to the Cabinet in his name and was presented by him. As confirmed by his entry on the Council's Register of Interests, he worked for the Honourable Member for Walsall North, and he is aware, I have told him that I am raising his name in the debate. That's what was on the Council's website, and that was what was held out to the public until, at the Scrutiny Committee, in response to the suggestion that this affected his decision-making, as the three sites identified in the SAD for the future travellers' site, but not chosen by the Cabinet, were all found in Walsall North, he said this is not true. At the Scrutiny Committee meeting, the Leader of the Council said he had this information in his pocket for 8 months. So that was not disclosed, and the requirement under the Members' Code of Conduct, paragraph 2.1, subparagraph 3, requires members to disclose this to the monitoring officer within 28 days of the change. Within days, Councillor Andrew amended his Register of Interest to state that he is employed as the campaign manager for the Conservative Party, although he has not included, as confirmed on his LinkedIn profile, that this is for Walsall North and Walsall South. The fact is, the three sites designated in the SAD were in Walsall North, and that could lead to the informed observer thinking that the Cabinet's mind were closed to alternatives because it did not serve their party political agenda. The fact that we now know that Councillor Andrews paid by the Conservative Party to further their interests in the locality of the narrow lane site and in Walsall, which places an even greater question mark over the issue of bias of making this decision. But there were other inconsistent matters raised at the Cabinet meeting. Councillor Andrews said that the narrow lane site was suitable as it was near to motorways. He appears to be completely unaware that air pollution is a criteria that must be used in determining suitable traveller sites, despite this being Walsall Council policy. Councillor Perry said the transit site option should not be rushed into. Legislation is changing and it's going to change again, which will give further protective powers to the authority and to the police. And I agree, rushing into the transit site option is exactly what Walsall Council are doing, with the application on an expedited timescale in time for the summer. But not only that, rushing through a decision at the height of the pandemic lockdown, when it would be far more difficult for residents to express their opinions or hold the Cabinet to account. Councillor Bird concluded at the Cabinet meeting that it may be, and has proven to be the case in Sandwell, where the temporary transit site has never been used, because the travellers know that if they go into Sandwell, they will be directed to that site, and they don't want to do that. So the leader of Walsall Council believes that the transit site may never even be used by the GRT community in Walsall, and yet approved a budget of £160,000 for the construction of the site before consulting with residents in the area. He thinks the transit site may act as a deterrent for the travellers entering into Walsall, which undermines his very claim that this site is being proposed in the best interests of the GRT community. So what does this tell us about the governance at Walsall Council? I would suggest to the Minister, if he could, view the Scrutiny Committee, which resulted from a call-in by Councillor Aftab Nawaz and the ward councillors, Councillor Harban Sarowi, Councillor Kiza Hussain and Councillor Nahid Gultasim. All our councillors must abide by the Nolan principles of behaviour in public life when making decisions, and the focus here is on objectivity, openness and transparency. By law, the Scrutiny Committee's purpose is to act as a check and balance on the Cabinet of Walsall Council. That's a check and a balance, not a rubber stamp. Members of the Scrutiny Committee must adopt an independent mindset. Members must put aside the natural impulse to support decisions made by their own party. The way that the Scrutiny Committee examined this matter does not bear out these principles at all. In conclusion, I'm calling on the Minister to carry out an investigation into the way Walsall Council made their decisions, and in particular this decision to place a GRT transit site at Narrow Lane. The reasons are compelling and can be summarised as follows. Flawed decision-making did not take into account relevant considerations and took into account irrelevant considerations. There was a failure of the Council to take reasonable steps to inform itself. There were hidden conflicts of interest and failures to declare relevant pecuniary interests by members and to maintain the Nolan principles. There was a perceived bias of key decision-makers. There was a lack of scrutiny of Cabinet decisions and a failure to abide by statutory guidelines. I know that the Minister, who's a straightforward person, will look at the facts. My constituents, the residents of Pleck, have had their rights trampled on. The selection of the site was wrong, and the planning application should be withdrawn. I am confident the Minister will come to the right conclusion and intervene with an investigation on this erroneous decision of Walsall Council. I would be very pleased to meet the Minister to discuss this urgently. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and may I begin by congratulating the Right Honourable Lady for securing this debate about a town which is close to my heart, as it is the town of my birth. I know that the matter is of great importance to the Right Honourable Lady, as she has brought this to my attention and to the attention of my department previously. She mentioned the planning bill. Can I begin by saying that the government, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is committed to providing the homes that our country needs. And in this debate, we have an excellent opportunity to discuss how all groups within the community, including gypsies, can have their needs met. In terms of the overall issue raised regarding local authority conduct. I'm sure that the Right Honourable Lady will understand that ministers, quite rightly, have limited remit to intervene in the day-to-day affairs of local authorities. And clearly, it's not appropriate for a minister to comment on specific planning cases or on the local plan due to the quasi-judicial role that I fulfil. And given that the proposed transit site is subject to obtaining planning permission and the decision on the planning application has not yet been made, I'd encourage her to continue her discussions directly with the local authority, because the decision, whatever it may be, is subject to planning permission being obtained, and therefore interested parties, I'm sure that she's encouraged interested parties to express their view, have been able and are able to offer their view. However, if the Right Honourable Lady considers that there are grounds for complaint against the Council, I would direct her to the Council's own complaints procedure, as well as using, as she has done, her voice in this House. She's used privilege, as we're all able to do, to raise a concern that she has about bias and a specific councillor in Walsall. I would just say by that Councillor Andrews, I believe, is councillor for Feasy Park Farm, which is a ward not in Walsall North, but in their own Walsall South constituency. Mr Deputy Speaker, in planning for traveller sites, the government's overarching aim is to ensure fair treatment for travellers in a way that facilitates the nomadic way of life, whilst respecting the interests of local residents. The evidence is clear. Gypsy, Roma and travellers face some very considerable challenges, and this is a matter that the government takes very seriously. And that's why we wish to encourage local authorities to make their own assessment of need for travellers and to have in place local plans to meet that need in the same way that they plan for all forms of housing. And these plans should identify sites to meet need and contain criteria-based policies to guide decisions on applications that come forward. The government believes that local authorities are best placed to make decisions about the number and location of such sites and to ensure that they are sustainable environmentally, economically and socially, including consideration of the health and well-being of travellers that may locate there. Through an increase in the provision of both permanent and transit sites in appropriate locations and with planning permission, the government trusts that local authorities will be able to reduce the occurrence of unauthorised encampments in their local area. And we have a proud record, Mr Deputy Speaker, with the number of authorised transit sites provided by local authorities increasing to 356 locations in England and Wales as of January 2020. That's an increase of over 41% since the previous decade. In February 2019, through a written ministerial statement, we reminded local planning authorities, of course that includes Walsall, of their duties to assess the need for sites and make transit sites available. And through our Affordable Homes programme, we're investing £11.5 billion over the next 5 years, which is the largest investment in over a decade in affordable housing. And as part of this, local authorities and registered providers, including housing associations, can bid for funding for permanent and transit sites. There are some excellent permanent and transit sites that have been built and managed by councils and housing associations, and I'd encourage more authorities to bid for the funding, and I encourage the Right Honourable Lady to encourage Walsall to bid for such funding. Effective consultation, she raised the issue, is of course essential when considering any planning application, because it enables local authorities to identify and consider all the relevant issues associated with a proposed development. And I think in this particular case, the application was lodged on the 24th of March, and local residents and others have an opportunity to consult with the council. As is the case for all planning applications, applications for travellers' sites must, except in exceptional circumstances, be determined in accordance with the local authority's development plan and other relevant considerations. Local opposition or support is not in itself a ground for refusing or granting planning permission, but a consideration that needs to be taken into account alongside many others. And of course, the ultimate decision on the weight given to different considerations for any planning application rests with the local authority, who consider each application on its merits. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in advance of an authority making a decision on a planning application, there is an opportunity for any third party to request a call-in of the application for the Secretary of State's own determination. Generally, the Secretary of State will only consider whether a call-in is appropriate once an application has completed the local planning process and if the local authority is minded to approve it. Call-in powers, as many right honourable and honourable members in this place will know to their, I suppose, great sadness, call-in powers are essentially only used if issues of more than local importance are involved. And as the case that the Right Honourable Lady raises has not yet been approved or rejected by Walsall Council, I don't believe it would be appropriate for the Secretary of State to intervene in these circumstances. Now, the Government recognises that Gypsy, Roma and Traveller communities are amongst the most disadvantaged in British society, and this was highlighted by the Government's race disparity audit in 2017, and further steps are now being taken through a new and ambitious cross-government strategy to improve opportunities across a range of measures, including housing, health and education. And in developing this strategy, which we will publish soon, we're determined to address these disparities, which we know some people continue to face. During the pandemic, the Right Honourable Lady raised the pandemic, the Government has invested £400,000 into education and training programmes for over 100 Gypsy, Roma and Traveller children and young people to receive extra tuition to catch up on lost learning, one-to-one support and expert guidance to help them progress in education or find employment. And we've invested £23.75 million into the Community Champions scheme to work with communities most at risk of COVID-19, and that includes Gypsy, Roma and Traveller communities. That's in addition to the £700 million package announced in February by the Department for Education for the expansion of one-to-one and small group tutoring programmes, as well as supporting the development of disadvantaged children in early years settings and summer provision for those pupils who need it most. I know that these challenges facing the education of Traveller children is of concern to the Right Honourable Lady, to many members across the House, including my old friend, the member for South West Bedfordshire, who has also raised the matter with me. Mr. Deputy Speaker, making adequate provision of sites, including transit sites, is likely to have a direct effect on reducing the occurrence of unauthorised encampments. Unauthorised encampments can cause harm and misery to those affected by them and can be costly and time-consuming for landowners that have to remove and then clean them up afterwards. They also, all too often, give an unfair and unkind image of the majority of travellers who abide by the law and respect the law. Unauthorised encampments also fuel increased tensions between the travellers and local residents, working against the creation of the sort of happy and cohesive communities which we aspire to achieve, an issue also raised with me by my right honourable friend, the member for North East Hertfordshire. And that's why our manifesto committed to tackling unauthorised traveller camps by giving police new powers to arrest and seize the property and vehicles of trespassers, making intentional trespass a criminal offence, and giving councils greater powers within the planning system. And to that end, in March, my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, introduced a bill to Parliament which will make intentional unauthorised trespass that criminal offence in certain circumstances, including where the trespass has caused or is likely to cause significant damage, disruption or distress. And I hope that will be of some benefit and interest to the right honourable lady's constituents. These steps to tackle unauthorised encampments will complement the ongoing work of my own department with my honourable friend, the Minister, the member for Walsall North, to strengthen Council's planning enforcement powers to tackle unauthorised developments which will be brought forward as part of our wider planning reforms. Mr Deputy Speaker, I would like once more to congratulate the right honourable lady for contributing so powerfully and so eloquently and so passionately on behalf of her constituents to this debate today. I hope it is clear from what I've said that we are committed to delivering a planning system that works for all groups in society. We're taking action, strong action, to improve opportunities for Gypsy, Roma and traveller communities who are amongst the United Kingdom's most disadvantaged. We're taking steps to increase the provision of transit sites and thus reduce the number of unauthorised suits. And where some travellers break the rules, we're putting in place tough measures to prevent and deter unauthorised sites, which are, as I say, to the detriment both of the local residents and the travellers themselves. We are proud, Mr Deputy Speaker, of our record of increasing the number of authorised transit sites, and will continue to encourage sufficient and appropriate site provision in appropriate locations for the travelling community. We remain committed to delivering a fair planning system where the needs of all groups within the community are met. And on that note, Mr Deputy Speaker, I congratulate the Right Honourable Lady once again and hope that I've gone some way to affirming her support for our general policies.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. As many as would like can say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order. Order.